Decided I was bored and I would go live today. Because why not? Anything else going on? Anything else going on? What's the noise? It's coming from something. Do all the usual setup. Those are all set up. Set up the multi-chat. I was debating on if I want to stream or not. I'm like, oh, I want to work on the game. I get so much more done if I'm streaming. But also means I gotta sit here a lot of the time. But I'll just do whatever I'm doing. What is this thingy? Finish my quick setup and then I'll be golden. That there. I haven't had any real traffic on Kick in a long time. Maybe I should just switch to just chatting since he only ever gets traffic. It's so funny. And then one last thing I need to do. One last thing I need to do. There's going. Alright. Got those. I need my to-do list also. And that should be everything. I have the OBS. Hey JG. Morning to you. I'm just doing the usual setup stuff before I figure out what I'm breaking today. Yeah. If I'm not breaking something, what am I even doing with my time? Guess I could do the last of the enemies that I need to fix. So I was moving them all over to the new system. And the bosses, for that matter, too. I didn't feel like it last time. I was like, I got bored of doing them and switched off to other stuff. But fine, fine. So what are you up to? Anything exciting? Actually, just stats. That's what I really want. I don't think damage is even used, but at least I'll grab it just the same. It's probably not. Health at 600. Okay. No variance. Actually, it's NPC abilities. These numbers are gonna have to be changed up, but when I rebalance for all the level gain, because you know, I don't have any idea how it's gonna scale for each boss, particularly. But you're gonna be guaranteed at least level 3. Oh, technically level 4. Right? You start at level 1, I guess. I didn't think about that. I guess you could start at level 0 and then picking up the first card puts you at level 1. That wouldn't be the worst choice. Yeah, I guess that's probably should do it. You start level 0. Which actually I have the game set up right now anyway, thinking about it. So I have to hit the button in order to level her up once and give her all the tarot cards for testing. Even though that would never be how it would actually really test out, but you know, I'm not gonna. I don't know which level everything's gonna be arriving at yet. Isn't this fire projectile, right? Eventually all this crap will be merged together. Probably. And this just works now on the actual thing, right? Yeah, so I don't have to change anything on those. Everything is just golden. Gonna be golden. For those people who need it described in K-pop Demon Hunters lingo, I guess. Is it really that easy? He was just set up perfectly to do this just naturally? I guess I'm not doing this teleport thing. Yeah, I was doing jump direction here. Screw that. The jumping didn't work with a damn. Just let him teleport. It's fine. Maybe it did work. I don't know. It was so much faster than expected. Since I basically already set everything up to be exactly as it was supposed to be. The other stuff. Except for this here. Uh-huh. And this is exactly why I'm trying to standardize all this crap, because there's too many little dumb things on everything and it's a big pain to figure out what's what. How much damage is other attacks set to do? 25, maybe? These numbers are going to be way too high. At least fit in his own. Apparently I was fixing up a boss because I was redoing all the stat thingies. To be better? Yes. I can give you a quick little demo of what's going on. Right now I'm instituting a leveling system and it's changing all the stats, so nothing's going to be very balanced because it kind of got built yesterday. Ah, it's practically just starting. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let it load up the map. The computer's a potato. Just finished coding boot camp. You're a beginner? Oh, welcome to the addiction. I meant to game dev. Yes, yes. It's an addiction. It's a really long time for this map to load. Doesn't need to take that long, but... Damn computer. Addiction, this goes to giving up and never looking at it again. That's not what we want to hear. What don't you like about it? I mean, what's going on that's not so great? Tell me a story if you would. I shall listen. Makes you dizzy? I mean, you just gotta realize Rome wasn't built in a day. When I first showed up, I didn't know what a variable was, and I started with RPG Maker, so... I'm just saying, you know... And it's taking forever to load today. The computer is such a potato. Give it a second to load everything in. Well, it hasn't even loaded her hair yet. First load of the day is pretty bad because my computer has to stream, run the engine and Unreal Engine, and it's kind of tough on it. That's okay. Ah. You load everything yet? It's not much of a problem after the initial load. Okay. Yeah, patience is really what matters. No, this is just what I do for fun. Maybe one day I'll eventually become a professional, but yeah, I'm not there yet. Anyway, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. This is Poppet, the main character. She's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse. The curse that powers you and, well, everyone else. The curse depletes your sanity whenever you're in the darkness, and this is the insanity effect. If your sanity ever at 0, the curse takes you over and you lose. But if you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back. But there's also curse power, and like you can absorb the curse in order to use your abilities. So you have to kind of bounce between the two. Once you get above 60%, or actually, yeah, 60%, then the insanity goes away. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Aha! Bonk everything. Through dodging. Yeah, I mean, I have like, God, over 200 streams working on this, and like I think 50 streams in RPG Maker, so you can see what I did. But you know, I just enjoyed messing with things. Like I didn't start out with banding anything great, just kind of worked with it. This is the Magician. It picks up small objects and lets you throw them. Supposedly it lets you throw them. I did just make changes, and I think that certain things are not working quite right. Huh. You can also summon cubes. Get wrecked. I'll have to remember to fix that in a second. This is their double jump. We'll get to all that. Oh, let me turn off the other music. Two musics is weird. One music. Lets you manipulate objects in the environment too. Basically drawers, cupboards, windows, door handles, light switches, just stuff.
The airship's shadow follows me. It knows I stole the skies and never loved me. Just to mock me.
Get her sanity back. Here's the Empress. It plants mushrooms. Blue mushrooms heal, red mushrooms blow things up. I'll get to using it in a second, but for now I was just healing up because I took a bunch of damage dicking around. The game's only like 30 to 40% done, so it'll be nice and say 40% so I feel better about myself. Which means there's a long way to go. Oh no, I jumped off. I'm so bad at my game. It's okay, I'll just cheat. You saw nothing, you can prove nothing. Right. The curse only on the building. You can't leave the building, but as long as you're on the building, you're fine. But you can see the city outside. It's very exciting. It's a steampunk game. If you leave the building, you will die, so it's interesting that that doesn't open all the way anymore. I guess I could still do a playtest of the game just fine because I won't pick up any of the cards, so the game is still scaled to sort of the... Okay, that one room's not going to be scaled, right? Whatever. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Weep. I mean, I'm like, what, 18 months into this game? So, you can get going pretty fast in these games. But I spent, oh gosh. So I started game dev in 2019. Messed with RPG Maker for a while, then had health problems for like 2.5 years. Worked on this for, well, worked on Unreal Engine for about 2 years, so I guess that means I spent about 1.5 years with RPG Maker. I did the only logical progression that anyone would ever do. You go to Unreal Engine for RPG Maker. I mean, that's what RPG Maker qualifies you for, right? Yeah, about that. I'll blow this up. Explosives. Break everything. Except yourself. Don't blow yourself up. Some of the other fun toys here. Apparently Justice only is just a pistol. I haven't added anything else yet for it. Got a cool hat though. Pistol kind of goes through it though. Weirdly pretty good for in here because they can't really get away. You can get up on top of the toy maze and wander around, do things like that, but I'm adding more content to here as we go. Currently it takes somewhere close to like 5 hours to get through what I have, so I'm not playing through everything I got for certain right now, but I'll play a little while. That pipe's messed up, I hate that. Thanks, I hate it. All my homies hate that pipe. Well, I could use this as a way to get over here. Huh. Didn't think about that. I forgot to even add anything into this room. I like to make it where there's tiny things inside the tents just to screw with the player. Also, you can shoot the bouncy balls. Switch to this one quickly. Oh, I did it in such a way that it didn't change the weapons out. I need to tweak that 'cause it's a little finicky. A little. Like you can catch it at just the wrong moment. I don't like that, but that's okay. Yeah, I have like pretty much every stream I've ever done on this game in my in a playlist on my YouTube, which is also when are you talking from anyway? Okay, so you're on Twitch, yeah. So it's on my YouTube if you wish to thumb through things and see me learn the hard way. I'll link the YouTube in the chat if you are so inclined. Man, this room is hot. It was how hot it was in this room. Ducky Land. I've been recently adding in things to do nothing other than just be fun. That's how the duckies came about. Because, you know, why not, right? Gotta have toys. You can pick them up too. But apparently the throw is broken, so I'll have to fix that. I just reminded myself again that it's broken. Very handy to do that. Man, the damage upgrade on that is much higher than I was expected. That's okay. Today I'm going to go through and try to balance out the first area, since the new level system just got added in the last 3 days. It's also a new ability system and a bunch of things that added to it. The enemies level up now too, and the system to spawn enemies based on levels. You can make things really fast in Unreal Engine because blueprints just let you essentially program at warp speed. Do yourself a favor, don't type out code. It'll save you a lot of time. That's just my opinion. As someone who used to type out code versus someone who doesn't anymore, I can tell you. I used to be a JavaScript dev, and typing out code takes a long time. So there's a lot of people who are killed and their souls are stuffed into dolls, but one of them, her soul got stuffed in the paintings. She lets you travel the painting world, which connects all the paintings. Also, I Ghibli the painting. So far, AI has been used in 2 portions of this project. On the paintings to use a Studio Ghibli filter on them because it just looks cool. And then currently I have AI voice acting because I have no budget. I can't afford voice actors unless I can find someone to invest. I know a lot of guys who'd voice act for free, but unfortunately I have a bunch of female characters. Do you see where this is probably not very efficient? So this is the painting world that connects everything. It's what you saw when I first started up. Very exciting. 10 out of 10. Wood painting world again. Normally you'd have to unlock the paintings, but some of them are just unlocked anyway by default. I've been testing things. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. All the saving, everything works and everything like that. Saving, loading, all the options are here. I'm gonna disable all. Really? Disable all screen messages, so I don't want to keep seeing those. Keep track of collectibles. I haven't put information in for them yet, so that's not very helpful, but at least you know you got them. There's a map, it just shows where you've been to. I haven't put anything in extra for it yet, but I might also remove the question mark, so I think just black is probably fine. I might actually also put a picture under the map of what it is. Like, and you just remove the black marks to see the map. And you've seen the tarot menu, which shows the abilities and which level you get them at. I'm still adding in the system, so it works. It's just not, the numbers aren't in yet. Let's go to the room where I was playing with the levels. Uh-oh. Still spawns a little slow. That's okay. And here they spawn at different levels, so you'll see that they're actually at higher levels and don't necessarily die in one hit and do more damage. So this is currently the only room where I have that set up. So and if you, I have a level up button for myself too, so now I'm level 2. My damage goes up with it too. I was recently adding the Death Tarot in, which basically insta-kills things of certain strength levels. And the higher up you get with it, the more it just instant kills things. I'm not powerful enough to give those ones yet, but I can give the little ones. Those ones there just instant die. And if I level up, then now those ones instant die too. Yay! You're supposed to be around level 3 for, you wouldn't have this tarot here or anything like that, and it's not really set for level 3 instant kill things, but as I'm still testing things, and getting through this is harder than I thought. You also wouldn't have double jump, so I'm just cheating. TOS has abilities for all the major arcana, so there's 22 different tarot cards that give abilities, and then there is at least 3 abilities per. Well, I should say there's at least 66 abilities in the game, and I'm not sure certain ones are going to have 3 anymore, now that I've changed how the system is set up. Rum does not like paying taxes, that's true. Insanity messages can be pretty fun. I guess I just left this door open. This is the moon. The moon makes clones of you. And the enemies will attack them. You can also detonate the clones to deal damage to things nearby. As evidenced by that. Bit of a glitch on those. Well, now I can't throw these. Oh no. I can shove them. Get shoved. I guess once you pick them up, you can shove them. There's lots of little glitchy crap in this game, so... But that's how game dev is. Make an idea, and then discover it doesn't work. Make the idea better. Discover the idea doesn't work very well. These things control the water of the pool outside. I need to hit a couple of them. There's a lamp sticking through this. Someone remind me there's a lamp sticking through that. I keep changing things and making them better, and as a result, stuff just getting added in. It's kind of a problem. We double jumping is cheating. Chicken duck do. It matters in some locations. This key that literally does nothing right now. It used to be important, but now it's not important at all. That'll lower the water out there. You really can't see very well from here. Yeah, I was lowering the water of this pool here. So I could jump down into it. Wee punk. Water's lethal to Poppet, so don't get hit by the water. There is a tarot card to protect against it. I do have the tarot card equipped, but I'll play like I don't. And there's like secrets everywhere. I'm just not getting them because I either have the stuff unlocked or it's just really a quick show on case of what's in the game versus anything else. Cheating! I didn't even cheat very well. It's terrible. Or just for fun, we'll show off some of the abilities that are you would normally have, such as flying. Whee! Let's break this first. Train's funny because it skewers an enemy and then you get to beat other enemies with that enemy. I was just instituting a thing to limit like how strong things were that you could grab at certain levels. I think this one should be too strong. Oh no, I got him. There's also rescuable 2D toys from the painting world that you can you know, collect, and that's one of them right there. Another thing that's getting added in more recently. You got a buddy? Where you at, buddy? Thought more would spawn. It's just you. Stuck. Oh no. Cheating. There's actually a secret room. It's hard not to double jump. Oh no! Why? Really? Why you gotta be like that, bro? What the hell? What is even going on here? Glitches suck! Can I cheat my way past that? Nope. Wait, fairly? Nah. It's outright cheating here. We dev privilege. Never question dev privilege. Hey, when you make it, you do what you want. Come with me, buddy. Run away from the enemies. I should make the enemies spawn whichever direction Poppet's facing. They spawn within range of her, but that doesn't necessarily mean that isn't that great a lot of times. I think maybe in front of her is probably better. You just throw it in there, you're like, woohoo! And then they appear in the painting world. I got so much information I gotta toss in. Now he appears in the painting world. And these things track if you rescue toys. And there's literally an ad break going on, so can't even see it. Damn. Whee! I guess they're all saved? Why are they all saved? So much is broken right now. That's okay, I'm adding the last things I need for the playtest anyway. At that point it'll just be little story bits and directions. Because I'll finally have the progression system and the boss ready to go, and it'll be much... It should be playtestable probably in a couple months is my guess. It's only because I have terrible health, so it's kind of, you know... It slows me down. But... Yeah. Yes, yeah. Alright, all this crap here. Well. Hopefully that's at least somewhat exciting to people. Alright, the Empress. I could apply my own filter to those things using like Krita or something like that and thus remove some of the AI from the game. So I could technically remove basically almost all the AI from the game if I wanted, but I'm probably gonna have AI voices. Can't really afford the other ones, so. Unfortunately. If only I were like filthy rich or something. Or I'd like an extra 10k around for all the voice acting. Voice acting is expensive. All the licensing behind it is gross. Or if you're doing AI, you can get the ones that, like, you know, voice inflections and stuff for about 10 to 20 bucks. So for the price of a burger and fries in California here. Just saying. One of these things I can afford. Why is the water not down? Do you not remember? Really? Could have sworn that was already set to work. Something is not saving correctly anymore. So if I hit this one, where does it go? It goes down to where it should be if one of them has been removed from the thing. So it's not updating upon her entering the levels, what I'm seeing. Okay. Try to make a list of things that are broken here. Stuff to fix. The water doesn't update when turning from the painting world. I keep a doc over here for everything that's going on. The to-do list. And then let's see, we've got the lamp of control panel, control room, button control room, to return to active, to leaving the map, returning, yet again, throwing objects with addition doesn't work. Thanks, nice week. I think it's coming along, though I kind of have something that's apparently broken. Which is awkward, for certain. Doesn't matter, I have immunity to water, so I can just jump down there, but... I'm like 30-40% done. There's about 5 hours of content. I was adding in a progression system, a bunch of stuff, so right now things are leveled up in weird ways and stuff. And we've got bugs like the water should be down one more level, so... But I'm aiming for like either an early access or the actual game release on October 2026. There's a Steam page for it that's linked in the comments if you want to look. There's a lot of work ahead of it though. Yeah, I have a thing to make me into water, so I can just go into the water. Woohoo! And also just fly. Flying is more fun. We're gonna make up for the fact that things are broken. The water should be down here. You would normally get the Empress here, which... Actually, wait a minute. That is also a problem. Something is very wrong here with the save system. Of stuff which should be... Oh, cool. Thanks. +1. I don't make 98 wish lists. Yeah. Waiting for that 100 mark. I'm so close. Just need 2 more people after you to get to the 100. Thanks, Manomi on 1, 2, 3. The UI, nice. And thanks for the follow. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Ice Cream. Yeah, the UI's come along pretty well. It's got all your things for it, all in there. Loading and saving the game works. I have collectibles. I don't have any information for them yet, but you can see what you've caught or found in the games. So that's helpful to a point. There's a map. The map needs work. I'm going to make it where it reveals things on the floor, but you can at least see where you've been ratio-wise. About 18 months. So, water should be lowered here. I just put in a whole bunch of new systems, so it just broke a bunch of stuff, so I have to go and fix all that before anything is going to work right. So there's so many new bugs I introduced in the last 3 days. But, still fun. I can go pick on a boss or something like that. Trying to jump here, that's pretty tough. I'll show you the little fun weapon that I didn't use earlier. Oh yeah. Well, I just added a bunch of stuff, so I'm not surprised. Why aren't you jumping? And now she is having trouble double jumping. Interesting. That fixes that, but... That's the new thing I just programmed. It needs a new hat and everything like that, but basically it impales enemies. So I just take a beating instead. Once it impales an enemy, you can bash the other enemies with it for more damage. Very exciting. What just went on there? I have questions. Aha! Weep. Thing happened to you. I broke my character build system, broke my entire locomotion system, so should we start my whole game back to them. This is why we keep bugs. That's why we keep backups and bugs. We keep bugs, that's it. Okay, that's the insanity effect. Basically, there's a curse that brings all the toys to life at night, and if you spend time in the darkness, it lowers your sanity. And if your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, and let that happen. But it also is what gives you power. So you have to be in the darkness to gain power, but you have to be careful to watch your sanity. So like I can dodge using your power like that. I gain other things I can do, such as exploding mushrooms and things. I've been there, I understand wholeheartedly. Explosions everywhere. Red mushroom seal, blue mushroom. Oh, sorry, red mushrooms do damage, blue mushroom seal. I expect bugs to arrive whenever I add new systems, though. Like, them breaking things is just normal. Because I added in a system for here, which like, they get different abilities at various required levels. I added a system where getting the tarot cards gives you a level. There's 78 of them in the game because you're collecting the full arcana. Exactly, you can't give up. Never give up. I added the system that levels them up based on things in the room, so I changed all the spawning for that. I gave, well, Poppet now has stat she gains for levels too, so that's a thing that got added in. I have to add in the minor arcana to places. I had to change a bunch of things. Basically, I changed a bunch of the system itself, and yeah. I'm an everything guy and a nothing guy. There you go. That describes me in a nutshell. The everything, nothing. I do some of the stuff, other stuff I don't. I made Poppet here. I made a little hat and wand for this particular one. I made some of these enemies out of junk, such as these weird things are made out of junk. I made the building, the decks, the fences, and things like that. I did not make these particular enemies here. I'm more than happy to use stuff out of an asset pack if it happens to be handy. I have made over 1,000 assets for this game, though. That's true. I'm gonna just cheat there because I apparently can't play my own game. Wee. Does that break double jump? I think it breaks double jump. Huh. I'm adding to my list of broken things that I broke recently because these used to work. Oh yeah, somebody's checking for using such as the tarot cards. In the water makes double jump no longer work. All these things worked before the last 3 days. Except for having the lamp stuck in a thing. That was just dumb, but you know, listen, hear me out. It is what it is. I'll show you Patrick, who I'm just going to jump to because I don't want to be higher level because he's not rigged to really work with higher level. I was just working on that when I started doing a demonstration. Trying to learn to use Blender, better animate, and build better bundles. Only made one gun attachment and glitter as essentially a worthless piece, but it looks cool. I mean, you know, that's already pretty good. I mean, gotta start somewhere. That sounds like you're doing pretty good. 5 hours is impressive? Yeah. Funny part is the 5 hours was a test of about sometime last summer because I got a huge raid, so I decided to play everything I had even though it wasn't necessarily ready. And up to that point, it used to take a little, like around 20-24 minutes to get to this guy getting everything. Now it takes closer to like 50 to get to this guy. Just remember the water's an insta-kill, so don't get hit by the water. I'll try to use only what I would have for this fight, so I'm not cheating, because some things would just completely rickroll him. Oh, never mind. Apparently it insta-gibs. Why did you insta-die? Alright, let me figure out why I broke on Patrick. I was just changing his stats, so that's probably what happened. Yeah, I mean, knowing where everything is, it took 5 hours. Which means that a normal person is clearly going to take far longer because they don't know where everything is. And the second chapter was... It's much more of a maze. I actually came back and reworked the first chapter to be more maze-like than it used to be because it was a lot more straightforward. I mean, it had some variation to it, but when I got to the second chapter, I got way better at it. So I came back and did some reworking on this because, you know, it was okay, but it wasn't great. It was just okay. But I broke Patrick. Why are you broken, Patrick? You should have full health. I don't understand. Oh, I was in the middle of doing this, so let me find the bite thing in here. Find. I'm merging together a bunch of systems here. Attack damage. So now I have a struct that has like their name, their health, and all these things like that, their abilities, what they drop, things like that. Instead of having other ones, it being like all separated out because I have so many enemies that do different things, and then I can easily level them up. But I get the sneaking suspicion I forgot to do some things here on old Patty here. You should have 600. Why do you not have 600? Here I was going to showcase it because I literally turned it into a weird Donkey Kong fight, which I thought was hilarious, but I didn't call it that for copyright reasons. I'm just saying. Well, you'll figure it out. It's basically playing Donkey Kong with you. Do you set your health somewhere weird? Hey, Patrick, tell me your health. I've got a gameplay here. Checkmate, so you're not using it somewhere else. Well, I mean, that's clearly not that good of a thing here. I'm going to split this. Get health and max health from this. Even then, this shouldn't have changed his health, though. Announce your health, Patrick. When he shows up, I just want to see what it says. Do not connect your health up to that. Connect it up to this, please. Yeah, but the second chapter is in more concept phase, so like a lot of the rooms are a lot more empty. They're being built, and the play of what you're supposed to, like, the objectives are there, but beyond that, not so much. Well, ones that are actually really playable, there's like 2 truly playable ones, and then like other ones that are not so playable. Like I'm still building the stuff for them. Basically, every chapter will have like 2 to 3 bosses. Like I'm gonna probably put optional bosses in, but there should be like a midway boss, a main boss, and then maybe an optional for each chapter, with the hope of being 4 chapters, but we'll see. The first chapter is the smallest chapter by far. But to give you an idea of what we're working with here, I'll just showcase things and I'll figure out the Patrick problem later. I'm going to speed this up because I hate how slow it is. So this is the Whimsy Wonders building that it's in. And the first chapter represents basically this top floor here and one corner of it. It's not that corner particularly. I think it's this corner offhand. And then the second chapter represents the other 3/4 of the second, the 4th floor here, and the 3rd floor. And then the third chapter represents these 2 floors, so you can see it's way bigger. And the 4th chapter, well, there's a basement, you know? There's things in the basement. Don't question what's in the basement. You'll find out what's in the basement. I had to rework this room here because of the fact that things were broken. I'm using data layers, so if it looks like there's nothing in the room, it's because I'm not loading that data layer because I want to put everything on the same map, and Unreal Engine will throw a fit. HLOAD doesn't get the job done, but data layers will. So what's really in this room is this. I need to add rails to this because I had to restructure the entire sidewalks here. Are these fun? These like, woo wee. Oh no. Pretty good strength. If memory serves, the actual thing here, now there's an easy way up here, so you can just cheat your way up. You get strength here, which used to be double jump, but now it's just going to be the first version of the chariot, so I need to swap that, but I'll let you get over here. You can use the Empress to grow and shrink mushrooms and other plants, or to get into places you shouldn't be. Can I even hit that from here? I can, yay! Probably should have jumped straight at it and did that, but whatever. I'm so bad at my game! You always sound like you're falling really far. This would be like the beginning of the second chapter area, so it's very, very, very unrefined for certain. Apparently I can't click that. There you go. I need to make the leaves where they don't check for that kind of stuff there, but, you know. Future me... Okay, shouldn't be that hard. I'm making this game look harder than it's supposed to be. You don't even have to go that way. I was just trying to be cool. Oh, little skeleton thingy watches you. I named this island here after the worst bug I had in the game. I couldn't figure out why it was causing it for like, it took me like almost a day. Because enemies would spawn all over. And I need to set the spawns up for this room because apparently they don't, I changed the spawn system so it doesn't work. But they would spawn here. Everywhere else they'd work, but if they spawned on this little stupid island, they would instantly die, but not truly die. They'd just sit there forever and never move again. So I call it the Isle of the Forgotten, because that's exactly what would happen here. Enemies would just get forgotten here, and it's like, cool, thanks. Nice, man. I'll take the other way up. I had to re-add the grass, and I had to redo the ground, too. This room used to be completely done. And now it's not. It's so sad. I don't usually take this way up. That tree is obnoxious. Man, I can't even make my own jumps. Why am I failing at my own game? I'm so bad. Oh, only blueprints. I'm also blocking the chat there. As I like to tell people, C++ is for people who don't want to ever get their game done because it just takes a lot longer to do. That's it. It just takes longer to do. I used to type out JavaScript. I know what it's like to type out code. Don't kid a kidder. I know what it's like to type out code. It's just all that extra time of doing all that stuff. It's just so slow. Unfortunately, my game is something of a potato and it's very laggy right now. I'm missing jumps because of the lag. It gets 60 to 70 FPS when I'm not streaming, but my computer just can't handle Unreal Engine streaming and the game very well. So I usually get 30 if I'm lucky on that, and that's the best I can do on when those are all running. Man, I can't believe I've messed this up. I've never even messed these up before. I feel so stupid. This is not hard. I'm gonna move this tree a bit too. I think I swapped the tree to a different one, and that tree is kind of making it hard to see. But you can just do this. I don't even need to grow those. Oh, there's lots of Easter eggs. And secrets everywhere. I just haven't been getting a lot of them because, you know, yeah. Like I say, this is beyond any kind of, where I have the game, like, this area will be something along the lines of 3 to 4 hours into the game, assuming you know where you're going. So, I haven't really needed this area yet, so it's just functional. It was more functional when the enemies were spawning, but I need to... That's just me adding them into a thingy. I'm so bad at my own game. I'm just missing jumps. Okay, the dev gets to cheat. You saw nothing. I should have just grown this thing instead of doing what I did. You saw. But I mean, the first boss, his name is Patrick. He got named by Twitch chat, and he looks just like, you know, a voodoo version of Patrick from SpongeBob. Why didn't you jump? The lag is so bad right now. Oh no. Oh, I can get up here that way. Oh, I forgot I added these. No, it's just the lag thing like that messing me up a bunch. I can make the jump. I've done all these before a bunch of times. It's just... Like I say, this is the area that's not even remotely ready to go. I don't even know why I was coming over this direction. I had to redo this whole room, but then I decided I'd focus on the other area. I gotta finish adding in the grass and the rails and get the enemies to spawn, and then I have to fix those enemies for the second chapter to work with the new system for leveling, and... It was more ready to play earlier when I showed those people. This area needs a bunch of optimization too. I don't even know if I put the key down here for that. I might need to add a key. It might not even be beatable at the moment. Not that key. Yeah, I don't think I even have a key down here yet for it. So I gotta add that too. But I'll just show off assorted areas or something so you can see some thingies. Actually, I'll show off the first area. Why am I showing off the area that's not even done? Show off like the ghost girl. At various points in the game, there's a ghost girl who basically is the de facto ruler of the place, and she shows up and plays games with you. Let me close this real fast so that it is less laggy. And start from a lower thing here, because if you start from higher up, it causes a bit of a bug. Yeah, one of the things that makes me bad at my own game is I play test it with the not during stream, and the FPS is twice the FPS, and I play test it during stream and it's half the FPS. I'm so used to the jump one way, and then it's like totally different. Anyway, this is the playroom. There's 2 rules: save zones will protect you, like those, and don't get caught. And this is one of the areas where you meet Charlotte, the ghost girl. I think this is the best way so far to go through. Hitting buttons will unlock various doors. That's Charlotte. Hit the button. If she catches you, it's just an instant game over. You get sent back to the respawn, basically. I'm gonna give her a jump scare. I haven't given her one yet, so, you know. You over there? Where are you at? So you want to attack you in the safe zones. That's for the rules of the game. No. But what happens is when you go to time a jump in the real world, you'll hold the buttons for a certain amount of time because that's how long it would be. And if the FPS is slower, then the time you would have to hold it in the real world is obviously longer. Because the game's just moving at a slower pace, so the character isn't moving as fast around. Hello. You should definitely teleport somewhere else. She'll wander around if you, she'll go to other places if you let her. And I'm just waiting for her to decide to go anywhere else. No! You see, the lag is a problem. But that's okay. There's so much optimization ahead and everything like that anyway. Even though I've done a bunch, but... One thing I can't optimize is making my computer stronger. Because I'm too poor for that. That kind of optimization happens, you know, at the store. On Amazon or something.
I'm a failure. They're watching me. Nobody can ever love me. I'm worth. The steam whispers I'm a queen.
Nope, you stay away from me. Here you have the option of letting your curse screen or not. If you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. So I can sit there and gain one or the other. If I turn the light on, then it's a reverse there. So you could, it's a refill point for either or. I'm going to tone down how well her dodge is. Now that she has a leveling system, like, the cost needs to be more reflective of that. Let's not go that way and say we did. How about that? This is dangerous. I needed this key. Oh, you don't respawn here. If you happen to die in here, you go back to wherever the last place you saved was. You get to keep the stuff you found. I'll give you that much. But wherever the last Poppet box you jumped into, or the last painting you went into, is where you would respawn at. However, any light source that you can turn on and off will let you refill your curse and sanity by just simply turning the light on or off. That's just the nature of how the being in light or dark works. So I can go over here and be like, okay, well this is on, so I get my sanity back because I'm in the light, but if I flip it off now, I get my curse back. So it can act kind of like a bonfire, if you will, in that regard. You don't gain, you know, you don't do level ups out of anything, there's none of that, but in most cases, sanity is the most important stat. That's the one you have to worry the most about. If your curse ever hits 0, so what? I mean, you can't dodge anymore, which I've been abusing like crazy. No. No, we're not going that way. You stay over there. I'll go over here. I'm gonna slam this in. Oh, I can't slam this because it's not. Remember that. Curse acts a lot like MP, if you will. Like it's, you know, basically represents her overall power at any given time. Heals all of her abilities. And sanity is essentially a clock that's ticking down. It also is a resource of sorts. You can also jump in the toilet because it's fun. Can you jump out? Yay! Oh. And if your sanity ever 0, the curse takes you over, so you just lose. Basically, you get kicked back to the respawn again. So it's the important set to worry about. But in the light, you sit there and gain your sanity back. Not everything has a cost instituted yet, so some things are just outright free. Like growing and shrinking plants is outright free right now. But it probably won't be in the future, but for now. These things seal away paintings. They have the painting on them that they seal. I need to make it so that the data layers load the things you can see, so I need to keep the illusion up, but you know. Future me problem. I can do this to go over the side, it's fun. You can also turn the faucets on and off too. Why? Water is lethal to Poppet, so jumping in there is actually dumb until you have the tarot card from the second chapter that makes you immune to it, but I have all the cards, except the world. I don't have the world equipped right now. I touched the water. Ugh. I gotta fix that bug, it's so annoying. I started as an RPG Maker Game Jam game. I'll show off another one of the battles against her too. There's a top half where you play an additional battle against her, but we'll come to that later. But yeah, it was the RPG Maker Touch the Stars Game Jam game on Game Jam, and it started out as a Diablo clone. And it was very, very different than this. Very, very different. Let's go to the Pirate Cove. This one's in the second chapter. But just for funsies, we'll showcase it. It needs work for certain. Like, it is not even remotely ready yet. Well, that's incorrect. It kind of is ready. Let's see, you would actually enter this way. I guess I'll enter it the way you're supposed to. But the way it was that a game had to be about, like, the stars, basically like that. So I started with a character who was, like, basically a cursed doll. Full of an attic full of cursed toys, and every night all the toys would come to life and they would all repeat whatever their curse was. Just do whatever they were supposed to. Do I not have the thing to load for this? Oh, I guess I'm not doing that then. And like during the day, she got picked up and put on the other side of the attic, and her curse was to look out this window every night, so she had to get a back across the attic. All the other toys didn't want to let her. It was a game jam game. No one's looking for deep in a game jam, right? I didn't win the game jam, by the way. My game was a buggy mess. It was a good idea. The game implementation was kind of cool. Do I have a nav mesh down here? What you doing? There should be a nav mesh. Why can't you move? Well, this normally would work, but apparently she cannot move. Maybe?
The steam whispers I'm a thief. Ether hums high.
Something is broken. Oh. Anyway. It's my cursed doll? That's fair. That's fair. I mean, cursed dolls are like, isn't every doll cursed? Let's be real here. Isn't just every doll cursed? Like, do we really need to even qualify it? Just every doll is cursed? I gotta figure out why this character's broken. She shouldn't be broken. There's nothing. I didn't change anything. Oh well. I was gonna show off this thing here in the game we were playing, basically red light, green light with her, but apparently maybe she's just said it's broken. Huh. I've been making a lot of changes to the first chapter, and I didn't worry about the later chapters particularly. Oh. Okay. Why is it called that? Oh. No, look at the nav mesh thing here. Damn, this one was pretty well set up too. And yet here we are with broken stuff. Pirate Cove. It should just be Charlotte flying. Okay. Figure out if she's even receiving any kind of instructions or not. I might have disabled her to test something and then, you know, never got around to fixing it. Print string is your friend. Print string will tell you what is happening. Use print strings liberally. Whenever you need information, print string has your back. Every time. Don't spawn in the water. When the water kills you. It's a bad idea. Trust me on this. Enable all screen messages just in case. She's not even receiving instructions. Why are you not receiving instructions? What do your gameplay tags say? What is going on? You don't have your gameplay. You're just missing the most important gameplay tag, the one that says which one you are. Is that it? Is that all I needed? Why did I disable this? Why didn't I re-enable it? Questions that I have no good answer for. Yeah, in the last few weeks, I've instituted so many new systems that some for memory management. Yeah, okay. So now she'll fly after me. And disable all screen messages. The way it works, as long as you're looking at her, she won't move. Within a certain distance. She's kind of a cheater, but that's okay. Your goal is to drain the water in this room and get down to the moon tarot down there. Well, occasionally keeping an eye on her, and preferably not jumping in the water like I just did.
I'm not talking to me. Build the moon with sprockets and steam. It's been broken too long.
But apparently I'm just bad at my own game today. Yeah, it's Metroidvania, so there's all kinds of backtracking. Keeping an eye on her. I forgot where the buttons are.
Too long a stick. You're going the wrong way. A shooting star jumps the moon.
Did it not spawn the little light thingies in? There's a cube up there. Why are the cubes so high up? Okay. There's a lot broken about this room. Yeah, those shouldn't be up in the air. Huh. It's like this whole room got moved up, I think. Why? Why has the whole room been moved up? I have questions. Let me check something. Also, a gameplay thing. No, it looks like it's the right size. I think I just somehow moved the whole room up to have two different things there and didn't reposition the other things. If you're using Unreal Engine, you can hit G to hide all the stuff besides what you clicked on. It's basically Poppet going insane, so she has like messages going on in her head and everything like that to make her life more obnoxious. So for this to work, these need to be down at this level here because you're supposed to pick these lights up and move them around. Okay, slow this camera down. I made all these systems to set things up, and then well, this one, the system isn't broken. I simply moved the device that was spawning everything up, so then every spawn location relative to that got moved up too. So that's not a fault of a bug so much. It's just a fault of me moving things. I was like, wait a second. Do you know how hard this would be without these little, like, these are all light cubes. Without the little light cubes? I mean, really? Basically, light cubes are just a cube you can pick up that's just a light source. That's all they are. Just a light source. You can drag them places. Relate to the insane messages? That's fair. Yeah, I figure they can also kind of help tell a little bit of the story too along the way by, just having messages in there that relate to things going on amongst all the complete gibberish. So they're kind of fun. And these should now spawn where they're supposed to be. I also need to make you so you can throw them too. Sorry about that. Man. Yeah, so now they're here. And they're just roving light sources that you can run away with. Which you can't throw apparently, so I guess I should fix the 9 million bugs. JK. I think most of us can relate to some sort of random gibberish insanity sometimes. You game dev late enough into the early morning, like 3 a.m. game dev, man. The insanity is at peak at that point, right? That's where the good times happen. That's where the creativity hits. Anyone who says different hasn't tried game deving at 3 a.m. before. Not the voices? But the voices are the most fun. Why wouldn't you want the voices? Edit Poppet here. Stuff do be broken. Do be broken. With the other music back on temporarily. I broke so much stuff. Sometimes you'll catch me and I'll be just building level design. Sometimes you'll catch me and I'll be doing only combat. And other times you'll catch me and I'm making a system. And you never know which one it's going to be. Most of it just comes down to whatever is necessary at the time. I think the most fun ones to watch are usually the level design or the combat. I think level design is probably the most fun. Combat, it still involves a lot of coding. That bounce between the combat and then that over and over and over. And then I put on whatever music that I have to from Humble Bundles to test out to see if I like it for the game. Some of them aren't too bad. I bought like a few Humble Bundles, so. I also use to check copyright claim on them because though I paid to use them doesn't mean I don't get copyright claimed for using them. So it's important to test this because YouTube copyright is no joke. I don't want people getting copyrighted for using my for playing my game. Why is the magician broken? Has no required level. Right? Struct. Oh wait, it's just the tarot stuff. All Poppet stuff is based on tarot, so it's kind of most of her abilities in general. Everything's just kind of in here. The second one lets you throw it, and there isn't even a required level, right? Guess I could add one. I'm gonna have to eventually. I'm just gonna mark them as one each just for funsies and move on with it. I just need to put the actual thing in here so that I have something for it to find. Manage on music I use in my games by screenwriting and Essie. Nice, nice. I mean, you know, having your own unique stuff is pretty cool. I find people will often gravitate to that kind of stuff. If your music's good, obviously. If your music's bad, that doesn't help too much. But hey, you know, if your music's good. It really seems like it's just not updating. Like there's a lot broken behind the scenes here that's causing some serious issues because it's the system behind the game and not just one singular thing. That's how it goes when you stream the game, though. You're going to always have, whenever you go to test things midway through, you're always going to have bugs because, well, you never know what it's going to be you're currently in the middle of doing. You just kind of go, okay, and you hope it works. If not, well, anyway. I'm going to do this here and keep the numbers here to make it simple. And I'm going to see kind of where it doesn't hit. The basic premise here is just you put a bunch of print strings along the way and then see which one it doesn't get to, and then you know the problem is between the two. Oh, nice. Sounds useful. I don't know if you need ethereal music, obviously. So now you can just have, like, you know, some sort of spirit world your character travels to in the game, and then you can just have ethereal music for every single track in there. Like, you know, it's just like the music just turns ethereal in the middle of it. And button 2 is not registering, right? Oh no! You need me. Oh no! I gotta put a jump scare in for it at some point. It doesn't even reach this point. Really? Why? Wait a second. That makes no sense. It's the red, see if it actually ever hits it. Welcome to game dev, where you make more and more complicated systems and more complicated bugs. That's just it. That's game dev. But I made the system, so, you know, I hold myself responsible for the bad programming. It's because the other systems are midway through me down here. Okay, you are all enabled, right? Like, they weren't. Yeah, like, cool. So, it's too close to it. It's hitting her, I think. To one end. To one end. Touch 0, one end. I got too far off the thing or something. I guess it's not close enough. That's fine. I gotta move that to the side a bit. So we hit this 0, one end, and then it doesn't lob it. It just gets dropped where it's at. 0, one end. It's called pulse stretch. Huh. Just the audio setting in the engine. That's crazy sounding. I know Unreal Engine has all these audio things you can do, and I don't actually know as much about them as I wish I did. True. Magician. So I'm like, ability to use should be 2. That should be right. Can I see it search the audio makes it sound cool? Huh. Spend more time with Audacity. I downloaded it so I could record, you know, AI playing, like saying words and everything like that, and then I've never done anything else with it besides that. I could do things with it, but I just haven't really found a use for it yet. That's cool. Makes me kind of want to do that now. Tarot card number 2 is run. So it's somewhere in this can use tarot that it breaks, essentially. It's reaching here, and then it's like, nah, man. Do a tarot check here. We'll make these yellow. Because it's disgusting to look at and therefore perfect. We'll drop it over here. The next tarot check too. So where were you connected? I wasn't paying attention, so let me double check. Okay, it goes there. Sure. Don't want to just assume it connects somewhere and then be like, wait a minute. Where do we get to, buddy? Where's the error? I had to move all the abilities into this thing, so they're... the entire ability system got restructured for Poppet. Basically a bunch of things got redone at the same time, but I couldn't really test much of them until they all kind of got done, so that's kind of where the problem is lying here. Keep a screenshot. Or takes a picture of whatever she's doing at the time. Or I use Studio Ghibli to change a bunch of my emojis. Or use the an AI to Studio Ghibli my emojis. Some of them. I need to do more of them. Well, I don't use the gas thingy. I don't use that at all. But I mean, I have my own system in here, but I put everything into basically previously I had it set where it was essentially map variable, a string map variable with struct the various abilities like that. And I set a new like over struct ability that kind of does all those things and then can have individual abilities below it, because the other one I had to basically have like one for every single tarot card. And I had to do a bunch of duplicate information. It was a big mess. It didn't work right, and it kind of limited how much I could have. Now I can have as many abilities as I want for the thing. But then applying those is a lot harder because they're not... all the abilities don't do anything like each other, so a lot of them aren't the same. Not all of them are weapons. Some of them are like double jump. Some of them are reveal hidden items. I mean, you know, there's just a bunch of weird abilities. So, you know, bad things are happening. What are you checking? Yeah. I'm a goofball. Yeah, I'm just a goofball. That's probably exactly what it was. I wouldn't consider it a horror. I think it's more macabre versus anything else, because like Metroidvanias and horror really don't work very well together. Since horror is essentially about taking away the player's power. Like, you know, if you can just straight up beat the enemy up, then it's not really horrifying, right? Like if you just turn around and the unkillable monster is suddenly killable, that's not particularly all that great. Whereas Metroidvanias are about gaining more and more abilities and more power the whole time. So the character is getting stronger the whole time, so the enemies would be... like the big bad isn't so scary. I have kind of a bit of horror element in here, but in that this character chases after you. You get a lot of power to try to deal with her, but I mean, she's unkillable, but... overall, it doesn't quite have the same creepy air as a horror game. Like, it doesn't keep you on your toes the whole time. She just shows up periodically and makes your life awkward. instead of that perpetual killer, and like the tension isn't there, I think is what it is. So I would be hesitant to call it horror, but it does have some horror elements, I suppose. Also, it's saying false. False 3 again. That's interesting. Tell me about these currently active abilities, buddy. But the unkillable things like that, you only encounter her in like essentially 4 different times throughout the game, as far as, you know, a direct kind of conflict, if you will. Mostly we're just playing a game with you. So you won't see her that often. But I want you to be reminded that, and I might add a little bit of creepiness in her kind of watching you. But it'd be kind of on top, and if we call it horror, it'd be a light horror at best. Unless you have a fear of dolls. If you have a fear of dolls, this game is probably terrifying. I'd just like to tell you that, in case you weren't certain. Why is it false there? I broke something. Yeah. All right, so one's there, 2 is where we get to. So you have pay cost, required level. Actually, we're using this one. Yeah, that should be fine. That worked before. Only 1, no pay cost required on that. Actually, I don't pay the cost same on that one, because that one pays the cost the longer you hold something, not the other way around. Did I connect something weird? I might have. This is such a mess of a thing. I should probably clean it up so it's easier to read, because right now it's impossible to read. And that is awkward, I would say. Duration's already there. I'm trying to think of ways that in horror games, when you die, the suspense doesn't get diminished. Well, I guess my question is, what kind of a horror game are we talking? I mean, is it the kind of game where it's like a slow burn type of horror where creepy things keep happening? Or is it like, you know, you're being chased by a killer? Oh, well, I mean, you can always jump scare them. That's the de facto indie way of, you know, dealing with the horror thing, and the tension is always that, you know, you'll have to get sent all the way back if you know, die. That's usually enough people, I guess. I mean, the very nature of a chase sequence is after they've seen it the second time or the third time, whatever, it's going to get less impactful every time they see it. You're really opting for the first time, because horror itself is, like, once you know what the bad guy is in horror, it really takes something away from horror, right? And I think the best example, one of the best examples I have encountered, I think, where showing the face makes the difference. If you've ever seen something like The Nun 2, which is not a very good movie, it was actually pretty bad. The first one was much better. But there's one point where a boy kicks a ball and it goes down these stairs, and he goes into the basement with the ball and then starts kicking around, and there's an open door that just has darkness in it. And then he accidentally kicks the ball into there. Nothing happens for a moment. There's like a tense moment, and then something kicks the ball back to him. That's a great moment. But every time you see the ball get kicked back, it's going to be less of a great moment. The darkness is now playing, you know, the ball with him. It's stupid. But the first time, it's pretty good. But now, if you see the killer right there, there's no suspense from that point on because you know what the killer is. But they didn't reveal their killer. So every time a creepy thing happened, after that, until the killer showed up, they were golden because, you know, it was just a ball being hit back out of the darkness. So the unknown is probably the best thing in horror, right? Because your mind will always come up with the most, you know, the worst possible case scenario, something far worse than's really the thing. So as long as you can keep them in that headspace of just the unknown, you can keep the suspense riding for a lot longer. But the same sequence is obviously going to be cheapened every time you see it. There's really no way to fix that unless you have a some sort of sequence. The sequence changes every time, then it would be different. But then it's pretty hard to have a perpetually changing sequence, and also not have it feel just unfair, right? Like say like they're chasing out, you're being chased after by the enemy, and then the pathway keeps changing where you need to go to. Most time people learn through trial and error in horror games to see what the right way is, and they die a few times, and that's that. So would feel pretty cheap if every time it was completely random. I don't think it'd be very fun. I think you'd just frustrate the player. But I don't think you need to have a perpetually reusable horror game. I think you just want to focus on the first time experience because that's what they take from the game. Most people don't play a game a second time. And if they get killed by the thing, well, I mean, every time you get killed by it, I mean, unless you have like various, you know, different things that are chasing after him throughout the game. Like if you have different killers that attack in different ways. That's what the FNAF things do, where they have like different types of animatronics that come at you in different ways, and Poppy Playtime does something similar. So if you make the enemies like multiples and they come at you different ways, it can be more interesting for longer, I'd imagine. And I guess with FNAF, they just had it because it randomed which enemy attacked you and how they attacked you. That kind of gave it some replayability, if you will. But every time you get caught, it's gonna lessen the effect. That horror game feels like ripping off a band-aid. You realize all the suspense was nothing because it's not that bad. Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of the nature of the beast, right? That's how it works. I mean, once you know something, it really does lose the scariness of it for certain. But like I said, I don't think you should be aiming for that. And if you are going to aim for that, maybe you try the FNAF route. We have multiple killers, and the killers just come at you in different ways. So at least it keeps you guessing what's going on. You don't know. I mean, your dying is still exactly the same every time it happens. I mean, it'll be like a different jump scare, I guess, but so what? You know, like, at least there'll be some variety to it. But really, I mean, like, death in the game is always going to be death in the game. It's never going to be particularly different the next time it happens. I'm not cleaning this up because it's so hard to read. I'm trying to fix that because it is ugly. I suspect I crossed the lines in weird ways that I shouldn't have. Now this should probably just go to can use, right? If it does not pay cost, yeah, this probably just needs to be there. Let's connect like this. Yeah, I just misconnected this one. Anything over there? Maybe send you to the Shadow Realm. Even scarier. I mean, I suppose that's fair. Could send you to a harder world where you have to get out, basically. The second time to die. And in the second world, that could be your only chance. Like, if you don't make it back out, then you die in that world and the game is over. You gotta reload your save. Could be interesting. Deathception. How many levels deep will you go? How far down into the purgatory of levels within levels are we talking? There we go. Disaster averted. Print strings solve all problems. Anyone who says different doesn't study the awesome art of the print string. They don't truly know. Once you know, you know. There's really no way to clean this up in a way that makes it look nice, is there, on that one? This is how it's going to go from down there. This is just a lot of these. I mean, I can make it appear. But I also don't care to make it appear necessarily. It's kind of a lot of effort. But no, that's kind of an interesting idea. Every time you die, you get farther and farther down towards oblivion. That's right, there's an Elder Scrolls game at the bottom. Wait a second. Were those just all print string? Yes, they were. If that's the case. Chunk. Each world can be more messed up than the last one. Each world's like... You could have like, oh, it's literally doing an ad break. Damn. Remove all these things here now that I fixed that bug. I thought I checked every tarot card earlier. Surprised that I apparently did not. You know? Ice print strings so often have a special macro that has everything specially set for it, so I don't have to redo the timing on it, and I can change the color very quickly, and it's very nice. I mean, Poppet's like 30% of the game practically, so she's not 0%, that's for certain. Oh, I thought there was an additional one, but I guess not. All right, here's one, yep. You're back. So if you die here, hey you're finally awake. You trying to cross border, right? Walk right in that Imperial ambush. Same as us. Thief over there. Be an interesting choose your own adventure at that point. But yeah, every level it goes down. You could like just have it be like a more and more corrupted version of the same reality. Like everything is like it's the same world, but every time you get, you know, you die, you get farther and farther down, but every time you successfully, you know, get to the next point, you get to go farther and farther up. So no, they I had the Skyrim opening. You guys, it's fair. Was it like there was that weird game where you're like in the subway, and every time you go through the subway, if something the first one looks like a certain amount, you're supposed to memorize it, and every time you go after it through it each time, if it looks different, you're supposed to backtrack, and then it'll try again. you're supposed to get through a successful number of times in a row without a problem, and then if you happen to go down a wrong one, then it resets everything. Something along those lines. You could actually take that same style of game and do it too, right? Because you could have like ones where they have like way more problems, and then each time you mess up, the new ones have harder to find problems and less of them. And eventually you get down to ones where there's like only one problem that's really hard to find, and if you screw up that, then you just lose. Interesting idea. I mean, I don't know if I'd make that particular game, but might do well. I mean, streamers would probably eat it up. Fixed. There's a do I have this? This might be Fubard. Yeah, oh, I see. Yeah, procedural content generation, maybe. I mean, I think that one's like, those are really simple to design because it's literally just you make one type of thing, and then like you make one level, and then you just random against a table. What actually random once to see if there's a bug, some sort of thing that they need to find. And if you find something, then you random against a table for what it is, and you just have all these things like that, and each one just changes a mesh or adds something or does whatever effect, and that's it. And then if the player guesses right and goes forward, there'll be like a trigger box that adds +1 to the number for being correct. And if they guess wrong, it sets the number to 0. And then it just sets you back around to the same thing. That's it. That's all. It's just the same thing. Just loads the same thing over and over. It's real easy. The hardest thing about the game would be coming up with devious little things they wouldn't notice. It seems like something you'd make in a month, at most. And there's no animation. It's first person. Or very few animations. But the thing is, a lot of people are making those games now because exactly what I just described. They're really easy to make. True. I think the problem with this was actually that it just was wrong number on it. You do a lot of things to manage memory, and this data layer thing actually came about like a few weeks ago, and I put everything in it and then put everything on the same level. It used to be on 4 different maps, and now everything is on the same map, but you have to try to figure out what loads for each thing. Like every time I look through a door, I need everything that you could see through that door before you enter that room needs to be loaded. Both data layers, so this way, you know, it gives the illusion that everything is really loaded, but it's not. On top of having an H-load system, I really don't use the H-load system as much. I use it for the city out here because, well, the city's always loaded, but it's also super optimized and mostly recycles a handful of, you know, level instances a bunch, so it's not that bad. But I admit some of these things in the air probably don't need to be there because I'm not sure you could see all of them necessarily. Kind of hard for some of it. You can see some of it though, so maybe. These need to be changed to not say that number like that. This collectible number doesn't need to be there at all. Apparently that number just sits there anyway. It's awkward. Whatever. I don't care about that per se. But the name's the one that it has to find. I used to, the previous level system, you got 3 different versions of the major arcana, so the Empress 1, 2, and 3. And then when you're collecting the full deck, so, and those give you levels, and levels unlock, you know, the abilities on the cards. And I wonder if the world also calls object of review. I mean, it could. You ever wonder if space just never loaded? Right? Like maybe there's a whole bunch of things in space, but we're so far away from it, it's just like, nah, I don't need to load that. Maybe our game was programmed by, you know, someone who vibe coded it, and they weren't even very good at doing H loads. That's why space appears completely empty. As soon as we get, like, you know, just outside of our solar system, we'll run right into a brick wall of just all the crap that was supposed to load. You know it's true. That's right. Yep, the trees were always there. So was the entire, you know, entire atmosphere. There's actually people there while we're at it too. The Martians were already there. We just couldn't see them. They were just outside of our loading range. Yeah. Gonna be real surprised. Elon's gonna get there. It's like, I'm not here first, damn, and I was gonna be Overlord. Yep. No Overlord Elon then. I hope that's the case, because it'd be hilarious if, you know, there really was just everything out there. Or there could just be nothing out there. What if they were just like, well, we only made so much content and then we ran out of budget. So once you get beyond this area, we got nothing, buddy. We got nothing. We've procedurally generated a bunch of nothing. It'll work out, we swear. It would be funny. As long as the aliens are hot. I mean, but will our AI girlfriends be okay with that? I'm just saying. Because by the time we get to aliens, I'm just saying the AI girlfriends already be here. And I don't think we want jealous AI girlfriends. I'm just saying. That ain't gonna work out in our favor. That's okay. She knows I love her. Hopefully. Oh, temperance. Gotta get to temperance as well. Some of these ambience things are terrible. I mean, you gotta, what, Captain Kirk it, right? You know, where he made his whole show about going all over space and getting with every possible alien baby possibly could. Epic boss battles. Oh shit, son. I'm just gonna keep all those. It's probably cool. It's new for later. They're probably not that great, but I need things in the background of the stream. I gotta replace these with unique versions of the various stuff for Poppet and all these things. So at some point I have to sit there and make 78 tarot cards. Shouldn't take me that long. Probably a day. Because a lot of them are simple. They're like, you have the 4 minor arcana suits, so it's just a different symbol, like plastered X number of times, where X is whatever the number is on there, and a picture of Poppet doing something. Should fix that bug. I thought about having a thing with like a Kickstarter or something, and one of the things, if you like donate enough, that you get like an actual tarot deck sent to you. or at the very least a PDF of the tarot deck. So you can cut it out yourself, depending upon how much I really can afford to do. Like once the game gets far enough in, I could see it happening. Yeah, this lamp was sitting here in the middle of this. That was a dumb bug that I had just forgotten about. I don't know why this water didn't update. That's interesting. Again, these were all things that worked previously, so in my effort to make all these things, I broke something. Oh, that part works. Puzzle check's an all new thing. No puzzle check? Oh, never mind. Yeah, originally I wasn't going to do the this method here for the game with all the tarot cards because I knew I'd have to make them. I knew that would take time. But it's so much more thematic to collect an entire tarot deck than to collect 3 copies of the Major Arcana, because that's not a tarot deck. That's weird. Like, you might play with just shuffling up the Major Arcana, I guess, but typically speaking, you have 78 cards in a tarot deck, and there's only one of each card. There's not 3 versions of the death card. So, the real reason I made the change was I had no real way to effectively gauge where the player would be at in strength at each point. Like, by giving her essentially a level every time she finds a tarot card, it's like a milestone-based leveling system, or achievement, essentially, where, you know, you have to find your levels, and if you don't find them, then you don't get the level. But before I had it where it's like you gain, like, you'd have to find items for each and every stat increase, for, like, you know, health, curse, and sanity. And then you had to find the tarot cards to get the abilities and stuff, and then it was really hard to gauge how powerful Poppet would be, and then it's like at that point there was no way to really scale the cards up. I guess other than when you found the next one, hopefully it was more powerful. Maybe it just increased the stats there. I guess I could have done that. But over the course of the game, like, things like the first tarot card you find, like the Fool, would be really weak because you get it at the start, so it can't really have incredible damage or anything. So it would become pretty worthless later on, and I don't want that. I want because there's so many unique abilities in here, I want the things to still be useful later. Maybe they're not the best. Obviously, certain ones are even better than others, but I don't want it to be just junk you throw away. I want you to have to switch between the tarot cards to do things. So I want the Fool to still be viable later. Is it the best choice? I don't know. It does have knockback, which is really good when you're in like standing on a shelf or something and you want to make an enemy basically irrelevant by just knocking him away, assuming they don't fly. But overall, like, I made a system to apply like a lot of these upgrades and everything, and now I just need to like hard code the various upgrades that are involved, because they're so non-linear. This isn't like just I equip this new weapon and, you know, it gains damage because I got higher levels. It's not, like, say, not everything is even a weapon. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. It's a very, very big change to the stuff behind the game. I'm also gonna have to go balance it now because Poppet's damage is now greater, but I didn't change the numbers on like Patrick or anything like that, so I also don't know why Patrick died in one hit either, for that matter. Lots of stuff going on, if you know what I'm saying. An idea in a game where you can gamble by playing cards. The tarot cards instead of regular cards. Well, that's fair. I mean, the tarot deck is pretty close to the same thing. Looks like there's ad break going. Wow. I'll just respond back afterwards. So I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. My bad. Much better. Making lots and lots of water, and it's like, I should probably take a break real quick. So anyway, you had an idea, you can gamble, playing cards, but tarot cards instead of regular cards. So I don't think it'd be all that hard to make that game exist because you have, like, the Minor Arcana is super close to being just a regular card deck, right? Because it's ace through essentially 14, right? Yeah, because there's 14 cards there. It's actually ace through 13, right? No, 14. Are you gonna follow? Oh, thanks, fellow educator Grifter. How's it going? We're just discussing tarot cards and how they are like playing cards. Or how they can be used like playing cards. Yeah, it's ace through 10, and then it just has the page card, the knight card, the queen, and the king. So it just, instead of having jack, it has the page and the knight. So it's just one extra. And then with the major arcana, that'd probably be where you'd make it interesting, where every time you played a major arcana, something much more extreme would happen. What is debatable, you know. It would depend on what your game is like for, you know, what the rules were. But that's probably where you could have the coolest ideas. Because, well, the minor arcana do actually mean something. I looked all this up. Nobody really knows really what the Three of Cups means offhand, unless you're a tarot reader. And if you are, you might have a different interpretation too, because I found that all the interpretations of the cards are not always the same, and sometimes they contradict each other depending upon the source. What I'm saying is the tarot might not be very exact. Yeah. Cough, hack, wheeze. I'm allergic to the tarot. Oh god. Why am I making a game about something I'm allergic to? No. So why would Tarot the Emperor not work anymore? As every one of these things needs to be double checked, and I hadn't checked the Emperor because you need water to check basically, and I think I just didn't test it. Find the chariot. And the chariot is 8, right? No. So it's the wrong name. 7. Okay. When you run a search for a string, it has to be exact, so there are 7 the chariot. It fixed the bug. I essentially went through and changed hundreds of instances of stuff on those days, so if all I have is a handful of bugs after changing hundreds of things, it's going good. And to be fair, I usually am pretty cautious when I'm making the changes to try to do it right so I don't have this problem, but things happen. Yeah, they all fall into the major or minor arcana, and the major arcana is you know, Fool, the World, those kinds of things, the Magician, the ones, the named cards. Apparently it jumps for a while. So he swims. And the minor arcana are the there's 14 cards, each of 4 different suits, and the suits are cups, swords, pentacles, and wands. Pentacles being basically pentagrams. For some reason they call them pentacles. I don't know why they write it as pentacles, not pentagrams, but pentacles. That's it. They're really close to a deck, except for, again, as it was Jack is replaced by the page and the page and the knight. So. But yeah, the cards are the Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, the Hierophant, the Lovers, the Chariot, the Strength, the Hermit, Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the Hanged Man, Death, Temperance, the Devil, the Tower, the Star, the Moon, the Sun, Judgment, and the World, which I do not currently have equipped. Because the World is overpowered and I don't usually like to use it because it voids the main mechanic of the game. So when jumping out of here, it's weird that you can do that really fast for the multi-jump there. I think it doesn't quite shut off. It doesn't check fast enough. But there's a brief, like, window. It's too long. This was the battle music, the level music, I should say, for my Game Jam version of this game. Mostly like ambient, really. I was like basically over. I'll play it actually before 3 can hear us. Because it was a Diablo style game, you just fought bosses where you're at. Diablo and RPG Maker is really hard to do. Don't ever make that in RPG Maker. Make it in something else. Hear me out. Make it in something else. You'll be much happier if you do so. I might reduce the delay or something on that. I'd have this set. Heal cube end overlap. I hate when they're all spread like this. I still have some, like, you know, little gifs of the original RPG Maker version of this game. And the prototype I made later that was the improved version, and then I scrapped it for this. There's lots of footage of this game as it's been developed. A couple thousand hours of footage, I think. I'd say it's my... Basically, yeah, I guess in a way. Because I released an RPG Maker version of this on itch.io that was not good. It took like, it was a couple hours worth of content, but it wasn't that good. It's still available to play on my itch.io if people really hate themselves. But, this will be the first, like, major one that gets released on Steam. Because, you know, it do be like that. Oh, I sold some more thingies, I guess. Weird. Yeah, I have my defunct old game, in case you really hate yourself. From RPG Maker days. Yeah. It was not very good. But Poppet used to have way long hair. I used that hair in Unreal Engine because it was I just had the model list. And you know what? The hair made her look like Cousin It because of all the problems it had. It was so funny to watch. It was so bad. Just absolute garbage. For anyone who's that curious. Oh yeah, I spent a lot of time doing dumb things in RPG Maker I wasn't supposed to be able to do. Here, you can just see the prototype here. I'll just speed it along because I'm not going to... Oh, me talk? I'm not going to watch me talk. Yeah, I played all the little Diablo things like that, had little abilities, things like that. It was... had randomly generated maps. I think there's some later ones like that. You rescued little toys. I added the rescue toys mechanic back in. You still found tarot cards. But it was... And then when you were in the story area, it was like the 2D thing like that. You even had Tinker who wandered around through the paintings. Except for you traveled into the paintings to get to places, and that's how she got to these various things. This was like a prototype, so... Like I say, it had a couple hours to play. I mean, you can still mess with it. Like, I played this one... I beat it in like an hour and 23 minutes for what I had. For this one. I don't think... No, this is prototype 3. This is the last version that got released, so yeah. Had little bosses, had a bunch of abilities and things. It had some simple ideas for certain. And now that should actually be even easier overall in the game because I actually, now that it's... Ugh, I can't listen to myself talk on this. It was the old microphone. It's so bad. I might sound exactly the same as this microphone. I don't know. But a lot of the acting like that. I also had a matching game in there for funsies. She also had the ability to turn into a ghost and fly around, but I think that one's getting taken out. Had save system like that. It was good to go. So for what it was okay. I had fake 3D because RPG Maker doesn't do 3D. Boss thingies. It's really not. I've created all these plugins that let do things like that. See, I'm actually best known for being the head of the community lighting plugin for RPG Maker, which is like the most used plugin, and like the thread for it has like over 100,000 views and everything like that. It's the best free lighting plugin. It's not the best lighting plugin probably, because there's people who have these paid ones that are probably better. I don't know. I've never looked. I don't care. But yeah, but famous in a way that didn't make any money. So it's not a particularly valuable famous. It didn't get me any real followers on, or any subscribers on YouTube or followers on Twitch or anything. So I don't know how valuable it was, but technically I am pretty well known in that regard. Then I ended up making all these plugins. I made like a friggin', you know, sprite system to display all these things like that, because normally the animation system, it couldn't do any of this. Like, none of these things are possible in there. I had everything figured out. I made a memory manager thing, an H-load system. The save system wasn't too bad looking for the setup. I mean, to be fair, I used a plugin for that and make that one on hand. I mean, graphics, sure, but this is all particles displaying things and stuff like that, which again, like they didn't even have built into RPG Maker. I had to set that up. The whole ability to go behind things like this, the shuffling of sprites and stuff, I did all that too. Because this is all fake 3D. Like, I mean, this is all 2D stuff, and I'm just shuffling the sprite. So if it was basically like if her X was greater than the X of the target, then it drew her in front of it. And if her X was, you know, less than the target, it drew her behind it, thus allowing her to basically run circles around things. I used to program JavaScript, so I mean, I do know how to code, like in typing out code. I don't do it anymore because it's slow. Sabotage game for the maker, the best free lighting playing RPG Maker? Yeah. The community for RPG Maker is not very big these days. Probably because they never update their engine. I mean, they let plugin creators create everything for it, so that's what I did. I had a bunch of weird things for it. I had another one that I made it too. Let me find the other one. Well, the one that was... I never finished this game because it turned out to be a dumpster fire, but the game I started with, and then I just kept making bad decision after bad decision. I used to post little videos of what I was working on in these things, so you got kind of an idea of where things were going. Yeah, this is probably about where it would be the most... It's probably not be the most updated here, but... Oh yeah, this is not really the most updated. It gives you the best idea of the gameplay, I believe. So the way this one worked is she made these little, like, you know, pathway thingies behind her. She could also turn into a glowing ball and attack things that way or travel through stuff. But she dragged things along with a little path thingy behind her, and she got these little things that it collected them up. I have a more updated version of this, but she collects these puzzle pieces and tries to race them over to a goal. Well, this thing's disintegrating the world. And you can drag the little, you know, hourglasses over here to reset the timer on this thing. If you run out of, you know, timer thingies before you get all the puzzle pieces, then you're just dead, basically. So it's a pretty fast little game, but again, it's more RPG Maker stuff, and this was an early prototype of that, I believe. And you just do it all the particles and stuff. So you can make these things happen, but there's no reason to do this. That's my explanation. There's no reason to do this in RPG Maker. You could do it in a better engine that was designed for it. Making RPG Maker do this dumb crap, there's no purpose. It's so much slower. It's so bad at what I made it do here. Yeah, you assemble the puzzle and it opens the way to the next area. That was basically the gist of the gameplay loop for the prototype for this thing. And I didn't make all these cool enemies yet. I actually took this mechanic and put it into Poppet Quest as one of the tarot cards. Just as a fun reminder. A little path thingy. I also want to see how well it played out in 3D, and it plays out a little weird to the surprise of, I guess, nobody. But yeah, you can see where the world's being removed by the line there. And I don't think she gets close enough to it to really show it that often. But it led to some interesting things, I guess. Sometimes I go down memory lane, don't mind me. Did I have the later version of it at any point? I think I do, but it's like on the all. I started putting stuff up more recently. Oh yeah, when I got excited because I made all these enemies and everything. So I had all these enemies everywhere. It wasn't very clear. I was trying to have fire and everything here, but you can see it really doesn't come out very well. I was so happy because it glitched or something like that, and it just kept spawning infinite enemies. And at the time, I was having a hard time getting more than like 5 or 6 enemies work because RPG Maker is such a pile of garbage. But my own system was able to, you know, produce so many frames of animation, basically proving that I'm a better programmer than the entire company that made RPG Maker. But Doesn't seem hard. I was wondering if anyone made something in Renpie, Crazy Renpie, that wasn't supposed to be possible. I mean, wouldn't surprise me. As long as you have access to code, you know, you can pretty much do whatever you want. There's no rules, really. Like, that's how I was able to do all these things. Like, nothing on this thing is possible in RPG Maker normally. It's just not. You can't even display the little, like, text like that, you know, on the screen, like, if when you're damaging things. Like, that's not even built into the thing. None of that's possible. But if you have access to code, everything is possible. That's what code's for. There are no rules in the world of code. I guess there are rules for how the code works, but you know, the little particle levels. I remember these. Fake water, because I'm just moving particles around. Yeah. I even added pixel movement to this terrible engine. Oh, wow. It's because I started with the engine. I didn't know anything else, and I was super happy. And I learned how to do all this, you know, coding because of it. So that's why I ended up doing all these things in the first place. But that went down a rabbit hole of wasting a tremendous amount of time for no real valid reason. Because it didn't lead to any game of any value. So, cool, but yay? Thanks. Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, it was never really a finished game. And it costs $100 to release it on Steam, which you only make back if you make like 1,000. But I was unlikely to make 1,000 back because, I mean, it just wasn't. It wasn't a completed game, right? So it's like, pay $100 to lose $100? How about that? Whereas on itch.io, you can just put anything up there for free. It doesn't cost anything, so I just did that. And well, I never put the other one up. The original game I was messing with. It was a dumpster fire. It wasn't very well connected. It went off I originally wrote like a book, and the book was like, I tried to convert it to a game. It didn't work very well. Yeah, but they're never going to buy it initially, was the problem. Like, you're going to get a couple reviews. It's going to suck. I mean, like I say, the RPG Maker Poppet Quest 1 was long enough, but it wasn't good enough. If I invested a huge amount more time, I could have made it good, but it would have taken way longer than just making it in a good engine, right? Because I could have built the same game in Unreal Engine in, like, you know, a few months. What, the RPG Maker one? Like the one that I got rid of, or like the RPG? Are you talking about the one that I threw away and never completed? Or the Poppet Quest one? Like the one I never completed? Like, this is the one I never completed. I figured out how to add shadows to the character too. That's right. Shadows in there. I hadn't figured out how to do the time of day on it, but the RPG Maker's Poppet Quest game is on itch.io. You can just play it for free. It's not good, but no, thanks. The thing is, it takes so long to do this in the engine that it's not worth it. Like, it was taking me forever to pull it off. And I could have just made this same thing there, because I have this model, this character. I don't usually put her in that outfit. Actually, I gave her a different outfit. And then I took that outfit for Poppet because the outfit was very effective. Actually, I think I have a post of her. Yeah. You can't really see her very well in this, can you? Damn. Was the other character from there? I remember I was so excited because this is when I was learning how to make I threw this whole map away. I threw this particular prototype away because it was, again, leading down a rabbit hole of garbage. This poor character and her story just doesn't really work so hot for the game. I have a better vision of her, you can see her. But I had models for all the characters, so I could easily just turn them over to that. Oh. This was a funny bug, I like it. Oh, I was using... Oh, that sucks. You can't really see her very well in this one. Never mind that one. Surely I have a good picture of her. Where she's not covered in... Oh, this is what inspired the 3D Poppet Quest. I was gonna have a tiny world in the other game, and I was like, wait a minute, why don't you just make everything tiny? Or make the character always tiny? So, in the same attic, you know, that with all the assets that was used for the Poppet Quest RPG Maker game, I got to move in 3D. I was so happy at the time. This was back when Unreal 4 for that brief period of time before I had all the health problems I had to stop. So, it was interesting. I didn't keep any of this, but I could make the games into something if I wanted. But again, I would probably just remake them in Unreal Engine. Because they just... The effort to make this happen in there was just so high. And progress was just so slow because of the fact that the engine just wasn't ready to do what I wanted it to do. And it showed. And I guess the end result, it looked kind of cool, but... You know, like I did all this stuff in there too. This was like the game's title screen. I will get the sound playing here and get rid of this other sound, I guess. So I got that working like that. That was the game there. And I was pretty good at getting things to work, but again, it takes so long to happen. And it was like a sunk cost fallacy, because I could easily make this kind of stuff in the other much faster. If I even want to make half this crap. To be fair, this is at least 2D, I suppose. And the other problem was it was in JavaScript, and because of that, it was basically impossible to protect your game from theft. Like, I don't care if someone pirates it. What I don't want is someone taking the game, slamming a different name on it, and releasing it as their own. That was the problem. There was no way to protect it. Because in protecting it, it would make it run so slow that nobody would play it. Like all the little obfuscation code things would just... Because JavaScript compiles on runtime, so it was a big problem. Health problems. I like started in 2019. Messed with RPG Maker for like a year and a half. Had massive health problems for like 2.5 years. I still have health problems, but they were so bad that I stopped doing all game dev and then came back, messed with it a little bit, and then did Unreal Engine for like 2 years. To be fair, I actually briefly messed with Unreal Engine 4 before I had the health problems, or maybe during, for like a month or something. And that's what led to that thing like that, because I was feeling a little better. I started getting like numbness and tingling in my head, arms, and neck. And it just kept going. My blood pressure was like through the roof. Went to the ER a bunch of times. It was just bad. Couldn't move my neck at all. It was like, it just happened out of the blue. Nothing, no particular event caused it that I could ever see. Nobody ever figured out what caused any of it. Nobody even figured out what was wrong. Over time, it got better. Lost some weight. Blood pressure went down. There are a couple, like some disc bulges in my neck, but they said they couldn't have caused those problems. And even now I have health problems. Like you'll see, I won't stream certain days out of the week because I just have health problems. But kind of used to it. Now it's kind of like pain that moves around and everything like that. Lately I've been feeling like I'm on fire for no apparent reason. It's just life. I don't appreciate it. I'm kind of just used to it at this point. This is kind of my life now. It's been going on for like 5 years. It happened like the first time it showed up was like August 30th in 2020. And no, it's not from the vax because I didn't take the vax, so it can't be from that. And it's you know, I hadn't had COVID at that point, so it's not from COVID. So there are people like, well, it's those. It's not. 100% it's not those. Not saying those couldn't cause problems. They didn't cause mine. Having weird health problems for about 4 years. It sucks. Sorry to hear that. You're not supposed to copy me in that regard. You're supposed to, you know, copy me in my game dev regard. You know, try to be the game dev like I am and not the health problem that I am. Boy, a little secret. That's a much better plan than the other one. The other one, it's a terrible plan. See, good plan, terrible plan. Hear me out. Go with the good one. Ignore the bad one. Yeah. Doctors are basically worthless. I should probably sit down with an AI and ask it. At least the AI is more likely to figure it out. Lately, I've been having trouble walking places. Like, I start to feel like a weak, like almost like I'm going to fall over. And then I don't fall over. I've never fallen over yet, but I sure feel like it's going to happen all the time. I have to sit down. I'm like, cool, great. That's been going on for like the last, since January. Why? Don't know. It just is. Even today, I was like walking around and I was like, I'm gonna sit now for a while. Suddenly, my legs are just like tingling like crazy. Like it's like you've slept on the a limb and the limb's waking up, but it just never stops. It just never truly wakes up. But they told me that, you know, when it comes to like basically they call it neuropathy, that with like things like pinched nerves, as you heal, it starts with like, you know, being numb first, and then it starts to tingle. And then eventually it's pain, and then after that you're healed. So pain and like the tingling is actually probably a good thing, even if it sucks and it's very distracting. Yes, yeah, one thing says POTS might be. At this point, I think AI is a better doctor than doctors. I'm not saying the AI is a good doctor. I'm just saying doctors pretty much suck. I remain unimpressed. After 5 years of them, I am very unimpressed. Yes. Yes, indeed. Zero out of 10. Not impressed. Not impressed at all. I need to reduce the timer on this somewhere. I think it just goes to there. There, the Emperor player character sites just feel like it lays on there. Insurance single as well. Are we then turn into neuropathy? Hopefully not. I found so far there's only 2 things that have actually helped at all, and one I can't afford anymore. Deep tissue massage helps a lot. Unfortunately, it's like $80 per hour. They keep raising the prices, and all the health problems have kind of hurt my funds. When I started this game, I actually had like 6 figures in assets and like 12K just sitting in the bank in liquid cash, and I was ready to make this game with a lot of cash on hand. Or when I first started my game dev career. Guess who doesn't have those after 5 years of the American medical system? That's right. Me, if you didn't guess. I don't have those anymore. Oh, yeah, B12 check. That got checked right at the start. If it had been that simple, they would have solved it. I've had my head MRI, my neck MRI, my lower back MRI, my kidneys MRI. Not my chest yet. I'm still working on getting that one, I guess. You know. I've been to physical therapy multiple times. Physical therapy did help to a point one time. The other time the guy was really bad and it just hurt me more. So it was very hit or miss. Like, well, you could go, but hear me out. You could also not go. I was going getting deep tissue massage to make up for the damage they were causing. I get it like every single time afterwards. It's very expensive. It's like, here's 8 free trips to physical therapy, and then go pay like, you know, $560 for your deep tissue massages afterwards to make up for the physical therapy. But now I make the big bucks streaming, so I don't have to worry about it. I don't make the big bucks streaming. I'm completely lying, by the way. It's just not making the big bucks. I think I average something along the lines of 34 cents an hour streaming, so not making the big bucks. But I fixed that problem now. She doesn't jump as far. That's kind of my big problem there. Yeah, she jumped a little bit. She got a double jump out of that. EEG was abnormal? No. You had your heart checked yet? I had those checks done, the heart checks. Oh man. Let me tell you about how fun that was. They gave me like some little thing to wear off my chest, a little metal thing, so I felt like Iron Man for a while, and I wasn't allowed to get it wet. So for an entire 2 weeks, I had to like tape like a baggie over it to take a shower and everything. It was really weird. And every time I thought there was a problem, I pushed the button, and afterwards they're like, "Hey man, every time you push the button, nothing happened. It was fine." I passed all those checks with flying colors. I was like, talked to a neurologist too. Neurologist was like, "Nothing neurological can cause these problems. Go away." The doctor's like, "I don't even know anymore." I'm like, me neither, buddy. So I probably should ask an AI. An AI might have an answer. Just recently got tested for like STDs to see if I mysteriously had an STD that, because some of them STDs could cause it, and I could have had it for a long time, never known. I mean, I don't have any of them, but I recently had that checked because I was like, actually asked an AI, I was like, what could cause these things? And that was the only thing it came up with. But maybe I should try to be a little more, ask the AI again, maybe it'll get better. They're like, well, these could cause it. No. Nope, I've been tested for that too. So the only things I know is that I have some disc bulges in my neck, and also there's a commercial going on. Fantastic. I don't know what you last heard. That should fix the Emperor problem. That fixes this issue. I don't know why this doesn't want to reactivate this button control thingy. Fixing the bugs. Fixing the bugs. Unless it's just not loading. But the other one loads in the whole time, so it doesn't make any sense. Clean the mess. Clean the mess. Yeah. Back on. So yeah, my heart was mostly normal, but slightly abnormal. They wanted me to get the radiation injection thing. I was too scared. Radiation injection? What? They inject radiation? Wait, what? What are we talking here? That sounds extreme. I know they did when they checked my heart for things. They were just like, they did the Iron Man thing, and then they had me lay on my side. Then they had this lady basically sit there and just, well, the side of it, and just sit there, and they smeared weird gel on there, and then just did this scanning thing and checked everything. I got to watch as she looked at all of the stuff inside my, heart and everything like that, because I could see the screen. So I was like, cool, great. And then they did a stress test. So they're like, get on that treadmill, sucker. Get to work. And I'm like, all right. It's all flying colors. Stress test, they inject you with radioactive particles and amphetamines and scan your veins. This sounds like a horrible test. Sounds like it does more damage than good. You have a little radioactive particles and some amphetamines, it'll be fine. Glad I got the test I got, not the one you were offering you. The one offering you sounds terrible. Hear me out. I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it at all. How does this not check? I didn't change this code at all, so maybe if I didn't do it, yeah. Sometimes I think they just want to see if you're willing to agree to be a test dummy. I really think that's just true. I think that a lot of stuff is just exactly that, and they just don't even care. They're just like, are they dumb enough to agree to this ridiculous thing that we just want to test on someone? Yeah. Hell yes. Well, you just do you, buddy. And then they just kind of don't. I'm not sure on this one. I'll have to double check it. Let's do a quick test here. Life sucks, too many potential problems? That's fair. But listen, once we load the other areas out in space, there'll be plenty of potential attractive problems out there for us to find, right? Infinite universe. Therefore, infinite, you know, attractive problems out there. Read as hot alien life forms. Gotta look at the good and the bad, right? Gotta have both. Why am I so bad at my own game? So I hit these. Well, they're just not popping back up in general. They just borked. You're just not sending the info back, huh? Upload your brain to a mortal world body? Hell yeah. I'll be first in line for that. Humanity is overrated. I got enough health problems right now. The answer is yes. The answer is most certainly yes. This kill cube is not returning activated. Why? At this point, gosh, things have been going on so long that I just accept it now. It sucks, but I just kind of accept it. It would be nice if it would stop having all those problems though, like if I could be a little healthy again. At least for a little while. Like, hear me out, just a little while, you know? I assume it's just not loading these in. Well, never mind. It doesn't ever get them all. I just literally tell it what the actors are. Why? Hmm. Yeah, pretty much. The fact that he can't figure it out, it's been going on for so long, it's just like, I don't know. I just kind of try to continue what I'm doing. Walking usually helps, though. I admit the feeling like I'm falling over thing is becoming less, not very nice. But today I've felt much better than I did other days. Like right now, just my legs have some issues at the moment. It sucks in my arms. It's how they have issues, and I'm all trying to code. It's like can't feel what I'm actually hitting. Where do I define these? No, it's more like weakness, not dizziness. Doctor wanted to be like, maybe it's neurological. I'm like, it's not neurological. I know because the neurologist said it's not neurological. He says it's probably something systemic because, a neurological thing wouldn't cause like shifting issues across the body. But it's not my heart. Because I had him check. And it's not a disease that I found if I have one. And then I've checked, I had my entire spine checked except for my chest here, right? So I need to have this part checked. Not constantly. I mean, there used to be like when I first started, it would go for like weeks, but then now it's like, it'll be like, 10, 20, 30 minutes, maybe an hour or something, they'll be numb. They ain't really numb anymore. They usually just have like more like pain and tingling now at this point. I don't get a lot of numbness anymore. And it just shifts around. It could be anywhere. Arms, legs, head, whichever. I think my thighs have been having problems, but my calves don't have problems right now. Just the thighs. Weird. There's no rhyme or reason. It could be like, okay, well, my right foot is upset and my left thigh is upset, and then for some reason my right hand is now upset. Hey. That's what's so annoyingly random about it. This is why I'm setting the puzzle actors thing, I think, right? Yeah, right here. Alright. That's just it. I've been MRI'd everywhere except my chest, so... Well, I guess I haven't had my legs MRI'd, but, I mean... They've hit, like, everywhere, so I'm like, very confused here. Walking makes me feel better. For whatever reason, drinking tea makes me feel worse. Maybe it's just caffeine. The doctor's like, your body's weird. I was like, I guess so. I guess so. Does she just never end this popping on button check here? I gotta figure out how I have this set up. I don't know if they have or not. Because I don't think that even causes neuropathy. Or at least it wasn't on the list of things that cause it. Okay, can I? Oh, no, those are connected there. Button overlap works, so it's kind of a... Yeah. Oops. But basically, we went down the entire list of everything that was suggested by WebMD and checked everything there, and they was like, nope. I'm like, cool, great, neat. What now? He's like, don't know. I'm like, oh, I see. That's unfortunate. I need information here. I can't solve this problem just by looking at it. So I'm just adding in lots of print thingies. Well, they didn't check for it because it's not listed as a thing that can cause it. So but I also don't even know if the test would have technically checked for it already, for all I know. Ida. Maybe. Oh yeah. But like a lot of it's when I haven't been able to do as much work. Like my business didn't do very hot during the time because of the fact that, well, it's pretty hard to work when you can't even really walk or anything like that. So it did really hurt my business quite a bit. Was not good. Not good at all. So it cost me a lot of money. I do have insurance. It's terrible because it does cover stuff, but the doctors are trash, so due to them being trash, you just kind of hope that they figure it out. They probably won't. But basically, we just ran down every test of what it supposedly could be, what could cause neuropathy, essentially. And autoimmune was not on there. And getting my insurance to test for something that they can't prove is on there, or it can't prove something, is very tough. Like, so that was kind of an issue. It's like, well, maybe. It took them 8 months to MRI my neck when I couldn't even move it. So, I mean, you know, if it takes them that long to do that, that's to tell you what it's like. I think it's I just lacked any of the other symptoms of an autoimmune disease. Like, you know, I mean, I get sick and get over it just fine. All my, you know, blood pressure's fine. You know, everything's just fine. You know, there's no, I don't have any other symptoms of it. I know a guy who had an autoimmune disease and dude got chicken pox and ended up freaking in a coma. I was like, meanwhile, I just kicked COVID, you know, in the nuts in like 3 days. I was like, what's this wimpy flu you talking about here, buddy? 2 days laying in bed going, not even the worst sickness I ever had. Third day of cleaning the house because I was so bored. I was like, terrible. So the busy actors is never emptying. So it's looking for all those, and then wait, all actors with tags should just be the Empress pool. Do the other ones have the Empress pool in it? this the problem? Is this the code works and it's just you have the tag on here? Safari Deep Pool. Cartoon Water Empress Pool. Maybe the Cartoon Water's broken, and then there's a waterfall one too. I think it's the Cartoon Water that's broken. Well, poor blood flow. Like if your blood's not getting throughout your body, then, you know, your limbs can go numb. So if you have, like, you know, messed up veins and things like that, you know. So it can cause neuropathy, but it's because I went to the ER and the ER is just like, you should have your heart checked out. They gave me an emergency referral to the heart specialist. It took them 4 months to see me, by the way. The emergency people, the heart people, from an emergency, from an ER, you know, referral. It's crazy to me. Why aren't you returning puzzle ready? Something seems really off here, because this worked before. I admit I'm kind of derping along with it, not actually working as hard as I probably could on it. Our wait times are nuts. It's not the best. The other one should have a, well, I guess I can add a ready counter to it anyway. I think I already had one, right? This makes very little sense. I guess I added in a second set of water to look better. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm better off than I was. When I first started, I could barely walk, you know, 1,000 steps a day, and it was dead at the rest all the time. Now I can walk like 10,000 steps, and it's not a big deal. I mean, sometimes the weakness makes me want to sit down, but I still managed to walk these big distances in a day by comparison, so that's nice. Waterfall's ready, that one's ready. Why does it say the length is 1? Oh, I have an idea. This track, I don't know about it. I'm saying there was like only one left. Puzzle ready. I think there's an extra thing here I didn't do. Interface here. Pretty certain this is it. I created this new water thing so it looks better than the others because it's I was gonna make it so stuff could float on it, but it's kind of got its problems. It's not probably not good, but it's over the other water. It just moves at the same time because it just looks better. I think that the interface I had set up, I forgot to report add the interface to that one. We'll see. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Sure, they're all there. Back to 1. There. Pops up. Ah. Now it should be down 1. That true? Sure is. Did you see that? He just bit me out of nowhere. What a jerk. Let's go with the other button just for funsies. Then we go jump through the mat, through the painting, and then jump back. Painting's not very deep, so I didn't really account for the wings. Can you get out of bounds? You can try. There's kill zones around the thing. I know this one's not set up correctly because it's like not even remotely game ready, but I'm gonna write it down like that. If the chariot is active and going through a painting, it'll be in their animation, but the chariot doesn't show. Oh. Yeah, there's like kill zones outside of the building, so if you jump out of the building, you'll just die. Here you can fly all you want, but eventually you end up in the darkness and you'll run out of power and die off. Well, currently there's no flying cost, I believe, but guess there's not really much in the way of out of bounds in the painting room. Alright, let's check and see where the painting is at. I'll paint where the water level's at. You did not update. I'm gonna put it down 1 because of the fact that actually we'll see. I'll hit the other one and see if it goes down 2 or not. Actually, I'll just hit it again. See if it's just not checking. Yeah, it's just not checking because both of them are still active. It's just that it's not running the initial. What a weird noise. Some of these music tracks are a little garbage in these packs they give me, you know? Hear me out. So the issue now is, I'm assuming you're the one that doesn't check the cartoon water, because I'm sure the other one works. And it's probably just an event begin play problem. Never do the code twice if you don't have to. I don't know, I'm exposing it on spawn, but I'll just do it anyway because I'm being lazy. And then down here, this way basically just runs the puzzle code at the start to check and see if it needs to move itself or not. When you switch maps, you have to do this, otherwise it doesn't remember where it was at. You have to tell it. Because every single actor is whatever its default is. Information's not maintained. I used to use the hangman to get up here, but nah. This kind of sticks out a lot, right? No, it's fine. Alright. Looks good. We're whizzing along. It's all kinds of fun. Woo. I gotta fix the chariot to be better than it is. I'll also have to give the chariot some kind of attack or something, maybe. If I want attack, flying attacks or not. I might. The level of excitement that is involved with running a test, we have to switch maps. I'm pretty certain this was just a problem. Apparently switching to the map screws it up again. I don't know. If I re-equip it, it would be fine. Didn't run. Do you not have the tarot cards? I think I'm dead. And it's waiting for me to stop. But I can't stop because of that. But I think it didn't give me the tarot cards. Yeah, she died. But it shows me having the tarot cards.
Why don't I dodge?
But it's like you have the tarot cards. Okay. Right. And I can't truly fly either, so I don't really have them. Right, re-equip them I do, right? No. Wow. Yeah, so it's like it doesn't equip them again. It's not saving information now? Jesus. There's so much wrong with what's going on here. Oops. That's not what I want. What this one? I want to test something here. I want to see if it's this one or that one. Like, you know, which one is causing the problem. You said where you can't be moved. I knew this is going to create a lot of bugs, and it's basically just going to be bug fix city, but yeah. Yeah, thanks, Abby. I'm gonna stand up and walk on a little bit just because my legs hate when I sit too much. See a previous statement about health problems. Where it's like, why would you do this? I'm like, I don't know. It's like, well, you should hate yourself for doing that. I'm like, okay. I dropped off all funny. Both of them work, right? I want to check before I take the little break, but he knows an ad running. I want to see what it looks like. Hmm. See if the code is wrong on just one or the other. Oh, it's working now. I was able to just use it, so that's good. Yeah, okay, so the code's correct on that one. It's this one that has the wrong code. Good to know. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I'm gonna leave this up there. People can stare at the sky for a second. There's a moon. I'll be right back. Onward. So. Now I know this thing is the culprit as far as not moving. We can examine it more closely to see why it is, in fact, not cool like this one. Oh. I'm pretty certain it's because I'm a goofball. I gave it the option for has a puzzle, right? And then I didn't ever check it. Also, while I'm at it, I'm going to check the one over here. I think those are... No, there's 3 of them. Okay. That counts as a safari room? Really? No, it does not seem correct. It seems like it should be... the Sunken Depths room. Always want to be a game dev? No. Not at all. Let me tell you of a time back in the 90s, because I'm old, where I picked up a PlayStation copy of RPG Maker, a recurring theme, read the back of it, laughed at anyone who would be stupid enough in their right mind to do that, a little memory card for a PlayStation, and put it back and rented something else. Welcome to I mean, if I could have put it on the, like, if the internet had been a thing at the time, it would have been a different world, probably, but I wasn't interested in game making until much later in life. Yes, it was on the PlayStation. Imagine, if you will, sitting there having to use a PlayStation controller to input all the code for every little thing just to save it on your dumb little memory card that you have absolutely no way to really share with anyone in the world except your friend you happen to go over their house and they play your game. Doesn't that sound amazing? And somehow RPG Maker didn't go out of business on the spot. I would have lost that bet 100%. Around college, I was kind of interested in programming, but then I had 2 really trash programming teachers who made me hate programming. Went from loving the concept of like doing computer stuff and everything like that, computer science, everything, to just not ending up doing it. One, because he was drunk all the time, so he would never show up to class, so we never learned anything. He'd get drunk in like the lab across the way or something, or be in his office and just never show up. He got fired the next year. And then the other guy, who he let some dude basically sidetrack the class forever, and by the end of the class we ended up doing the final on the first chapter of the book. And you might think, oh, you just go to, like, you know, the dean of, like, you know, the computer sciences thing, right? You know, the head of that was the head of it. I even, you know, raised my hands. I was like, hey guys, you know, maybe he should get the tutoring. He's like, no, we can't leave anyone behind. And I was like, but we're not getting anywhere. But I went to college when I was like 17 at the time, so it's not like I could really put many waves out there, you know? Ever since I was a kid, I would play games, get bored, and think I could make a better game. Well, now's your chance. There's a wonderful thing where you can literally make anything you want. Like, you just have the ability to make anything you would ever desire. And if you want a mechanic, it's yours to make. So that you can make the game you want. Now you, yeah. And it's really cool to see, like, you know, the ability to, because when I first started, I didn't even know what a variable was. I could barely make anything, you know, because again, my computer science thing, which consisted of those 2 classes, which never went anywhere because they didn't teach me anything. So rightfully, this was the same year. I was like, wow, this is terrible. Playing Unreal off and on, but I'm so lazy and get burned out easily. Well, that's fair. You know, sometimes it's really just about having something that drives you. You know, something that makes you, like a dream you want to fulfill or something, or just, you know, something you've always wanted to have make. Just really a motivation, and, you know, the form of just a dream, if anything. Because, you know, people who just show up there with the thing that they want, the dream to do it, you know, like a dream that they want to fulfill, and like the will to do it will make the game. And a lot of people, like everyone shows up, like especially with RPG Maker, but just in general, everyone shows up with a dream of some sort of game they're going to make, but not everyone shows up with the will to make it. So it's not about the best dream, it's about the most will to make it happen. Be Thanos. Find the will to do it, you know? The will to do what others wouldn't. When I came over, that's how hard it was and lost motivation. That's fair. Basically, I'll tell you the thing that I tell everybody, that I should probably make a video of it, to be completely honest. But here's what you should do. You've shown up to the game dev world. You've always wanted to make a particular game. You've been inspired by a specific game. Okay. Open up that game. Go to the credits section of the game. Play the credits. And then count every single person involved with that game. Everyone. Then, when you get to the end, ask yourself if you are equal to that many people. Maybe you're equal to 2 industry professionals. Maybe 3. I used Alice Madness Returns as my example game at the time, because I used the art as an inspiration. 111 people made that game, by the way. Guess who's not equal to 111 people? Me. That's right. Alice Madness Returns was one of the heavy inspirations for the art of this game, even though it's not a new game, it's an old game. But it had a real cool look to it. I guess I could load up a video of it a second after this test. I was thinking of playing it on stream at some point just for funsies. This game inspired me there. But not the gameplay mechanics. The gameplay mechanics are just, you know, third-person platformer. No inspiration at all from that, but... Apparently I'm just flying out, whatever. It's fine, don't worry about it. This test is not to fix that. This test is to make certain that is fixed. Perfect. That was what I was looking for. I already know the tray. It's not correctly programmed. Okay. Let me show you Alice Madness Returns. I guess sound is okay, right? Maybe. Apparently I was just watching this at some point. Let's see if I get ruined by this. See if I get the weird world there. Because, I mean, playing the game on stream has to be okay because... Oh yeah, like they had the little thing where you shrunk when you did that. Can I make the thing better looking? Auto awful? Tell me there's someone who didn't play in awful mode. Play it through? Well, we'll just watch the teaser trailer for you. This doesn't even look like the game as it was. Oh. That's not even accurate. That's like really old. Launch trailer. All the cutscenes. Playthrough. I just want something that was recent. There we go. I say you're relying on a lot of procedural content generation, so I have to make all the content. And that's fair. The procedural content is often it's really easy to get bored of it because it's hard to make it interesting because it's not particularly like when you make random things, it's often more samey than you think because it's really hard to make something that's a really unique experience when everything is just randomly dropped in place. Like you can't have really complicated stories like that. You can break it into little chunks that you drop in order and like that, and that works. But other than that, you can't really. It's difficult to make anything that's particularly unique each playthrough, you know. So replayability wasn't that great. That's what I learned with my own thing. But yeah, I use this game as its bizarre, weird worlds as a something of an inspiration.
Never have more fun alone than when I rode the big slide in Hyde Park. Papa will take you soon, Alice.
Read some of the later areas. Some of the areas are kind of neat to look at. I mean, it's an old game. The game's like, I think, 12 years old or something like that. So it's not like it's going to be the most beautiful thing in the world, but it's just had weird visuals to it that made it interesting. Very Silent Hill there. The farther in you get, the more imaginative it gets. This is Hatter's Domain. And the idea is for the way that things have like the weird monstrosities with like faces on them. I mean, mine are much more mechanical, and theirs are weird goop, of course. Maybe procedural fun, probably fell. I spent a lot of time trying to do it, and it was way harder than you think. Because I was really excited by randomly generation. They did stuff before. And then I put it to the test, and I discovered that when people reviewed it, they just said it basically felt the same. So that was the big problem, is it turned out to be not as fun as you might think. But yeah, the weirdness of this world was pretty cool. So I was very excited to other levels are more varied in what they are. And I imagine it would be much cooler if they redid it, but I don't think they're ever going to do that. Looted depths. But I'm not going to do cutscenes. So they spent millions of dollars making this game, so I ain't doing that. Oriental Grove area. Let's see the city parts.
There's no time to waste. There's no time at all.
Or like the tiny things like this. Other ideas like that. I really want to make an area like the last area. Not this one. This little Queen's place. It's basically just a messed up version of Alice in Wonderland. So if you've never seen it, that's essentially what this is. Things like the hobby horse, giant big weapon like that. There's a lot of ideas that I came up with that were, you know, inspired by it. Oh yeah, playing chess with her, sure. Creepy card thingies. Just kind of jumping ahead though, because I'm probably gonna play it on stream, like I said, at some point, just for funsies, just to say, you know, I played the game that inspired me. Yep, stomping on people. I wanted to have this in my own game. Yeah, 111 devs. I'm inspired by things, so I'm not gonna have all the stuff that they did. I can make a lot of stuff, but there's things that I have to take as many shortcuts as I can. There's just certain things that can never be, like I can't have all custom made assets by myself because it would never get done. I don't have weird tentacle crap like this stuff. I don't have... They have so many unique models I don't got. But yeah, the weird, like, reality things like that. The insane asylum and stuff. It's kind of a screwed up story. Very horror-esque.
If it isn't what's her name from the idiot's ward.
Yeah, it's Alice. Uncle Chrysler.
Like, this kind of stuff I would cut out, because this kind of stuff takes a long time.
It gives the troubles more space.
And
Thing for your stone of madness. Good
I don't
too, no doubt.
have that time.
You must be as sick of those as I am hearing you whinge about 'em.
What's that cowardly thing that they didn't bother to impale her head with that? They should have. But I noticed how they had, like, you know, screws going through the ceiling to imply all that and everything like that. I mean, these kinds of things I would leave out. So, conceptual stuff. I like the weird toys.
The way is clearly marked.
I would kill for toys like these.
I know that way, and I'd rather not travel further along it.
He's here, you dimwit. Get inside.
Yeah, the doll area is the best area. It's so much cooler than everywhere else. Like, I would kill for this stuff. But I'll have that. Custom assets, yo. But like, say, millions of dollars and 111 people. Sure, it was made like 12 years ago, but... Oh, Batman Arkham Asylum's like, what, 10 years old or something? But I'm still not equal to that many people. I don't care how cool Unreal Engine 5 is. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that kind of stuff. I thought of having weird puzzle cubes like that. So I might borrow some weird ideas from these other areas, like this conceptual designs that are interesting. But I don't quite have the same thing they do. Maybe I'll play through it and see some other ideas that are interesting, but I'm known for taking ideas from other games and turning them into my own kind of idea. Like, it's not the same idea, but something inspired by. Yeah, there you go. See, a lot of people say it reminds it of it, and that's exactly why. It's just that theirs is, like mine's a Metroidvania. Yeah. It's mostly the cutscenes that I can't really implement. Like, I can probably do a lot of stuff, but even then, you'd be surprised. Certain things are... There's stuff that's just there that I'm clearly not going to do. Like, the tool starts falling apart as you start hitting it. I don't have any of that. So there's extra stuff that's really hard to do. But... they don't have as many abilities as I do. They don't have the various progression stuff that I do. They don't have the backtracking. It's literally just a level-based platformer where you're just like, this world, this world, this world. But it was... had some neat art. I really liked the art. And you finally get rid of all this crap. So the plan is, you know, some of the ideas were kind of cool in that, man. You know, I took an idea from like the smaller thing like that, where she shrinks whenever she drinks the water. Except for my character is just always tiny. But I made little tents when you go inside and that, you know, you're tiny, like you're large and everything in there is tiny just to mess with you. So you kind of get the same feel, but it's not the same effect. But I appreciate that you think my game is on the level with it. Or close, I should say. Close indeed. Yes. The chariot just needs to be set up differently. This got fixed too. So really it's just this one bug is the last one that's currently there. Oh yeah. Patrick insta died. Why did Patrick inside? Maybe a couple hours ago, I assume it took 11. I mean, maybe. It's really that I've taken a lot of shortcuts, and if there's any point where I can take a shortcut, I often do. Like, I use a lot of free assets that are made. I'm willing to tweak things and change stuff around, and I do make some custom assets for the game. But usually they're simple assets, so I don't have to... the building things stuff, you know, things that I need to be unique. Some of the weapons, some of the enemies, some of the characters I made, but I didn't make everything because I want the game to get finished. He insta-died last time, but I appreciate it. I like to think that I'm 111 devs with health problems. 600 health it says, but then I hit him last time, he just instant died. And that is the problem. Why? Why indeed? But I figure if I can, you know, emulate the games from like, you know, 10 years ago or so, or 12 years ago, when people thought games were actually great, because a lot of the new games, people always say the AAA games are trash now. Why don't I emulate the good times? I also don't like realistic games. I like games that have a style. Because if your game looks realistic, then it looks like outside. Like, there's no way to differentiate your game from another game as far as the style goes. It's just like, okay, well, you're a unique character, but it looks like you're outside. And that's kind of lame. Unless the script target damaged. Oh, I have a specialized print string for this one. This is really mandatory, but which one I connect to? Oh, actually, also while we're at it. I don't know why this number would be different, but here we are. John, how long it takes to make a game? Oh, yeah. Like, I can make a prototype really fast for a game, but the polish that makes the game good, all the extra stuff, takes a long time. However long you think it takes to make a game, you should probably triple that time. You want a game that, like, looks like what I'm trying to make here? I already think it's probably a 4 to 5 year game, and here I foolishly was like, originally think I could do it in less than 2, but I'm not immune to delusion, okay? Like, I'm not particularly experienced in this either, so, you know, I'm here to make a lot of mistakes, but people also get to watch me make them, so maybe you learn from it. I don't know. How much damage you gonna take, buddy? He did 24, but he had 0 health apparently. I see. That's awkward. Making a game is like playing a slot machine, but instead of inserting money, you insert years of time and effort. Exactly. But it's not as much of a slot machine as you think. A lot of people like to say that, but they also crap out the same game over and over and over. And it's like a garbage version of another game. There's nothing unique. They don't bring anything new to the table. They just expect it to work because they made it. And it's like, well, if this game already exists and someone did it better, how many times can people make the same game but worse and have it do well? A lot of devs I see do exactly that. It's kind of a joke on the Discords, because I'm in a lot of, you know, game dev Discords, where people show up there and they have their character running through the woods and they're talking about making their Souls game, but their Souls game is like, you know, got boring encounters. They're literally just in the woods, which you can make an open world wood scene in like 10-15 minutes. It looks great in Unreal Engine because it's just designed to do that. But they have no gameplay. They have no content or nothing. They're just like, well, I finally managed to program these systems. Systems don't make a game. Content makes a game. You can buy pre-made systems that do exactly that. You can buy pre-made Souls systems, so that's like the whole Souls game. And then you just add in content. You can do that. There's lots of them on the market. But having the systems means you're basically at square one. You haven't done anything yet. You haven't made a game. There's no content. That's what I thought too. But I saw a guy made a game I considered genuinely good and it flopped. I got scared. Well, I mean, did everyone consider it genuinely good? Is I guess my first question. The other thing you got to realize is you do have to tell people about it. Like, just because you made a game and put it on Steam, Steam does not advertise your game. Nah, man. Nah. You might get a couple wish lists off Steam if you're lucky, but Steam is just like every other platform out there. The more traffic you bring to it, the more Steam rewards you with additional traffic. Steam wants wish lists, and there's a lot of games out there, so to be above the noise, you do have to advertise. Yeah, exactly. Your game's going to fail if that's what you do. If you just put it on Steam, your game fails. That's it. Your game will never succeed doing that. We're long past the day and age where putting a game on Steam has any value for advertising purposes. You got to run like play tests, like public play tests. You got to get a demo going. You got to build wish lists by going to social media and stuff. You got to advertise your stuff. And if you don't have money, then you got to put in the legwork there too. And making a game is difficult. It takes a lot of time and effort. Like, it's I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Because that would be stupid to pretend otherwise. And I'm not even successful at it yet. So, I mean, hey, you know, I'm just saying. Huh. I'm going to have to, I'll let people know how it goes. I put this up like August, I think early August. And I have 99 wish lists now. And I just recently started posting every day on X too. Like every time they have the little thing saying, you know, the reply with your game, I'm doing it. Since then, I've gained 5 wish lists off doing that. And thanks to the 2 new people, you know, for wish listing, of course. There's also 7 people with no friends. Nobody likes them, not even their mothers. Just saying. If you get one more, it could be like, hey, I got 100 wish lists. Hell yeah. But I think for this game to be successful, it needs to have about 10,000 for the amount of time I do it. Looking at the posting on Reddit, what can you do really, Frankie? Well, first off, I wouldn't post on Reddit. Okay, well, if I had some magical crystal ball to explain how marketing was successful for games, I would probably sell it to the highest bidder. For people keeping track, I probably would, because there is no 100% successful method. There's things you can do that help. One of the things I'm doing, you're seeing it right now, I'm building the game while people get to watch and talking to people and building a fan base. It's slow going, for certain, but it does give me, you know, something. People get eyes on the game, they watch what I'm making, they get behind the story, so that helps. I'm currently posting on X, and every time they have like various post thingies that say, you know, like Screenshot Saturday or like Showcase Sunday or whatever, and every time there's one of them, I just post my thing and respond back to everyone who asks. Again and again and again and again and again. And you get the picture. Like I respond back over and over and over and over and over and over. I do this for every one of them. So that's the thing that I do now. Why don't I like Reddit? I don't think anyone uses Reddit anymore. They've lost all their traffic. It's really stupid. They just lost all their traffic. Like, most of the time, if you post in a community that's not one you're actively in all the time, then they just call it spam. And nobody cares. If you post in game dev ones, then you're advertising to game devs, which makes no sense because game devs aren't the ones buying your game. That's the worst people to advertise to. Like, I'm okay advertising for game devs just because you might come watch. So I have an initial angle that normal people don't, but at the same time, it's not that great. But anywhere you can get eyes on your game is worth it. I mean, hey, you know, if you're getting eyes on it on Reddit, freaking do it. YouTube videos about your game can help. Play tests, because you can literally like do a play test like on your game, like open play tests and things like that, or even like secret play tests through Steam, and you can get people doing like that. And your demo obviously has to be another one too. You also need to like give your game or your demo to like as many like Twitch streamers and YouTubers as possible, just content creators. Try to market to all of them. Stuff. It's a real job. Back in the day, it's like quite a few indie games go about on Reddit. Maybe it's changed. Yeah, well, back in the day is a long time. Like, how many years are we talking? The internet changes real fast, you know? Never forget that, you know, only a handful of years ago, Twitter became X. And the whole, like, thing shifted. Right? And the market's much more flooded now. So, you know, there's a lot going on, but the problem with Reddit is they basically decided that they were on one side of a political spectrum and then banned everybody who wasn't on that side of the political spectrum. Kind of a problem. That was most people. They're like, oh, he's banned everybody. Okay, well, goes your traffic. Somewhere I'm setting this information up. And not including the rest of the information. The set members shouldn't screw it up because it works for everyone else. Says there's an ad break running, so I was just waiting to respond back for any ad break. Because you never know. Hey, home, Victor. Lurking? Nice, nice. Oh, things are going good. I'm just solving bugs and chatting. Going over all kinds of stuff with the, what I've learned from game dev and what I have observed versus, what's reality. I'm up to 99 wish list now. I just need one more to get to the 100. Then I can be like, Mark Gamer has 100 wish lists as my, you know, stream title. Just saying. Looking forward to it. Thought TikTok and shorts would be good for marketing, but it seemed to really seem from it. It can be. Like, I'm posting shorts and I do get views from it, but I don't know if it actually converts. But anywhere you get views is worth something, right? Like, I mean, you get eyes on your game. Be prepared to advertise every day you can, because every day you advertise is just more chances that people will look at your game. But you're not going to get a lot of wish lists until your game has something people can play. So the play tests will probably help a lot. Because you can have unlimited play tests and they act like demos as far as Steam sending you traffic. So you want to do play tests on Steam if you can. I mean, I don't know why you can't, but yeah. So I recommend that. One of the marketing gurus for Steam was talking about that, and I was like, that's great because it cost me $0 and people might be able to help me out, you know? City members instruct. I wonder what the problem is here. But yeah, so far shorts are not very good for my game because of the fact that it's not really set up for that particular aspect ratio. So it's pretty bad for me. I would say. But I think Spawned In doesn't have a level option for him, so he maybe has no health. That might be the problem. But yeah, doing good on the wish list. For a game that's not out yet, the fact that almost 100 people are excited by it says a lot. Very happy about that. I don't keep reporting to people what works and what doesn't. I decided to pay the $8 on X so I can get the boosted replies. I figured out what boosted replies really are, and I think they have value as a game dev, because every time there's one of those screenshot Saturday posts, the boosted reply people get put to the top of those. It's like you're against all the other people who paid versus all the people who didn't. So just because there's 60 replies to it, because I replied to it, I'm now at the top if nobody else has boosted replies. So there's value there. How much value? Yeah, it looks like it's just like 0 on Spawned In, so he has 0 health. This system doesn't account for the Spawned In thing. And again, we didn't publish it until I use the wish list. Oh yeah, like you have to make a Steam page because you can't get wish list to have a Steam page, which means you have to give them $100 right off the bat. Like, assume you got to pay Steam $100. The same is true for Epic. You can put them on itch.io, but you can't get wishlist for Steam otherwise. So you pay your $100 out, you make your thing like that, and then they have the requirements to get a store page up. And you fill all that crap out. Get as much as you can there to try to make it look as good as you can. You know, I mean, you got what you got. You want to get it as early as possible because you can't get wishlist if you don't have it, so you want it quickly. And then you have to submit your game for publishing when you want to publish it. You could literally leave your Steam page up forever. Thomas Brush didn't put his demo up for like 4 years or something for his game, and he's not even finished with it yet. But he just needed the page so that, you know, every video he could be like, my game pushed a tower, my game pushed a tower, my game pushed a tower. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would be doing the same thing. And, you know, dude's got like over 100,000 wish lists because it turns out if you just tell everybody. But he also, you know, he has a method of getting people to find out about his game because he does all those game dev videos. Well, using his game as the example for everything, and his previous games he's made too. So basically, there's like 3 ways to go about game dev, like making your game successful from what I can tell. 1, you become an influencer, like a successful influencer. I always like to say that, you know, Mr. Beast could release Hanged Man and it'll do better than the best game in the world. Why? Because Mr. Beast has way better influence. It's just how it is. Next thing you can get a publisher who just does it for you. Like they just do all the advertising, they have the money. Yeah, sure. 3, be rich. If you just have a bunch of money and just shovel it at it, you don't have to be a good advertiser. You can pay for advertising. Those are your 3 methods. I decided to try to become an influencer and maybe find a publisher too, but I don't know. Publisher, I'm not very experienced with that. But building it as I go, I was going to have to build it anyway, so it kind of helps. And I like to chat with people because game dev is a lonely hobby. And just sitting alone with no one to talk to kind of sucks. I love talking to people. If it wasn't so thought-provoking to do this stuff, I'd probably talk more because I talk people's ears off if you let me. Some of you are like, I have to release when I said I would, and I have a few wish lists, might as well delay it. Yeah. I wouldn't kick this game out the door with less than like 10,000 wish lists, to be completely fair. Like, it's just a waste of time. It's really that simple. Like, I should farm wish lists until it's great. Like, if the game's not good enough to convince people to wish list it, the game's not good enough. Because I'm going to tell everyone and their grandmother about it. I posted on X like crazy at this point. I mean, you know. I also post on Imgur, right? And so on Imgur, if you look at my posts, I've only done a few on Imgur. Where are you at? Where do you go? But you can see public ones, should say like that. Like when I posted this one there, like it's been viewed 1,710 times with a thing saying, "Hey, wishlist it." This one here got like 692. That's not too bad. One of the early ones I posted a while ago got like, you know, 9,300. How about you now? So there's value in those. He's only got like 300 apiece. So that wasn't so great. And on X, you know, every time I go on X, it's like my current one for Screenshot Saturday has 677 views. Exactly. Everybody has a second chance to make a first impression. Exactly. So it's just like keep posting these things, you know, and this one didn't do well. Showcase Thursday is a worthless tag. Like, I don't think there was anything wrong with this one there. It's just the Showcase Thursday. I'm testing the various days. I didn't have a trailer. I don't have a trailer yet. This one, I didn't even put the tag for. I think I replied back to a bunch of people with it or something. Show Me Sunday, it did okay. Show Me Sunday seems like not a bad one. Screenshot Saturday last time, 387. It's when I think I started. This one was like September was when I got to, because I wasn't posting them all the time, but I'm gonna try to post it every day. And that's getting me wish lists. You gotta get the wish list. You gotta tell everybody. That's my advice to people. Do one of the 3 things. Become an influencer, find a publisher, or just be rich. There you go. I like the third one. If you can do the third one, do that one. That one's really good. That's easily the best one. Just be rich. The hell would you want a publisher or be an influencer when you could just be rich? I told the guy that when he was like came to the game dev scene like that, and I told him it's like, unless you really like making games, like you really just enjoy the process, if you got the money, pay someone else to make your game. What are you, high? Like, if you don't like making these things, it's not going to work out in your favor, buddy. I'm just saying. I know what the problem with this is, by the way. How I'm going to fix it, I don't know yet, but I was thinking about the problem. Different spawner. I have 3 different spawners. Bam. Well, like I say, that's just about influence. Like you just sit there and you tell enough people on social media and you will do good. Just making a game that happens to be trendy isn't going to work. You have to tell everybody. Like you can go viral, but again, that's just influence. So you gotta become an influencer. No one says you have to be the best influencer. You only have to succeed like, one time viral, and it's usually enough. But it really just comes down to influence, publisher, or money. And the publisher just provides the money and does the work, essentially. Well, they might just do the work, depending upon your deal. But either way, they're still doing a bunch of it for you. Stuff that you wouldn't do. Where's this spawning at? Overlap box, spawn in, blah, blah, blah. Trigger spawn. Spawn actors right here. This is an old code. Spawn actor array. God, you are old. You are so old. And then I have spawned in as the option. I need to basically set this as a number. Well, I mean, there's plenty of simulator games. I remember when there was like freaking Power Wash Simulator. And I mean, but the thing is these people advertise their games. You don't just end up successful because that, like, And one of the things you can do, actually, there's I guess it's a sort of like influence, but the 4th thing you can do is you just send, you basically, when your game's going to have a demo, might work okay, but definitely when your game releases, because I'm going to do exactly this too. Get a list of every single YouTuber or, streamer who plays games like your game, who might be interested, and send them a key. If your game's multiplayer, send them multiple keys. But otherwise, send them a key to play the game. Explain what your game is. Just send that. Just send it to every single one. You don't care if all of them play. It doesn't matter. Just some of them will play. Like if you send to 100 of these people, your game looks even remotely okay, some number of these people will play your game. Hopefully all of them, but probably not. And the joke was you could make a really garbage horror game, put it on itch.io, and there's a high likelihood Markiplier will play it. Because he has that, like 3 horror games things, or like, horror games number whatever, and it's like he's in the hundreds of videos about this, and it's just he'll play like 3 terrible horror games look like someone made in a weekend. And millions of people will see this. Every time. And I've seen those. And the games are basically garbage almost every time. They literally look like someone's game jam slop. But they have some cheap thrills, and that is enough for him to make content. Dude gets millions of views. I don't know how many people play your games based on that, but your game just got sold by millions of people because you made some game that Markiplier plays. So again, target the influencers. I guess I should list that as the 4th option, target the influencers. And there's no reason you can't just do multiples of these, right? Like, you can become an influencer, target other influencers, and, find a publisher. You could do all those things. And you could also be rich if you really wanted that last one, which you should have done first. Screw the other ones. So, you know, you can do these things. I'm just saying. Hear me out. You probably should. Oh yeah, well, I mean, you got to target other influencers. See, my strategy is really simple. I'll even tell you. I'm making an unusual Metroidvania because mine's a 3D Metroidvania. You know how many 2D Metroidvanias are made out there? Legions of them. They're all over the place. Dime a dozen. You know how many 3D ones are out there? Probably less than 10. They're super unusual. Why? Because Metroidvania mechanics often don't work well in them. So by doing that, I can go, well, my 3D Metroidvania game will probably garner more interest than your 2D Metroidvania game. If that's all I said. Like, obviously, the quality of the game is now going to factor in too when they look at it, but they're more likely to put eyes on my game because it's unusual for the genre. And I'm just going to target everyone who does that. Because I'm not stupid. I mean, I know that's... I love Metroidvanias. I know what we don't usually see. So, I mean, you know, figure out what you're making, figure out what does well in the genre, and then, you know, work off of that, right? I guess I can do a map variable. Is that what I'm doing? Can also make a struct NPC. I don't have a struct NPC, right? Oh, what am I doing? I'm a goofball. I'm gonna do each one anyway. Instance editable, I guess. Yeah, so there's no one strategy that gets the job done. One of the things I've been doing is I've been building up streamer friends too, because as a streamer, you're gonna make streamer friends. So, I mean, I've got lots of streamer friends who want to play my game. So I've already got, like, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't have, like, you know, I don't have, like, the top 5% level of, you know, jumbo streamers as friends, but I've got friends, you know, that some of them pull, like, 50 to 100 people watching concurrently. So, I mean, like, that's not nothing. When my game pops out the door, there are people who are going to watch it. Now, the game still has to be good, but... Oh, there's like an ad break in progress. I guess I'll wait till after that so everyone can hear. This will be like about a minute or so. Yeah. It's like struct NPC. Oh wait, it's this here. Yeah, I just gotta find every instance of this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that breaks up. Free not safe for games make tons of money on Patreon surprising. Yep, that's true. Believe it or not, porn sells. I know. This is quite the surprise to everyone out there, I'm sure. But hear me out, porn sells. It's really... I mean, it sells. It sells. Wait, why aren't you connected to anything? Wait, what? You were connected? That's fine. Sure. Just pay attention. And, you know, there's an actual company that's apparently bigger than Steam, and what they do is they buy up people's games that failed and then re-release them as hentai games. Because it turns out that you take some, you know, trashy little game that everyone and their grandmother, you know, has made before and add a bunch of naked chicks in it that you can date, and suddenly people want this game. That's it. That's... Now the downside is Steam's kind of cracking down on that stuff, so you're gonna run into some problems, I'm sure, but whatever. I mean, you know, it does make the ducats. I know a guy who was doing RPG Maker one like that, and he was making hundreds of dollars a month off his game that really wasn't very good, but didn't really matter. Oh, I don't have an NPC transform. Yeah, I can just put it here. Actor location. Yeah, I gotta add the transform to it. Wait, what? Apparently I already planned for this stuff like a champion. This dude's making 40,000 a month from Patreon, just adding scenes and free. Yeah. People like porn, man. Just look at OnlyFans. You tell a story with porn attached and people like that. Nah, I'm not really interested in making that myself, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't make a bunch of money. The joke is you should make a game full of a lot of female characters, so this way if your game fails you can re-release it as a hentai game. I've definitely made that joke a few times. My game's full of a lot of female characters. I don't know how many of them would be attractive naked because they're dolls, but hear me out. It is an option. Not what I plan on taking, but it's an option. Maybe gameplay tags I get. Oh, this is spawn anyway. I said white tag. Whatever. You don't have to be artistic. Now the AI can draw the porn for you. What a deal. Man, I should just be doing that. Little garbage, you know, games with just AI drawn porn. I told people that's how I know my game will be successful, when people rule 30 for it. Let's spawned actors. I can keep that. I forgot how I did this code because I made it a million years ago. And it's not very good code either. It's some of the ugliest code I got. Internet for porn. Yep, 100%. Internet for porn. And it's pretending otherwise is stupid. That's what people use it for. How it's gonna be, man. You can pretend all you want. Seems like a bad decision, though. Pretending like that. Because the world doesn't care. Hear me out. It doesn't care at all. This is garbage music. A lot of these tracks are pretty bad. It's okay, I'll probably AI generate some better music later. Let's just make him the level it can be. Max all that. I don't think spawn chance matters, but we'll say 100%. You're not gonna have the puzzle information here too, which is another thing too that's notable. Like this old system like worked it so that if you had a particular tag, you could it would never trigger again if you had already killed them. Now I can just kind of mix it in here if I want. Delete these because if I can delete them without a problem, then it means that they are not used anywhere. Only use that one spot. Why am I clearing this? What was the point? I don't know. Clearing the spawned actors is important, but I don't really care where they're at. All the time. I've been through so many iterations of this game, and it's gone from... you can see in the early versions of the videos, it went from a game where you jumped inside of paintings to entire worlds inside the paintings, which was peak delusion. With like using the 2.5D characters, so they were like sprites that were like, you know, made to look like they were 3D, but they weren't really 3D. That was terrible. And then I went to the paintings that connected portions of the building, so it was like building, painting, building, like that, and it was way too big even then. And then I switched to a dilapidated warehouse out in the middle of nowhere, which would have been almost 20 floors worth of space when I factored it in. And then I moved to having the building in the city. That's when I started on Twitch, by the way, in like the first week of Twitch. I believe the thing was 7 floors at that point. It ballooned to 9 floors at one point, then went down to 7 again, and then is now currently sitting, I believe, at 6. And I reduced the building size by 20% because I thought it was stupid and a lot of the ideas I had weren't very good. And like, plenty of ideas there. And you know, when I see the wish list, like I've had it going this long and I don't even have like, you know, 100 wish lists yet. I also haven't advertised as much. I mean, you know, I second guess myself, I think, more than the game. I think the idea behind the game is good. I just don't think I'm very good at promoting it yet. I mean, the RPG Maker one had, like, I took the idea from the RPG Maker one and made it better because I thought the idea was good even if the game attached to it was trash. How much health you got, buddy? You still have 0, huh? Oh, I know why. Because I'm a goofball. I need this information here. Because I have to hand this level over. But I was calculating it here. Yeah, I mean, I'm playing it blind. It's not like I know better. It's the biggest game I've ever, you know, made, so I'm just randoming in range. I don't think I have 0 as an option, but yes, random in range is fine. which means I've never advertised a game of this size. I've never done a lot of these things, so it's just kind of like I just got to figure it out as I go. But I want to see this game succeed, so I'm doing everything I can to make it as awesome as possible. Especially the early part, because that's the part everybody plays. You think you had a great game concept and then started changing environment, which is depressing? I mean, we have the games that I don't even talk about for, like, you know, what happened with them. Like, they didn't work out at all. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Are you level, like, higher level now? There you go. Now he has health. Nice. I had, for And Remember Tomorrow, the other game that I was making, had like an RPG Maker version that had like a decent story, and it was like had like probably about 30 minutes of gameplay. And then I decided to do something weird with it and change it up to a more randomized thing. I got all happy about randomization. Big mistake. It then ballooned into a different game where it was randomizing the areas and like the character was fighting around that. It had its own mechanics, cool. And then I decided to make a randomized dungeon. And then it changed up to an entirely different game, which is more depressing, with a different main character. And this randomized dungeon, which was kind of its own thing. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And then I decided that the levels weren't that great anymore, and I want to make worlds out of particles so I could have even bigger areas. And then it became a much more nebulous type of thing running around. And then I had to try to build that into some sort of monstrosity that was what you finally saw in that YouTube video of a character dragging little paths around like that whole thing, which still wasn't very good. And then that stupid thing got dragged over to Unreal Engine, where it almost wanted to be its own version of Alice Madness Returns, but with a character that didn't have a story that had anything close to what matching that. And I made some map that was like, I think, like 2 miles by 2 miles or something like that. Inside, so I was trying to fill it with content and things to do, and I was realizing just how dumb it was. The character had, there was no purpose to the game, no idea what was going on. All because of, you know, I had like written like basically a book early on, and then the book just, it didn't match for a game. But I should have stuck with the book, but the book wasn't designed to be a game. And not every story is meant to be a game. They're not built for it. And I realized the mistake I had made. So I questioned a lot, and that was like my early game dev experience. And Poppet Quest came about because I took the plugins I'd made for the other game and used them to make my Game Jam game way better than it should have been in the time. Because you know, you're allowed to use all the plugins you wanted. Nobody cared. So I did. And it became the simplified version of the other game. Like, it just had simple idea. It wasn't based on any kind of book. It was like I could just make whatever story I wanted and run with it. Make it based more on the gameplay. And then it got dragged farther along the RPG Maker thing too, for that matter. But eventually got brought to Unreal Engine when I realized I couldn't make what I wanted in the other, because I wanted it to appear small. But again, like, the idea got changed and changed and changed and changed and changed, and so I second guess myself a lot. Even now, in the last few days, I was changing the leveling system to, you know, instead of finding 3 copies of the major arcana and each one giving you an upgraded version of the tarot card, now you find the entire arcana and each one gives you just a level, and then there are unlockable abilities based on your level instead. Because the other one just didn't really work out very well. It's okay to make a change if the other idea sucks, by the way. Like, if your idea is like, this isn't working, you can change it. Hear me out. Don't stick with a bad idea just because you don't want to change it. Like, every day I find a new way to make mistakes. Just saying. Oops. I'm going to delete these out too, because I don't want them to spam me every time. This is all part of the stuff I changed, so I knew this was going to have to be changed in a lot of things. I just didn't know every what would need to be changed. Again, massive changes to the code behind. I mean, the end result is much better. Solves a lot of problems that the game had. For certain. So worth. Let me grab myself anything alcohol. Right back. That fixes the Patrick problem. I also have to add all the spawns into those stupid thingies too. So I got a bunch of tedious tasks. Probably why I'm doing more chatting than actually doing it. What the hell? I have so many questions. Actually, no, it's more just one actually, which is what the hell. Some of those sound effects, man. Everything in this room must be level 1. I guess I already put most of the crap in here. Destroyables don't have levels. Ah, people are back. But yeah, like I say, don't ever be afraid to, you know, take a bad idea and throw it away for a better one too, for that matter too. Like that's what prototyping is for, where you make a bunch of prototypes for a game and see if you like the prototype. And you know, it's just a simple bare bones, you know, game concept with like a loop and everything like that that you play through, and then you just decide if that's good. And if that's really good, then you know, you keep it, you know, you just run with it. And if it's not good, then you don't. Right? That seems like a good idea to me. I think the minimum level here, we're like 3 to 4 from this point on. All right. Whoa, Magician, and the Empress are required, and then you have access to Temperance potentially. And then one of the tarot cards there, so it's gonna be level 5. Right? By time 5 by the time you get to Patrick. And balancing enemies is gonna be so hard in this now. And then you can quickly get 2 different, well, you can get +1 levels. You can get to 6 pretty quickly, but you'll get to the chapel first. But you're guaranteed to be at least level 3. So 3 to 4 is reasonable, I think, for this room. I should have just had levels for the room. I don't know why I'm leveling the actors specifically. I guess I can just have more fun with them, making them a little more ridiculous potentially. Such a weird track. Yeah, that's why I listen to all these, because then I want to see which ones sound like they might be okay for game dev, or ones I might just put in the background of the thing. Be confused there for a sec. Maybe the chapel I just sent them all 2 to 4. That seems high. Do like 2 to 3 in this area. I'm gonna have to really balance this. Like, it's gonna be awkward and weird for a while for certain. Can't I make a medieval game or a zombie game? Make a medieval zombie game. You're welcome. I'm a champion like that. Don't worry about it. Yeah, why can't they have zombies in medieval times? I don't understand. Like, seems perfectly fine to me. Right? Yeah. Instead of the Black Plague happening, it's a zombie plague. Play it just like the Black Plague happening, except for instead of people just dying everywhere, zombies get loose and, like, you know, start attacking all the nearby villages. Or maybe just the kingdom. Maybe it's already farther along by the time your game starts. How effective is an armored knight against a zombie? I'm gonna go ahead and say pretty damn effective. How's a zombie gonna bite him? Right? Like, a zombie is pretty trash against the knight. Enough of them could probably overpower the knight and crush him, I guess, but unless they were smart enough to get the knight's, you know, armor off, like get it, like his helmet off, like their bite would be completely ineffective. Even against just chainmail, like, what is a zombie gonna do? They can't bite that. They can, but it's not gonna bite through it. But to be fair, not everyone had, like, helmets on and everything, so their heads would still be exposed, but a lot of them did. They had armor. They had weapons, melee weapons, so zombies would have had a pretty tough time. They probably would have been significantly more defeated than what we see now. Like in, like, modern era, where in modern era they would be, obviously, most people aren't armed. Or, you know, armored, for that matter. You can slash your plate armor? Yeah. That does not work. Not at all. I think I want everyone to be level 2 at this point. I don't think level 1 is a thing at this point. Like, you're level 2 at this point. Enemies should be at least your minimum level. In my mind. I'll have to see how this plays out. I'll have to do a playtest through it to have an idea how it plays, because I don't know. Waiting room. Again, probably level 2. You might be level 3 at this point. Oh, that's right. I'm going to hand out a card in the inside of the painting world. So you'll be level 3 when you enter that room. That's true. I mean, if you don't grab the card, then you're stupid and you deserve to be under level. But, you know, it's literally told, here you go. Yeah, it might be interesting to see how the zombies play out against it. I think it could be a good game. Plus, you know, there's two things in this world that there's a lot of. Fantasy stuff and zombie stuff. You know how many free assets are out there for these things? Like, really? Really? How many free ones are there? There's a lot of them out there. Hear me out. There's a lot. So maybe, just maybe, you know, you take advantage of the 9 bajillion free assets and go, yeah, man. You just make your game out of those. You made the waiting room is level 3. That levels everything. I almost want to show their health bars, but at the same time, I kind of don't want to. Also, their stats are going to be so wonky. That means you'll be level 3 here, which means 3 to 4 for the other room. But you have to have +1 card in there, though. I don't know which card's going to be in there, but it's something. I definitely should have made room levels. It would have been a lot smarter. Not only do I have to balance this, I need to balance the stats of the enemies. But if I have a general idea of the levels that are going to be applied to a room, I can then balance the stats more around that. I figured it'd be kind of rough. But so far, it's just everything is the same level. But I'm also not certain everything's going to stay spawning as they are either. Things might become a little more varied. Level 2 in the toy maze, the waiting room. We said 3. Control room. Doesn't even have enemies in there? That doesn't seem right. Guess I didn't copy it from the old ones. Whatever. It is what it is. The control room just... Are things spawning in if that's the case? Basically, I have to go all the way up to Patrick's room. We're the only ones, and after that, it doesn't matter. And Patrick has nothing spawning in his room, so you can ignore that one. And by the time you've gone into the machinery room, you're still potentially level 3. You know, you'd be level 3. It's a required room. I think I'm just going to duplicate the machinery room and the control room. These are all like this 3 to 4 is what we're saying in this area, just to make it interesting. Some have been harder than others. Copy and just add it to this. The encounter, there's so many things I can change in the encounters to change the difficulty of this game. In the pump room, we'll just make things level 4. It's optional. There will be punishment in there. I think that covers everything up to it. Yeah, I have to go through and add them all. Well, I guess not. The well, Hall of Records doesn't have anything, of course. It shouldn't, because Charlotte's wandering around there. Storage room doesn't have anything. I gotta figure out exactly what level you'll be by the time you get this point. You could potentially be level 6 by the time you get to the library. You might end at levels faster than that though. I gotta figure out where some of the keys are. I know there's a key in there. All records, so I think that potentially means you could be level 7. But I suspect 5 is where I'll put it at for the library. I'm gonna have to add in more cards though, because I think I need to hand out quite a few cards. How many cards did I plan on having? The max? I thought it was 18. Yeah. There's 18. Let's see. Cards in chapter 1. Fool, magician. Actually, it's gonna be what is it in this one? I'm gonna look and see. I'm in kind of a planning phase right now where I have to redo a bunch of things and like try to balance this new stuff there so the game is playable to test again. Because right now the levels are so ridiculous that as soon as Poppet levels up, like she'll just murk enemies, like they won't be able to fight her really. Or if they get too high level, they'll do so much damage to her that it'll be pretty unfair. But the way it works right now is they do their base stat damage with the variants like that, plus their level. And Poppet does her base damage times her level, so the enemies get to have like way more health, so player can have big numbers. That's pretty much it. So player can have big numbers. And the player stats will cap out at 999 for, you know, for health. So that means that by the end, the enemies would have like plus 78 to their thing if they were, you know, that'd be like the max level for Poppet. But realistically, you can only get 77 levels until the final fight anyway, so who cares? So that would kind of limit it a bit. Yeah, I need to put a card in here. There's already a card here. Am I giving out the star? Really? Oh god, the star's pretty trash early on though, I think. I'm not sure I want to give it out too fast because its stats are trashy. This is the perfect place to give out the star though. But I think I want to give it out for like, you know, having a higher number. Not the first number though. If you give it out early, then it can have other abilities. It would then be the first heal. If I give you a heal here. I think the button just appears already because I have 6 unlocked. Let me test it. Yeah. Alright, so I already have the star because I just gave myself every card, but it's also listed as death for those people can check. But that doesn't really matter. You would be level 3 by this point, so this is how effective this star would be. You would have the ability to trade sanity for health. I gotta go get kicked in the face a bunch of times. Don't mind me. Hit me in the face. Oh, that's right, that's not even unlocked. What's even unlocked? Well, the library is unlocked, but I don't think I gave them levels. I can just test the star at 3 from like one of the other rooms. I don't even know why I'm doing that. Also, let me change this to where it says the star. That gives the player an early heal to play with. It also means I don't have to give the Empress heal out anytime soon. Which means I can make it probably stronger. I gotta give out a lot of abilities But I mean, it's gonna be over multiple hours, so I mean, like, you know, I don't mind. Poppet. The star is 17. I couldn't remember. So yeah, let's say we give the star out. This might change, but sure. Star. This. Temperance. I might not give out temperance. Though I got to give out a bunch of unique abilities here. So by this point there, then there'll be when can you get certain cards? Gotta plan this out. Can't balance against things if I don't know what they're gonna get when you get it. I mean, you'll be at least level 4 by the time you fight Patrick. That means your stats will be like, you'll do a lot of damage, so Patrick will have big health already. So this one's in the Hall of Records, so you wouldn't have that. This one over here in this room is, what that would be here, is the keys up here. So you would have that, so +1 whatever this is. The Ace of Pentacles. I should have put him in with the knowledge of when you would get him. I mean, well, I don't know if the star is technically optional. I guess it sort of is. You're pretty bad if you somehow miss it, because she'll tell you to get it, so I don't think it's that optional. Yeah, I mean, we'll assume you're smart enough to do what you're told. Grab the card that's right there. And if you aren't, you should be punished. You're being too stupid to understand. So, up to Patrick, you could potentially be level 6. Like the Magician Room as the next one. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know why I've zoomed over that much. Waiting room, nope. So there's the Ace of Wands. Oops. And we'll have, like, you know, voodoo fight. Just as yardsticks for when things happen, so I have an idea. Bold. Of all the Charlotte fight, even though it's not really much of a fight so much as you running away, but sure. I guess I'm not even including, someone asked me, and I got asked how many bosses there were. Might have been you, I screwed that since I don't remember exactly last, but I wasn't even including the Charlotte fights. By that standard, there's actually 4 fights that work. a fifth fight that's kind of sort of has an idea but isn't really there, and then just concept enemies as far as the bosses go. So there's more than I thought. I forgot about those because I mean it's basically a fight. I mean you can't kill her, but it's different than the normal gameplay. That helps. All right, so this one here, clearly we don't need that now. We go to the chapel, the chapel. Also the hall records. I need to read their clues sake so I can remember where the keys were. So you get that from the library. Playroom. It's one in the carnival room. Also in the library. But so the next one you get is actually the Ace of Swords. Should probably write the room they're in. Because the new ones I don't recognize which rooms they were in offhand. But this is just to figure out how many levels you would have. I can always add in room information later when I worry about that. But I need like 18 or so potentially when you get to Vu. And I get the feeling I don't have 18. Like at all. I'll write it on here so I don't have to find it again. This is wrong. Yeah, so you get this one here potentially from the control room. And then we get two from the library. Where is the ace of the other one? It's the ace of cups. Like 11 will be like the 2 of cups. And 12 will be... This is... I'm not gonna write optional by him, though. I think that seems like a lot of effort. Resume for play. Or Ace of Cups here. You get those. So we're at 12. This would be the game design portion of the thing that they don't always tell you about. At some point, I think that's the only, no, there's one here. It's whatever's in here. Three of Wands. Where are the other ones? Show me another twos. Because you get that one much earlier than the others, and then library doesn't have any, right? I may renumber the order that they're around here to make my life easier in the long haul. Oh. Storage room. You should easily be able to get the level there. So these are both gotten from going to the library. So in reality, like 10, 11, 12, and 13 should be these. If you want to grind for them. Do that. I'm gonna type in each time, I guess. Oops. So I'm going to try to figure it out later where they were at. I just typed it faster than that. That's not a bad thing there. And these are all before the Charlotte fight. I think that there's... Where in the playroom is this? Oh, I know where it is. That's right. So yeah, Charlotte right there. Yeah, I might reorder these so that they appear in the exact order. So I might change them out and so that you get exactly the aces, then the twos, things like that. But whatever. And then the last one's in staff only. So there are 18 levels. I guess I didn't arbitrarily pick 18. Really? You want to take a quick bio break real fast? All right. So nice and warm in this room. In the rest of the house, it's all freezing, but I don't know why. But here it's kind of nice. I don't remember what this key was, and that's a bad sign. Take a break and read about my key. So there's a third key in here, really? I know there's one up here, right? Corner room key, sure. I know there's one here. Fine. Chapel cabinet key, but there should be one more. I thought it was in the music room. Okay, so call it that. So this should be the staff only. All right, so that's the location of all these. And this is the Three of Swords. I'm not sure if I'm doing anything else with those. I might also put one of the keys somewhere else and then have Annie sell something too. And then the question is how many toys are rescuable too, because that might unlock something if they're rescuable. There's kind of this big window between, like, not that big up to Patrick, and then this really big window between, you know, Patrick and Charlotte's encounter. It's mostly there's just a lot of stuff. I don't think there's quite as many things because it just opens up areas so you can go wander around and go backtrack, because a lot of these things involve backtrack, other than the storage ones. But those are, you know, all just in a shop. So if you have the money to get them, but you're probably not grinding for the money for them. So technically, I don't think 18 is really where you're going to want to be. Maybe I make Boo like 14 or something. And Patrick like 6 or something, the level I think you're supposed to be at. Or even just 5. I don't hate it. Level 5. Irrelevant on this, then exit the level. I mean, you're really going to get nothing. I can't imagine getting nothing. Because you're not really obligated to get anything besides like 5 of the tarot cards or something. But I want to punish you for not getting at least that. Let's do some math here. So, we're not going to assume 18, but we assume like 12? You get 2/3 of them? That seems pretty reasonable. So, I don't want to type again 12, I don't need that. So, the sanity at that point would be 124, and every 0.2 seconds is when it triggers. Yeah, so you'd have 24.8 seconds in the darkness if you had gained level 12. But you could be grossly over leveled to fight her, because if it's Poppet's damage times her level, that's a lot. So 6 levels difference is huge. That could force you to look around a little harder and make Vu kind of a tough fight, because I don't really want it to be easy. I could expect you to be, well, what's the realistic options here? You're probably not getting enough money to get all these ones from storage. By the time you reach storage, I'm sure you'll be able to afford one from fighting Patrick 100%. So I expect you to buy the, you know, one of the crap ones, of course. I think Wheel of Fortune will just be really expensive. And it'll appear in every single shop but get cheaper the farther in the game you get or something. Maybe it'll just be always the same overpriced thing, so like later on in the game it won't feel as expensive, but early on in the game it'll be gross. Like, what if I make it like $10,000 or something? Like, if you want to grind for 10k, hey man, you got it, no problem. But, you know, I'm sure people just playtesting Chapter 1 before Chapter 2 comes out will probably grind for 10k just for funsies. Because there are things that drop treasure chests, so they would drop faster, and they'd probably have some way to farm money. Not many of the tarot cards are going to be sold, though. It'll probably just be like, you know, regular ones, except for Wheel of Fortune. So we're going to assume they don't get Wheel of Fortune. By the time they beat all this crap and get to there, they probably could have afforded 3 of these, I imagine. Is there anything where I don't think they could get it? I think it's really just that one I'm not expecting them to get with that one. So maybe 15 is a reasonable expectation that you explore enough to get it, because I want you to explore. Like, I don't want you to be able to skip most of the game. And if you're 3 levels above Vu, it won't be that bad. Well, if you're 2 levels above, it won't be that bad for damage. But if you're like 6 levels above her, or probably 5 or 6, then that's a huge damage increase. That's going to be a lot. It'll make it pretty easy. So I may have expected level 15. I work around that theory. Which means, you know, 130.2. 26 seconds in the darkness, which is reasonable. Not everything is typing out code. Sometimes you actually have to plan where things are going to go. I'm not going to worry about Chapter 2 right now, I think. The only question is, are there additional cards after in Charlotte's bedroom? Am I letting you go into Charlotte's bedroom? I thought I was going to. So that's probably fair. I guess that counts as being in Chapter 1. Kind of. I mean, I count beating Vu as the end of Chapter 1, basically, but technically going into Hidden Grotto would have been where Chapter 2 began, because that's where the next map began. Not for any other reason than an arbitrary map change, but hey, you know, whatever. It was a reasonable enough, you know, point for it to start. I just need one more wish list so it can say 100. I just want to see it say 100 so bad. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours, 22 minutes. I might stream more on the weekends too, just because, you know. Seems like there's certain days in the week that probably aren't that great stream, but on the weekend people can just kind of hang out and watch and chat with me. During the week it's kind of weird for people. Maybe I do that more. Focus on the weekend and Friday night. Maybe I don't stream on like Monday and Tuesday instead. Because those days are kind of like not the best days anyway for traffic. Maybe I just stream every day because I find better to do half the time. Lately work's been really slow, so do what you gotta, right? How's YouTube doing in traffic? Oh, there's 6 watching, dude. Couple on Kick. Not bad. It's like a combined like 14 people watching. Sure, it'd technically be better if they were all on Twitch for purposes of money, but at the same time, I don't care who you're watching them. Who doesn't block ads on Twitch? I mean, I guess I don't yet, but I probably should. Do I even need a goodie box in here? Probably not, but maybe I can just put one here anyway. This room is the only concept room left on this floor. I need to spend a lot more time with the story because I wasn't going to have any particular thing besides story in this room. Or puzzles or something. Hey, it's a puzzle room, yeah. The game could use more puzzles or weird things in general, just stuff. Apparently this room has no goal besides story, and that's weird. I'll put my thinking cap on for this level or this thing afterwards, but I need to really get to working on how story goes into. Like I say, chapter 1 is going to have to be fantastic, and I don't know, maybe I'll start releasing the game in chapter setup because of how long it's taking. I don't know. We'll see. If I did that, then there would just be you start, you know, a save that lets you start at the next chapter if you want. So you don't have to, like with everything unlocked, so you don't have to do it again. The 3 of Swords, and the order we're doing them in is Pentacles next. I always put the key in Charlotte's bedroom. This is the kind of stuff that goes in your game dev doc. So I add these things to my various documentation later. So when I go to organize, it's a lot easier to figure out where things are, because this is going to balance my game, because this is what level you could potentially be at each area, given that it's achievement-based leveling. And I'm probably not putting anything for chapter 2. I'm just going to mark that that's where chapter 2 begins, I guess. Which potentially be 19 there. But the level doesn't matter that much except for the Vu fight, so I don't really care what level you are afterwards. By the time you get to the next character, I expect you to be, I mean, assuming if I'm putting Tilly before her, I expect you to be 27. And I put her in the Sunken Depths. I think that's probably the room that needs a boss, and I'm not sure what else I'm going to put there. I mean, having Tilly and Sally on the same thing is kind of a thing, but like, it's kind of weird. They originally were going to have their own unique areas, but I really want to have basically 3 bosses per chapter. with potential side bosses, but basically it's like a mini boss, a major boss, and some fight against Charlotte for every single one of the things. And then some kind of optional stuff, right? So that gives you 12 story bosses to fight. And then X, you know, dorky fights. And potentially later on, if I want to expand the game, I can just have paintings that go to other places and stuff. I can make it longer. It might get longer too, but we'll see. The problem is too many bosses per chapter means that like there's no space between the bosses. Like you'll spend a lot of time in a room, but there's not that many rooms before you encounter, you know, each boss. Technically, for Patrick, you start with the New Life room, then you go to the Carnival room, the Magician room, back to the Carnival room, but we'll just say there's like the Magician room, the Toy Maze, you go to the Painting World, you hit the Waiting Room up, you hit the Safari room up, Machinery room, and then you fight Patrick. So you have 9 rooms, essentially, that you can go to. You can hit the Puppet room up if you want 10 rooms, but technically there's only 9 you have to go through. And then once you've done him, you go to, like this, you go through the Toy Maze and the Magician room, but they just kind of hit the side of them, they don't really count. So you go through the chapel, the Hall of Records, the library, the music room, and then back through those to the playroom. There's only like really 5 rooms, but you have to go back through them, so you'll be like, you'll go chapel, Hall of Records, library, music room, back to the library, back to the Hall of Records, and then to the playroom. So it's like 7. And then the playroom was like the playroom, you go to the washroom, but then back to the playroom for the second half of that fight. And then you go to the staff only room and then immediately fight Vu right afterwards. Man, that is so quick. Yeah, I can't really fit many more bosses in. Technically, Patrick now has, like, you know, the most rooms. It used to be, like, a lot less rooms before him. But I've expanded the number quite a bit, so that's awkward. But there's really not that many rooms. It's not very long before you immediately go fight Boo. I kind of wonder if Charlotte's bedroom and the Forbidden Toys room should be reversed. They're essentially like almost the same size, I think. Yeah, it's the same wall, so it has to be the same size. This one seems longer. But having this be the story thing seems better. But I guess having a story bit before the Forbidden Toys room is a thing too. It's weird. I guess you just have to deal with Charlotte and then deal with, you know, Vu almost immediately after. So yeah, there's a reason why I can only have so many levels per area. The second area could have more bosses potentially too, because it has a lot more space for things. I'm putting major bosses more often now. So that's a thing to note. This just says the room they're in anyway. I guess I'll put where they're at, just so I remember places, so I pretty much remember anyway. I almost don't want to give out Temperance now, though. Now they're giving out the star. Just Painting World. That lets me plan a little better for what levels of things are going to be at for each of the areas. At least now I can finally have something to balance against. If I just plan you to be a certain level, then I can then balance all the stats against those. Essentially, my plan to balance things is to assume you kill things in X hits if you're the correct level. On average, you know, like you have a variance, but you kill in X hits, so some things will die very quickly, other things will die, you know, in a few hits, you know, depending upon how tough something's supposed to be. I can also tone down how often things spawn too, right? I can make it where it's just things spawn all the time, or things spawn only some of the time. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of tweaking. We'll see how it goes. The encounters can be brutal sometimes. I wish these were in the correct order. But there's really no way to reorder one of these things, which sucks a lot. I know efficient means of reordering. Maybe a data table would have been better. I am half tempted to set up some sort of system that divides the chapters up so I don't have to have this big, huge one. But, you know... I'm a wish list off of 100. Such a milestone, so close. I'd look at this encounter here. So, armed with this knowledge of what each thing is, the thing is about here is you can get the things really early, but I think that's why I put 3 to 4 on here. And against Patrick, I'm expecting you to be 5. Don't have all those in there. And I get currently over those. These I have you at 4, that's fine. Patrick doesn't even have spawns, but we'll assume Patrick should be level 5. Oh, it's already open. What am I doing? So I'm gonna test this here. Let's set myself to level 5 and test this out. Curious how this will play. Like I say, you could potentially be higher level, potentially being level 6. But we'll assume 5. So I don't know where those error and display inputs are at, but oh, and it actually sets his thing up there, so he has the various health bars. God, he has so much health. I already killed one of his health bars, but it doesn't really matter because he has a lot of health. Holy crap, this is going to be long. But maybe it won't, because all I did was just triple, no. I 5x the stats. I'm not sure those even heal for big numbers. Might heal for too little. Yeah, I'm getting beat up. He has a lot of damage though. I have to have the things like the Emperor stuff not multiply, instead just have base stats plus. I think those are thousands on there too. Like there's a lot of damage there. Means he probably has way too much health there. 600 is a lot. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. How much health do you? Oh, I think you might have 600. Oh, you have 3,000. That seems like the number's way off. It's the spawned event is so gross. Oh, there's a print string already. What is the set the HUD up here. It was set to what? For the health bar? What makes the pink nub? Boss info. This is the bat nub. So that should be 1,000 nub. That seems like his health is really big. How do I feel about this? Doesn't seem right. It should be like 3 of those nubs. Not that disgusting number that we just saw. So somewhere the math's coming out wrong. That looks right. Wait. 15,000 health. The hell? Also, that doesn't look correct at all because each of those is 1,000 bars, so that doesn't seem right. Why do you have 15,000 health? Like a double multiplier happening in here. But the HUD says a different number entirely. When I hit him, did that number change? Ryan's like, I think it might have changed last time when I hit him. guess I spawned in touching the water somehow. Fair enough. No one. Because I think the last time when I hit him, it changed the number a bunch. Yeah, right there. Like his numbers went to gross. So that the thing he says the right number first, but it's not the right number. Well, I don't think this is wrong. I think that the initial number it's fed is wrong. Right here it says 15,000. That's spawned in. I think the setup variable health is doing it twice. The spawned in is doing exactly this already. Yeah. And everything's spawned in, so... Whatever. You definitely shouldn't have 15,000 health. Jesus Christ. I really want to reward you for finding all the tarot cards. I think the reward should be pretty spicy. Oops. That's 15,000. The health bar didn't change a bunch, so that's good. Not justice. You technically have temperance for this fight. Tempers isn't fixed to work with this fight. Alright, tell. Beat me up. Technically, I'll have the star for this fight too. I should test that out as well. Probably. It's kind of annoying switching them because I have a bunch of tarot cards I wouldn't normally have. You wouldn't have to do it for the other. This fight takes way longer. Yeah, that takes a long time. Maybe he doesn't need quite this much health. Technically, it shouldn't be that much longer, but it sure seems like it's that much longer. Isn't not using the star? I should be using that, testing it out. Oh, it's too weak by now. Like, you gotta give it away later. Yeah, it's too weak by now. Let's change it up. Knocked him down to less life force. Problem is that little pink bar represents 1,000 health, by the way. If you're curious. The red ones represent 100 health, so... I'm in for like 58, so that's not a big amount. 48 that time. 40. We got me good. Yeah, I could have got up in time. I switched out the wrong answer. That seems like a lot. Like the damage from like I thought that multiplying both by the same amount would basically effectively make that thing play the same, but it really doesn't seem to be. Which is mathematically strange to me. But yeah, what can you do, you know? It is what it is. At least the number's right. And health variance doesn't really matter because you're not. I'm just going to spawn everything in anyway. There's never going to be anything that isn't spawned in. It just doesn't make sense to do anything else besides spawn things in. Unless the NPC does nothing special. So since that is done there, I just delete this, I guess. That's true. Every time I edit this, it gets worse because the number of children it has is huge. It's kind of an argument for not actually having it on everything, but you know, whatever. Huh. I mean, 2,500 is probably fine, but the Empress and the Temperance don't work very well. Like, the numbers are too crap. Same thing with the Star. Important things to figure out. Hmm. Gotta balance them, you know. Somewhere I gotta make weapons and helmets for the or weapons and hats for the Star, and right now it's just a spinning star on her back, which is doesn't really work now because I have the wings thing. But also, you know, I kind of want something she could also fight with too, maybe. Maybe another melee weapon. Who knows? It could be a thing. Yes. Though it's kind of a runaway weapon. And how it plays out usually. Make it 0.5, I guess. Play with these a little bit. I have to have required leveled all these because they didn't have a required level before. I kind of copy pasted the same info, but then I added one. I don't know, I didn't just type out required level. It seems a lot easier than what I just did in hindsight. But I didn't do that. Hear me out. Didn't do it. I'm gonna have to set this up for required to use in the future, and it's gonna be a big pain, but that's fine. Now it's just gonna be one. And then for the Temperance projectile, why didn't I number these? Seemed like a dumb decision to not put their numbers on them so that it can be easier. Get some music on while I do this, because goodness knows I'll be at this for a bit. Oh, I have to do it like this to be like Tarot 0. I don't actually own a tarot deck. I almost think I should own one. But what I'll do is I'll make my own and print it out. It's sweet. This is where I start to forget which one's which. The Lovers. Yeah, I forgot about Lovers. That's because it's not in there, and I kind of wish it was a later tarot in the number, just because I want to give it out later, but... Hear me out, I'm not doing that, because... Well, hear me out, it's not later. I am going to give it out later in the game, but it's not later in the tarot. Chariot? Really? 7, Chariot? It was death, right? Strength and Hermit, then Wheel of Fortune, sure. Oops. Just so I can remember which ones I even have made too, so I know that I have them all. So I'm used to seeing them in number, in order, and then when they're not, it's weird. Uh, 11 is Justice, 12 is Hangman. I mean, that one fit. What, 13 is death? Yeah. 13 is death, 14 is Temperance. Yeah, I've never found it bad to organize more, because it's very easy for it to get just ridiculous. It would be impossible to find things and to just get things overbloated and just, yeah, overscope. And yeah, just kind of, you want to really ground yourself when you can. The tower shouldn't even have one, I don't think. Oops. Wrong thing. Eighteenth is the moon, then 19th the sun, sure. What the hell? Why is there dupes? Well, let's let it do what it's got to do and get rid of all our references. I couldn't figure out why these things existed. It's confusing me. Oops, it moved things around. I wasn't going to click that at all. I should about cover it. It's always with the Ulysses afterwards. I never liked how they did that with the first thing like that. They really should organize them by, you know, logical numbers and not this method. They just count up. Hear me out. Them just counting up, it's a little better. Yeah. Yeah, man, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Now I have all those available to me. I forgot the main reason I was doing that, but there was a reason. Besides just organization, because at some point it's just obnoxious otherwise. I wanted to find temperance, and I was annoyed that I was having to look around for it. Since I'm much more used to seeing them in order. When they're not in order, I don't understand what to do with it. Other than be sad. Oh, projectile ability number. Everybody uses projectile parent. I don't want to go about this because I want to multiply the level for damage for Poppet, but not for the others, so... Basically, when it's spawned, it needs to have a... A weapon level's a thing. I can just have weapon owner called when it spawns. It's not too bad. It does call it. I want to standardize this too, for that matter. But that's a ways off. I just need the owner level. Owner level's already factored in. think it's already set up. So does Temperance really actually do more damage? Let's play with some gameplay tags, if you will. Hey, Killfish. Updating some projectiles so that they do what they're supposed to do. But I can show you off. Show the game for you if you want. Show you what I'm working on, if you would. Give you the mini tour, if you will. I have like 5 hours of content, so that's why it's the mini tour. Long time. Long stream. Alright. So. Game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as one who's killed their soul with stuff new at all. This is Poppet. Or heroine, if you will. And she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse. Including him. The curse drives all the toys insane, and if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which, you know, just the curse just fills you up and you can do things with it. Including dodge, which is what I'm doing now. If your sanity ever goes below 60% or something, you start to suffer the insanity effect, which I'll let you see. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power. If your sanity ever at 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so, you know, you gotta kind of balance between the two. Oh, let me equip all tarot cards here. Uses tarot cards for abilities. Basically, there's all the major arcana, and then there's abilities for each one that I'm adding in as I go. How to do the darkness detection mechanic? So what I did is she gets all actors with the tag light that are currently in the area, and then each one of them checks like to see if they're like, it gets added to the array thing for this like that, and then it checks to see if she's within a certain attenuation radius of each one, and if she is, it adds them to an array that says, hey, she's near a light. If that array at any point has anything in it, then she's considered in light and she gains her sanity back. And if she's nothing is in that array, she's considered in the darkness and starts losing her sanity. can actually find the code for it if you want. Can I open up code during this? I guess if the game's running, I can't open up code. Oh, sure thing. After the test, I can show you the code. Here's. Yeah, it doesn't, there's no real other way to tell other than just proximity. I also have a thing that checks which room she's in. So each of these things has a room, and then if you're on the other side of the door and you're in a different room, this makes it so that if you're not also in the same room as the light, like the attenuation radius won't affect on the other side of the wall, right? Because that's a problem. So if the light was right by that door and I was on the other side of the door, it would count. But because I have different rooms, it no longer counts. Oh. Now this is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. The game's a bit buggy, but you know, whatever. It's only like 30-40% done. It is all kinds of fun bashing things with it, of course. Fan favorite, if you will. It's the Magician. It picks up objects. It's like low-grade telekinesis. You can pick up and throw small objects. You can also summon cubes, which last for a certain period of time. They count down, as you can see. Oh, thanks. It also manipulates objects in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, windows, light switches, door handles, stuff. So just flipping on this light here. The indicator in the upper left shows you which thing you're in. Let me switch to the other location for me, so then you can see the switching thing. Because in the lower left corner is a quick switch between the various stuff. You can also open the tarot menu and just select the things. I have all the tarots unlocked except the world, which I'm currently not using because it's overpowered. Aha! Anything can break these. So, I might make it that only the Fool can break them. It's a steampunk game.
It's all coming together.
Aha! Exactly. Pretty much, Mafa. Yeah, you can't leave the building because the curse is on the building and it's what powers you, but you can look at the city if you want. I wouldn't stay out there too long, though. The wings are her double jump. I would normally have that here, but it's I just have everything set to turn on, so it's kind of hard to not have it on. Did I add encounters for this room? I think I forgot to add encounters for this room. I was redoing a bunch of systems in the game, so there's a bunch of bugs at the moment while I fix stuff. And Temperance is a bubble wand. Oh no, they're spawning in. I heard something. They didn't sit down there. We'll figure it out. Yeah, Temperance features the best hat. Hell yeah. It's all about hats. I'm like a Mad Hatter, apparently. I didn't realize I was, but here I am. I heard things spawning, but I don't see them. I'm about to double check this room because something might be a little weird with it. Might be a bit fishy. On the bubble stuff, whatever. I'm on Temperance stuff, damn it. It's hitting me for some reason. Really? Whatever. Fine, Temperance. Be like that. No. This is the Empress. It plants mushrooms. The blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby, and the red mushrooms deal damage to anyone nearby. I do use a reflection thingy, but I don't think I use screen space for anything. specifically. I just have the generic default lighting. I don't even have lumen on. Oh yeah, it's just the chaos destruction stuff. You can break anything in Unreal Engine. Haha! Why am I not blowing you up? I'm so bad. Blow them up. Get dunked on, losers. Things have much higher health now and everything does different amounts of damage, so I'm not sure what's balanced anymore, but it's fine. Apparently Justice is a pistol. I guess I'll run on this way because it's the correct way to go. That's a cool hat. Also jiggle physics. Hell yeah, jiggle physics. Very important. Unreal Engine being a bro and, you know, including the features that everyone actually wants. Duckies! Ducky land! They do nothing other than get bounced around because it's fun. Shoot the duckies. I would give anything to have the duck hunt dog appear out of nowhere and grab the ducky after you shoot it. Play that horrible little tune and then, you know, vanish. How fun would that be? Oh man, those things are not getting their stats increased. That's right, go duckies. Duckies. He fired as he died. He went out as he lived, a champion. Whee! Justice has so much force behind it. It just does. So lots of people were killed in their souls and stuff in the dolls, like Poppet here, but one of her soul got stuff in the paintings. Gee, let's travel through the painting world, through the paintings. Max all the paintings, so you can open up paintings in order to basically act as the map travel. And this is the painting world. You can rescue toys here, you can open up paintings. Meet with Tinka, the ghost who lives in the paintings. I have like 5 hours of content. She needs work because, you know, I want to have some sort of scene behind her, and I forgot to include a blinking morph with this particular model. It's my bad. Yeah, you can rescue 2D toys, actually just 2D things, and bring them back to here in order to accomplish quests of sorts. I'm the everything guy. I didn't make all the assets. Like I made a lot of the assets. I didn't make all of them. Like I made Poppet. I didn't make this hat or this gun. I put text on the box. I didn't really make the box. I made the heart. I made the arches, and I did all the spline work to make this crap. I made the floor and stuff. I made all kinds of things in the game. Like over 1,000 things. Made the paintings. These are actually a picture of the room, but I ran it through an AI Ghibli filter. So I did AI, something I already made, that's true. But I made the painting that it's in. Technically, I wouldn't be going to this room next, but whatever. Oh, thanks. If you want to be a cool kid, I'm at 99 wish lists on Steam. If you want to be the 100th wish list, I'm just saying. You could be number 100. You could be the guy. Or the girl. Whichever, you know. Ah. It's the safari room with all the cool water and stuff like that. I will equip the devil. Yes, it's got cool horns. And a fun little plastic toy. Shoots fire. It also reverses how the curse works. So in the darkness you would gain sanity. This is still a little finicky. I need to fix that, but that's okay. Whee! Oh-ho! I'm doing all the major arcana, so you know there's like what 22 different weapons that give different abilities as you go. Thank you. And congratulations on being number 100. Hell yeah. Yeah, it takes me, it takes about, what, 3 hours now to beat the first chapter, and I know where everything is, so... I imagine for a normal person it will take much longer. This door should be closed, but I've left it open, so just ignore that. A bit of a glitch on that, fair enough. Aha, lob the cube. There's a puzzle here with the cubes. I don't know, I didn't use this cube to do this. Really? You gonna be like that, bro? No. That's mean. The game's at 60 to 70 FPS when I'm not streaming and not running Unreal Engine, so the packaged version. But I, unfortunately, have a potato computer, so it can only do so much. So if I get 30 FPS while I'm streaming and playing it in the engine, that's good enough for me. The cards are the abilities. I'm lowering the water out there. So basically, yeah, the various tarot cards, they're each of the major arcana, right? Yeah, the Fool, the Magician. Right now, the Magician, it picks up small objects and, like, lets you throw them around. It's telekinesis, basically. You can manipulate cupboards, drawers, and, like, you know, light switches, door handles if you have keys. The Fool is a giant squeaky toy that you can bash things with. And the way it works is every time you collect any of the tarot cards in the game, there's also the minor arcana. There's 56 of them. You gain 1 level, right? So it's milestone-based leveling where you have to find your levels, essentially. And as you'll get abilities farther on that are like based on, you know... Oh. Like they'll be unlocked at different levels, and they'll give you different things. And I'm going to add more of them as you go, but... That's actually a recent addition as of, you know... last couple days. Yeah, each of these things will give you different abilities, and... As you get higher level in the game, you'll get stuff. Making them better. So they're always going to be useful. Not always the best. Certain ones are obviously better than others, but you know. Here I need these cubes so I can do this. I'll show off some of the abilities too. I was just kind of running through the area a bit. Aha! Bounce. Woohoo! But they're usually powered by curse. Some are powered by sanity. And, you want to be in the darkness to gain your sanity, curse power, because it, you know, you're just absorbing the curse. But it lowers your sanity, so, you know, if your sanity ever zero, the curse just takes you over. You don't want that to happen, so you got to kind of go back to the light to get your sanity back, but you just don't gain curse power. Yes. There's a lot of abilities in this game. I'll go ahead and say it. There's probably too many for a solo dev, but here I am being me, yo. These lower the water out there, so that's what I'm doing. Can't really see it very well from there that it lowers the water, but you've got other fun, complex abilities to play with. I'll show off some of the other stuff. I just made one myself. I didn't know about the gas system first. I mean, I use gameplay tags now, but I didn't even know about those at first. So this is the moon. It makes clones of you. And that means it'll attack the clones, but you can also detonate the clones to deal damage to anyone nearby. Well, to deal damage to them, not you. You can also throw a dance party with them. Good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. They can also dance in the air because I didn't restrict using them in the air. ghostly and all that. Pretty fun. Other fun abilities. They have other abilities too, but I'm just showing you the more interesting things offhand. Oh, this one has one where your curse takes damage if you want, but that's not what that's in there. This leaves little things behind you, and then you can detonate them when you see fit. To hit things. It's a good runaway ability. I'm actually low level for this place, but apparently I'm powerful enough that it doesn't matter. I'm actually supposed to be like level 3 for this room. But that's quitter talk. I don't want that. This is a Wheel of Fortune that rolls dice. The black dice deal damage to anyone nearby based on what they roll. Well, to any enemies nearby. And the white dice heal you based on what they roll. You don't have to be near the white dice. It's really powerful if you roll not 1. I'm supposed to be going this way if you're curious. Weep. I'm a cheating double jump. You didn't see that. You didn't see that I'm a cheater. There's little boxes with clues everywhere, and these are how you get the abilities in the game. Whoa. Everything works. You can save the game too. All that stuff's all there. Loading works. Everything's all there. Options are all here except Gamma because I forgot. Collectibles are here. I don't have any information for what they do yet. That needs to be added in, but it shows what you've collected anyway. The map currently just shows where you've been. I don't have an actual visible thing for you to see yet, but it'll just show where things are at, essentially. And you've seen the tarot menu, of course. So all that's in there. Oh, water's lethal to Poppet. There's a tarot card to protect against that, the Emperor, which you would get in the second chapter. I made her little weapon with the rolling dice. I made the dice too. I made lots of weird things in this game. Like if something didn't exist, I just made it, but... This is a lousy weapon to try to hit something with. These things are a little finicky. This is the Death Tarot. Currently, it does, it insta-kills things that are too weak. So they just die instantly. On here, it'll actually tell you what each card does. For each ability, I think. I guess I could add something that specifically states, like, information about, like, what the card means in the tarot. That's true. That's not totally unreasonable. I keep notes of stuff, ideas. Selectable tab for their meanings in the tarot. In the menu, I mean, this already has a thing right here, the tarot menu, which then would go to here. So you would be able to go here and see what each other thing does from that menu. Is there something else you're meaning? Because I mean, these are just collectible things that just kind of tell you about stuff, but they don't tell you what the abilities are. I figured those being in the menu that equips the abilities would be more valuable than having them somewhere else. Also, the Death Tarot looks sweet. Come play with me, little ones.
Ouch. Ow.
It also drains health when on anything does an instant kill, but
Ow.
I'm too low level to instant kill it because it has like it's level 3 and I'm not. I can level myself up though. I'm level 2 now. Be excited. I have a level up button.
Ow.
At level 3 I instant give it, right? I'll knock myself to 3. I have them set really low. Yeah. Insta kill anything that's considered strong. I get it now, it's not bad. I get it last time. I didn't, yeah. Well, I mean, I appreciate it. I write down everything, and I might just add one to the it's weird that's not there. I might just add thing to the collectible thing, just saying what the tarot mean, because people don't even necessarily know what the tarot meanings are. To be honest, until I made this, started making this game, I had ever looked up that stuff either. So there's actually a secret room up here if you're curious. So I'll show off flying for funsies. Apparently there's just a thing there. We're gonna fly through the pipe now. Go to a secret area.
They're watching me. They're watching me.
Flying. Whee. It's just cheating the entire room. But that's okay. I'll go cheat and grab the key. Ah. There's secrets like outside the window. There's stuff you could do too. These are the 2D toys that you can rescue. They're like a fake 3D, so you know they go to the painting world. I might just make them outright 2D. But if you take them with you to the painting world, I'll make our wings vanish. Wings aren't set up very well yet. I need to work on them. Got a lot of things. You just run over the painting, it's like, and then it's in the painting world. And you go, woohoo! Then it appears in the painting world. And this helps unlock things, and some of them will have like little story things that they do and everything. We'll see how much they have. I don't 100% know on that yet. But now there he is. Waiting in the painting world. I guess to be fair, some of the other ones are too for some reason because they're weird and doing something wrong. But yeah, these are my 2.5D friends. They are clearly not real. But that's half the fun of them. So you'll always know who you have to rescue. Because Tinker wants her little friends back. Jump in the library for fun. Oh, I should have showed off the Empress's other ability. Because the Empress can grow and shrink plants. I can show it off here too. But the other room was designed to show off the Empress because it's where you get it. I'm using abilities I'm not supposed to have. In this room, I might take her out of it, but this is where you... Oh, this is one of the rooms you see Charlotte. He's the ghostly ruler of the place, and she'll play games with you a lot of times. In most cases, she's just kind of chasing after you. This room, she's not that big of a threat. Because they're from the painting world, right? So they're supposed to be like, you know, not like regular toys, right? And hopefully that makes sense. Maybe. Yeah, it's just something different. Also, the Empress can grow and shrink plants, so I can go, woohoo! Woohoo! This room uses a lot of mechanics. Nothing's set to be leveled up, so I should just be able to instant give anything, pretty much. Come with me, little light. Shove it, shove it. As long as it's got the thing on it, you can just push it at places, but as long as you move this light with you, you're in the light. For better or worse. It's not always a good thing, but I need to make it so those aren't pushable. There's all these secrets in these pipes to get. This room needs a lot more work because it's only kind of... It's got the concepts there and it's almost cool, but it's kind of missing something. So there's possessed objects in the game, and the Hierophant makes them work for you. Like they'll be unpossessed temporarily, if you will. I'm going to convert this into a staff, I think. Right now it's just a giant thing on her back, but it interferes with the wings, so I gotta fix that. It kind of had a balance before, but in the last, like, you know, 3 days, I added a whole new level system and the ability for the enemies to be at different levels and things like that. No, not anymore. It was balanced-ish. Problem was it didn't really progress beyond a certain point, so now it does. But now I have to input information for all of them, so you're seeing, like, this room doesn't have any balance on it at all. I mean, Charlotte's not hurt. Like, Charlotte's an instant kill if she catches you. She's actually gonna have a jump scare, but the enemies here aren't even leveled up. They're just level 1 because I haven't done that room yet. I'm gonna make the white keys longer on this so I can have a music puzzle. I want to make them big enough that Poppet can stand on them. That's the issue I'm having. They're a little too small. I got all kinds of secrets in this game. Like up above there's a pipe thing you can get into. There's a hidden item up there. You can go out this window. Did I hide anything out here? I think I hit the key over here now. I've changed everything around so much recently. I haven't really done any playthroughs since I did all the changing. No thanks. One of my community actually made the piano. I remade the keys because they were too small and did a bunch of other changes to it, but the bass piano he made, so kudos to that guy. He gets his name in the credits as one of the asset makers. I don't want to, you know, have lonely credits, right? Oh. Let me make note of this. This needs to be fixed. Yeah. Where's my fixes here? Plant is missing in the music room. About 18 months. Might be approaching 19 now at this point. Somewhere in there. I'll show off the Charlotte fight, the first one. Fight's the wrong word. You're mostly just running away from her because you really can't do anything to her, but you know, it's a fight. Alright, this is the playroom. Tools. Safe zones will protect you. That's those over there. Don't get caught. You jump in here, you're considered safe. Just so you know, you're safe. Mostly for this, you're only going to want the magician anyway. Hitting buttons will open doors. I'm going to open all of them just because that's just how I roll. And she'll chase after you in here, and no longer can you jump out of the way. Now you must run. I need to tone down her dash. It's too good. She's on the other side of that door. Okay. I'm okay with that. It's kind of random where she ends up, so, you know, you never know. But every chapter you play at least one game against Charlotte, so. This one's like a hide and go seek. It's very good. Well, more actually closer to tag, if anything, but... Oh, hello. The lag is strong. I need to reset my Unreal Engine at some point. After a good 6+ hours of streaming the engine, it tends to get a little finicky if it hasn't been restarted at some point. Oh, oh, oh. I saw a leg there. Uh-oh. Yeah, I really gotta tone down the dash. It's way too strong. Now that you gain stats much faster, I need to make the dash cost a percentage of her total curse, so it's not just always gets better, because she's invincible while she dashes. Of course, you know, not from Charlotte. She's not invincible from that, but she's invincible from damage, which is obviously too good. Do 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 do. Turn the light on and then you gain sanity, or you can turn the light off and you gain curse. Your choice. You both if you want. It even says in the corner that you're listed as safe too, just in case you don't catch it. She's almost always waiting over every time I try to go this way. Yeah, exactly. It ain't happening. There might be too many safe zones, to be honest. Why, I'm not going that way. How about no? That's a no for me, dog. Hard no. I'm gonna get my curse back instead. I missed one. Uh-oh. Where are you? There's you. She's a little finicky through some of the doors. That's the first half of it done. You get a little break though. You can jump in the toilet. Raise the seat up. Jump in the toilet. Clean yourself off, right? By the way, that would just be actually lethal in this game. You know, until you get the Emperor Tarot, so you really shouldn't jump in the toilet. But hear me out.
Why are you talking to me?
It's kind of like turning the water on this. You can do it if you want. It just turns it into a death trap. I don't know why you would do this. But hear me out. You totally can. Also, it's apparently a little glitchy. Gotta pull the bathroom stall door. I need to input all the levels for these two. I haven't done all the level rooms and everything like that. So, you know. Aha! It shoots you after you die. That's some shenanigan BS right there. You can use these as ways to get around too. I want to use these doors more because they're actually really fun to play with, but they're not that handy yet. There's not that many washrooms. Ah, we've established the pink poo. Aha, that's some shit. Ooh. Hell yeah. Who knows what's in those things? And then you play the second game against Charlotte, which I will leave for the future for people. Show off other things instead. But yeah, there's lots going on in the game. Hear me out. There's a few. Wait. You can see through that. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. All my homies hate it too. Let's go ahead and move this to the side a bit. Looks like it's kind of not really fitting, doesn't it? Why do you not fit? Why does this door seem tiny? I have questions. Oh, thanks. Yeah, there's lots of rooms and yeah, there's a lot going on here. Basically, the first chapter is like the top floor of the building and like one corner of it. And then the second chapter is the rest of this floor here, and then the floor below that, and then the third chapter is those, and the other ones are in the basement. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've been hard at it for certain. Nope, in front of the building, the Whimsy Wonders toy store. But there's actually like, I have everything in data layers so I can have everything out here. So there's actually stuff in this room too. I think this is the Pirate Cove. You see, there's actually stuff in these. These are more concepty because these are in the second chapter. With the second battle against Charlotte. Apparently the door just sticks through these. Which just does. Don't even worry about it. It just does. Doesn't have to. Problem solved. Aha! Guess now you can't use this to get up real easy. That's true. Maybe you just jump. Oh, those are the map cubes. So whenever you move around on the map, it shows that you've actually accomplished that cube and it adds it to a collectible. I didn't spawn on top of that. Bummer. You see in the upper right corner where it shows a little map thing? Every time I cross one of them, it moves her. So that's what those are doing. They're just representing every one of those. And then it keeps track of how many she's collected, so she knows exactly what percentage of the game has been, what map has been completed.
Every cog's a star, and why are you talking about this? We're all mad. Ether hums my name, but it's too long a stick is not all that great. We're all mad. The dynamo stole my shadow, my name, but I'll keep it down. The wall talks about the car. You me? I'll rebuild me. It's been broken too long. It's been broken too long. Me? Ha 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 ha.
Here you have to watch her. If you don't watch her, she'll come after you. Also, there's apparently more than one cube. That's interesting. Apparently I turned too fast. You have double jump by this point, so I get to use it now. Hello. You stay over there. See you. Here she can just float through things. She is a ghost after all. She was just being nice before. Why couldn't I jump on this? Hello. You're trying to find these buttons to lower the water. So you can get at the Moon Tarot down there. I see you. Can't even get up to that. I guess the window got moved. I forgot about that. Can I get up to it? Oh, I can. Do 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 do. Hello. You see the water down there move, and like I say, water is lethal to Poppet, so you gotta be careful in this area about that. I should have grabbed that block and brought it with me. That's a mistake. Hello. Let's see. What are you saying over here? Well, they don't actually use event tick, but I mean, technically they're always checking for certain. And they don't even affect performance at all. Like, they're so... Like, they're just basically an irrelevant thing for the most part. A singular collision in the world is not particularly tough because collisions are everywhere. Like, every time I bump one of these, that's a collision. Like, Unreal Engine can handle those like crazy. It's not like it's running a bunch of code all the time, which would be really bad. I do need to reset the engine because my computer's a potato, but it's over there. Now I can lower the water a bit, so I'm going to take one of these cubes with me. Hello. Super dangerous. Get this one. Hello. Oh, I guess I triggered I gotta give those the same name. There's a problem there. Oh well, there's a bug. Because apparently I'm hitting this and now it considers it below the thing, so it's gonna screw up the whole thing. But whatever. Yeah, you keep lowering the water until you eventually get down to the moon tarot. But unfortunately, because there's a different name on this room info, it's not gonna do what I want. Gotta fix that, or it won't work. This is the room. This one's the room info, sure. This is called a what? Pirate Cove. Okay, so that one's called Pirate Cove. Then is this not called Pirate Cove? They should have identical names. Y-O-Y-O. Ubraco. Something to figure out for certain. Look up the room info here. It's supposed to have a thing where it unloads them if they're in a room that has a different name. But I never changed this, so unless there's an extra room info in here. Because that would make sense if there was an extra. Because otherwise, this code has never changed. It works in the Safari room, so if it works in the Safari room, there has to be another room info in here. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Yeah, all these cubes represent those. And they're just kind of derping. I suppose I could calculate where she's at and try to figure that out too and set up some sort of map system for that. I guess I could figure out her room info really fast by simply going and checking Poppet herself. This is how we break things. A lot got broken by this new addition of stuff. Well, a lot got added as well, but you know. There's just updates there, sure. Wait, she has her own special print string. It's more complicated and better. This, I need to know what this room name is saying. Subscribe to YouTube channel, I'll check your stream. Check your game, you go right now. I make, you know, detection system for my game. Nice. I'm glad I can help. Took me a while to figure it out, and many of the methods I've tried were not as good. They used to originally individually check against her. That was terrible for performance. But yeah, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the wish list. For being number 100. And I'll be around. I stream all the time. Usually late at night. So, well, around the time that you're seeing now. Late at night for me. Yes. Yes, indeed. Late at night. The best time to game dev. Yeah. Oh, if you want to see the code that I had for it specifically, I guess I could show you too, for that matter. I believe it was on the update graph, upkeep graph. Yeah, find nearby lights. It's just a looping event. It just keeps checking. Has a thing for the nearby lights. Clears it if there's none there. All actors attack light for each loop. Each one there checks the light information on it, so it's just an interface call to them for their attenuation radius, the room they're in, and if their light is currently on. And then, you know, if there's nothing, I just make the light automatically work if there's no room there, so it just works everywhere. And if the room name is equal to Poppet's current room name, then it continues on. And then it checks the distance against the light factor and Poppet herself to see if it's within range, and if so, adds to that, and if not, simply removes it. And the sequence here just goes and goes, okay, well, if it's less than 1, then it just sets the color to dark thing like that and starts running the darkness stuff. Same for that, and then, you know, the other way, sets it to light and runs the particle stuff for that, and then down here, it also checks for any valid ones, just in case something is no longer valid, because things get spawned and despawned. If it can't find it anymore, I don't want it in there anyway. And then it just loops again and goes, yep, we're back to start. That's it. It's pretty much the system, with that interface calling each one with the information that they need, you know, so I can tell where the lights are. Just realized you ran out of money to food for the week or next month. Family on the all cheese balls, I'm screwed. Oh, well. Sorry to hear that. You've come to the right place full of poor people, because you're surrounded by game devs who notoriously are dirt poor, and talking to a streamer who are also notoriously dirt poor. Welcome to the club, buddy. Pal, friend. Help you a lot. You give me an idea. Maybe I do it. No, I mean, I'm glad it worked out. I mean, once the logic is there, the system is not that hard to make. But man, it was. I think we all figured it out. Yeah, 3-month-old ramen. To be fair, that little instant ramen probably lasts like past the apocalypse. I'm pretty certain the cockroaches will use the instant ramen in order to replicate after the bombs have dropped. Hey, Sarah Napoli, how's it going? You're just in time for us to discuss, you know, how I did the light system for my game, like checking to see what's on the lights, and what would roaches eating ramen in the apocalypse. 2 logical progression things. Hungry? I mean, the ramen is there. I remember when I was in like college, and let me tell you about how dirt poor I was. And like we'd get the little instant ramens. And what you could do is you just would take the package of the like flavoring in there, put it in there, and then, you know, shake it up, and then crush all the ramen in there, and then eat the pieces of the ramen with out of there. And we wash it down with soda, because that was what we had, because soda was cheaper than water. Not very healthy during that time. Very healthy now. Also out. It was good times. It was great times. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Alright. You say like that and drink tap water? Oh, well. You're braver than I am. I think the soda might be healthier than the tap water. Alright, now to figure out why this lady's, you know, doing her thing. Also, I'm hidden under the thing. Whatever. Sure. Hello. My tarot card's enabled, sure. So when I jump in here, it should change the name of the room. When I enable all the messages, Swimming through the water. Yeah, I'm still in Pirate Cove. Why in the world are you respawning? I'm still considered in Pirate Cove.
They're watching me. Why are you talking to me? They're watching me. Talks a star and they're all swinging. The wall talks to me. I'll rebuild the moon. I'm a failure.
I'm really confused on that one. Jumping through the water with the Jesus power. It's kind of like that.
You're going the right way.
The way I programmed it, it actually makes you could bounce off the top of the water. It's pretty funny.
You're going the right way.
Can't afford soda?
You're going the right way.
No.
Too long a stick is not enough.
Sounds like you probably need to go find a regular job is what I'm hearing. Like one that has like extra money, or just don't spend your money ever and save it. That's what I would do. I never spend my money. I just save it on everything. She's still moving to Target, but why did you despawn earlier? I don't get it. She was having this big issue of despawning. And right there she did it again. I'm still in Pirate Cove. Wow. Spend your money on copious amounts of weed? Well, that's fair. I mean, if you got the money, like, you know, if you're, you know, have a broken laptop and you're eating ramen and you can't even afford soda, then I wouldn't spend money on copious amounts of weed. But, you know, if you've not have these problems, hear me out. I think that, you know, spending it on something like that is perfectly fine, you know? You got the ducats. I'm just saying. You got the ducats. You good. You good. I'm not sure why I'm working on this room. I don't even know why I care right now, because to be completely fair, this is in the second chapter and I'm still working on the first chapter and don't know why I'm doing this. Regular job pays $100 per month because it's black and... Huh. Well, that doesn't seem like a very good job, unless that's a good amount of money for where you're at. I mean, you know, Mad Duck, there's some places in the world, you know, where that's money. It's not money where I'm at, but it costs you a lot more than that to live where I'm just saying, that's a lot of damn money. Hear me out. It's a lot of money to live here. And I ain't the most expensive area yet. I'm gonna come back to this because, well, I guess I could solve it. Why are you despawning? It's weird because it shouldn't be affecting it this way, because it works inside of the Safari room. Right? Like, they don't despawn in here, right? There's lots of them in here. Barely enough for a week's groceries. Yeah. Well, if you eat cheaply here, you can do it. Like, you know, just eat a lot of rice and beans. You got, you know, it's pretty cheap to eat if you eat a lot of rice and beans. Hear me out. All my homies are eating rice and beans. It's cheap, yo. Dr. Rico, you know what I'm saying? I see. Wait, Japan? You get that those wages in Japan? You didn't quit? I thought Japan had better wages than that. Yeah, I'm still in the Safari room. These aren't despawning. Must be something with Charlotte herself. You guys in Japan are insane. Everyone's like crazy for Japan. Oh, well, just don't tell us what the shady business is, because everything on Twitch is public? That's my advice. Hear me out. Stuff's here is fairly public. I don't know if I would say anything specifically, just sir. There are some people who are like, I do this, and I'm like, oh, well, anyway. You'd be surprised I think some people say, I'm just like, okay. I haven't had many people admit to crimes yet. But occasionally you get the one where you're like, what? Whoa. Yeah, to be fair, non-J business, yeah, and that's, yeah, I don't think I'd be doing that way. I'm just saying, that seems like terrible wage. Didn't help me up. I always thought wages in Japan would be really good, but to be fair, here I am streaming and you know, doing game dev, both of which don't really pay anything. So you know, hear me out. I don't make $100 a month doing these two things. I'm just saying. Like I know. Like it all. Running game dev? Well, you're in the right place. It starts by having a dream and an excessive amount of delusion. And then you combine the delusion with the dream, discover the mistake you made, and then take the delusion out and then pare your dream down to something you can actually make. Turn too burnt out to do so? Well, that's fair. I just love doing game dev, so I just do it for fun. And that's the big difference, because I just, you know, this is what I do for fun. That's why I took up streaming, because I just enjoyed, you know, doing game dev, and I wanted to talk to people while I did it. Yeah, stream one. Empty stare. I tell anyone, if you're going to get into game dev, you better really want it, because, man, you're going to, it's a lot of work, and it's thankless, but if you enjoy it, like if it's just fun, something you want to do, then it's great, but it ain't for everyone. But it's fun. I got add stats for all the other characters now. That was what I was working on. Those stats for all the spawn-ins and stuff. I was trying to figure out the balance of stuff before I did a tour, if you will. The tour. The tour. 1 minute ad. Really? Text-based tic-tac-toe? Hey, you know, it's a game. You release something. That's something, right? You know, you made a game. Is it the best game in the world? I don't know, maybe it's awesome. Who knows? But still, any game is better than nothing. Got corrupted. Oh my god, your game turned evil. I approve of games turning evil. My game went on to become a politician. Wait, what? Damn it. Stupid game. Why'd you become a politician? Oh my god. I already set the levels on these, right? I should just have room-based things. I don't know why it does individual levels. This is dumb. Actually, I didn't put this in here, did I? Oh wait, that's a destroyable. Pots don't have levels. It would be funny if they did, but I don't really think that destroyable things need to have levels. It's just the insta-kill. Insta-gib. Nothing in Patrick's room. Hall of Records is nothing. The Chapelle should be level 5. It's kind of high up here, but what else? Well, Patrick's level 5. I would assume the Chapel should be level 5 as well, because it's right after him. We're at the point where things get real at that point. Yeah, because the level 18 is the max level for chapter 1. I'm playing tic-tac-toe outside the box. I was like, bruh, why? I mean, hey, you know, once the AI, you know, takes over, there are no rules in tic-tac-toe anymore. Only the rules it gives you. The destroyable. Spartan's already got it, so we're at 5 for there. Boo's gonna be 15. So I guess what was the timing on these things here? I wrote down where each of the tarot cards are, and they made the assumption you got some portion of them, but not all of them. You buy a new laptop screen? Gotta go to the junk shop, see if you can find one that's cheap, right? I don't know if you have Facebook there for, you know, like a Facebook Marketplace. I know you probably have Facebook, but I don't know if you have Facebook Marketplace or not, but you might have cheap laptops, like cheap laptop screens, replacement stuff. Actually, you're close enough where you could probably, what, Tenmu one for like, you know, and it arrives like the next day or something. It's probably not a good screen, but hey, you know, it is. Best advice, don't break laptop screens. Those things are annoying to replace. They're almost never interchangeable. At least they used to be. So by the chapel you can be level 8? No. You have to come back to that. So yeah, you can get level 8 here. You're going to be level 6 probably by this point. The Hall of Records doesn't have levels, so it's the library next. But you can swing by the storage room there and potentially gain another couple levels. This is tough. Apparently it wasn't very tough. Time to sue for false advertising just because it didn't block the sledgehammer. I mean, I thought it was tough. One time I used it to hold my cart while I changed a tire, and it broke for some reason. What the hell? I don't even know if I would use a laptop for much of anything now because tablets exist. Man, it was nice throwing your nappy at it. Oh, I need some nappy at it. I see. That wasn't very tough. I guess to be fair, the screens aren't usually particularly tough. I'm just saying, they're not that tough. You can actually gain a lot of levels right here. All the way up to 13 before hitting the library. Man, that is a hell of a jump. Maybe I make the chapel 6. And then the library like 9, they're gonna be like, wait, what the hell? That's probably fair. Make the chapel 6, the library like 9, because you can go to the you can backtrack to gain 2 levels upon entering both the chapel and then the Hall of Records. Plus you can go over to the storage room and gain potentially 4 levels, but real likely you're only going to get 1 or 2 there. So we'll say you're like, what, 3 levels behind by the time you get there? That's probably fair, 3 levels behind. You can be 4 levels behind, I guess. Maybe you didn't look that hard, so 9. Well, time to finance. Can I see it at court for $60? Maybe. I'm here in Japan. Talk to the Yakuza, right? Explain to them how your laptop wasn't tough enough. I don't know if they do anything about that, but you know, as a dumb American who just makes assumptions about the rest of the world and doesn't care if it's right, I'm just gonna assume they do all that for you. Could be the case. Stupid American. That's me. I'm a game dev and a streamer, so I've got 2 levels of stupid right there. Why they'd have to be so fun? Damn. Why can't they be boring? I wouldn't do them. Mistakes were made. Oh no, there's no die lose a level. It's because the levels are fixed in the game. It's achievement based leveling. You have to find the tarot cards to gain levels, and if you don't find them, you don't gain a level. You can kill enemies till you get bored. I don't know, I've decided a level variance for these. It's kind of weird, but here I am.
One eternity later.
Pretty much. The whole balancing these things out and then having to count the number of tarot cards and plant things in such a way that they level up at just the right time is... it's a lot of work. They're going to be really surprised when things in here are level 9. It goes from 6 to 9. They're going to be like, wait, what? I intend for you to explore, and if you fail to explore, be prepared to be under-leveled. And levels matter a lot, especially early on. To the point where you might not be... well, you're going to have to really fight. Like, it's going to be rough. You're going to have some most of them running. I might tone down the number of encounters, given there's a level system now. There's going to be a lot of balancing for this. I don't know how it's going to... oh, this is destroyables. I don't care about this. Should you start streaming? I mean, if you enjoy it. It's fun to do. I enjoy it, but... be prepared to stream to nobody for a long time. Got streamed on YouTube for a disgusting amount of time before ever I streamed on Twitch. Clown statue, vase. There's a lot of destroyables in here. Why are there so many destroyables in here? Winged lion, just a bunch of things. But it's fun. So, you know, if you like it. I think everyone should try it. It's just fun to do. I mean, you'll eventually make money, but it'll probably be months that go by before you make anything, unless you just get lucky. But give it a try. I mean, you know, if you like doing it. You know, the guy... yeah, the new system works basically where whenever you find a tarot card, you gain +1 levels. And the minor arcana is in the game, where if you find a minor arcana, like, you know, like the Ace of Cups or whatever, the Page of Pentacles or whatever, you only gain a level. And then, let me say this real fast. Enemies now spawn in with a level, and it changes, affects their stats, so they're going to be a lot stronger potentially. And I'm going to have a variety of things. But now when you see these, it actually shows what they do, and I have to put in information for them, but they're going to have a required level, and they'll unlock when you've achieved that level. You also have to find the card initially, too. Like, once you find a particular card, so, you know, say you find the Fool, then you have access to all the things here, but you have to get the levels for the other ones. And the levels are achievement-based because you got to find the cards. There's no grind for anything. You can kill the enemies to get bored, and all it does is give you money, but there are a few buyable cards. There are a few buyable levels. That's true. But he sees all that, and it lets me have more abilities than before. I had to change the whole system for how it worked and everything like that. But now I can also power them up so they can, things are no longer useless farther into the game like they were before. Because before it was kind of a big problem, and it's like real sad. Oh, hey, big man, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. How you doing? Oh, well. Have a great rest of your day then. I'll have to swing by your stream and find out what you're doing. Say hi and all that when you're having more free time. Yeah, thanks again for the raid. I guess I can run the tour for the new people. I'm just running the tour explaining the new things I was doing. Alright. So for the new people. Yes, the new people. I will show off my game for you. Yes. Alright. So, the spiel. Game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the whimsy Winter toy store where a curse brings all the toys to life at night, including you. This is Poppet, the main character. The main mechanic of the game, I'm gonna disable those here. So anyways, message. Main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is what powers you and all the toys and like that, and powers all your abilities, such as dodging, which is what she's doing right now. I'm gonna wait in the darkness long enough for you to see the insanity effect when your sanity starts getting really low. Apparently, just wants to be in that direction. Fair enough. If you go back to the light, you gain sanity, but you don't gain any curse power, so you'll have to kind of bounce between the two. Oh yeah, if your sanity is 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so don't let that happen. Choose tarot cards for abilities. They're all based on the major arcana of the tarot. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. I gotta tone down the particle for that collection thingy. It's a little too big. Good for bonking things. Can also go giant too. Well, normally it can. There we go. Do more damage. Aha! So I think the range on the big one's a little small for some reason. I think I need to adjust it. Are you like unhittable, buddy? What's up with you? You're so cool. It's a magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them. Or summon them later. Temporary ones that you can stack to get places if you want. But it's also good for manipulating stuff in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, light switches, door handles, stuff. Steampunk game. So you can see the city out here. You can't leave the building because you're powered by a curse on the building, but you can at least look at the city. Not for long though, because you know insanity is a thing. But my sanity back. Oh, I need to fix this room because it doesn't seem to spawn. Or if it does, I don't know. I did a whole bunch of system changes and things need to be updated. His Temperance is a bubble wand. It features the best hat. Normally I'd bubble some stuff in here, but they're down there. I'll bubble you. Or not. You just took infa damage and died? Wow, Temperance does lots of damage now apparently. Huh. Alright, well, we'll cheat our way back up because I just wanted to shoot something with that, but apparently it's not bubbling right now. This is the chariot. It's flying. If you're curious, it's way late game ability that you wouldn't normally have, but I already got the key from there, right? No, I didn't. Ah, we'll get the key. Cheating! You see nothing. Not abusing my dev privilege at all. Yeah, that's it. No abuse of dev privilege is happening this day. I mean, I kind of am. Whatever. I'm gonna change it in a second anyway. I'm just gonna use to break this. Ah, all of you stay in there. It's the Empress. It's basically Bomberman. Red mushrooms deal damage to anyone nearby. And blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby. Enemies are fierce indeed at the moment. There you go. Yeah, temperance bubble stuff. They'll eventually break out, but literally an ad running. Wow. Oh, I can take the secret way now. Oh yeah, secret way. I don't think I can sneak under this. I think it's too high. Oh no, I can get under it. Kinda. Secret way. Secret way. Secret. I actually don't know why I went this way. I just wanted to go it because I'd never taken that way. It was like the most ridiculous way possible. Ducky Land! Duckies, duckies, duckies. Behold! For great justice. It's the Justice Tarot. Featuring a fun hat. Cool gun. There's a new sheriff in town. I think in the game I'm gonna have her get appointed as a deputy by the sheriff of Toy City, and he'll give it to her. She won't really be the sheriff, but you know. I forgot to update that system for the new increased levels. Yeah, the new leveling system for the enemies isn't necessarily factored in for everything, so the NPCs that spawn in, that system doesn't use it yet. Whatever. I'll get to it. The secrets all over the place, I'm just not grabbing them because I don't usually grab them on the tour necessarily. I need to fix this section too because there's some issues that I didn't include yet. So a lot of people were killed and their souls are stuffed into dolls, but one of them soul got stuffed in the paintings, so you let you travel the painting world, which connects all the paintings. Acts as the game's map travel, if you will. This is the painting world. Very exciting. You can rescue, like, you know, 2D toys, like actually 2.5D toys, and bring them here. Mika's here and she watches what you're doing. There's even a dialogue system, though it needs work. I haven't added much to it yet. It's functional, but it doesn't look good yet. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. A weird picture. Can I do a better picture? Yeah. It takes a picture where she's at, but the camera's kind of in front of her, so it's sometimes a little off. Saves works. All the loading works. Options work. Everything's just here. Got collectibles. They don't have any information for what the collectibles are yet, but it does show you what you got, and that's helpful. The map shows you where you've been. I'm gonna probably just remove these and start putting pictures below it of what the area is, I think, in the future. You've seen the tarot menu. You're blocked, huh? Interesting. Well, I guess to be fair, that one still has the lock on it, and you didn't add it to the regular safari room because of the, You're supposed to go to the waiting room first. This is an area that's not, We need to add some stuff in to make it play a little better. Oh, good time to moon them. The one known as Poppet Moon. I'm building a tiny little circus down here where you go in and stuff and everything's small. So you have to like crouch and go inside. I just haven't put everything in here yet, but that's what I want. A tiny circus. Do not question the tiny circus. Merely understand that the tiny circus exists. And that's what makes it good. Is the actual path you're supposed to do. I'm not even sure the moon's all that good against these things. I guess it's probably okay. The moon leaves clones of Poppet that you can destroy to deal damage to them. What's most important here is the bouncy couch. You just bounce on it. It's just fun. There's no other purpose. I mean, actually, you can use it to get places, I guess. Here you go. Drop a clone by it. Drop clone by this one. Clones might be overtuned. Not everything's really that balanced at this point, especially now that I added a whole leveling system. We will double them. The devil shoots fireballs at the moment is one of its abilities. There's multiple abilities, but not all of them are that exciting. Like one of them reverses how the curse works, so in the darkness you gain sanity, but lose curse power. Actually, you only gain curse power in the light, and you lose sanity in the light. It's a fun little weirdo version. Also, the games don't seem wish listable, and I just hit 100 wish lists today. I'm just saying. Be excited. I am. 100 wish lists. I know I'm going this way. I just wanted to, I guess. Serves no function. I need to put an actual extra way up that's like I can get into. You got to run back up to the painting through here, and I don't want to add an extra pathway to make it more interesting, like a little shortcut. Not every weapon is as effective against the duckies as the others. The devil is not particularly effective against the duckies. If you've seen Hazbin Hotel, you'll understand why. That's not actually the reason, but hear me out. It could be. And if you haven't seen Hazbin Hotel, you should watch it just so you can understand why duckies are important. I'm tired from this thing. It's so hot. Now this way's open. Woo! It's loading a little slow. Fantastic. That horse though. Actually supposed to be higher level in here, but I haven't really tested the leveling system for this, but I should be level like 3 in here or something. I'll level myself up. Into the pool. Yeah, the toy maze thing, I should probably put the waiting room key farther down, I think. I'm probably gonna move things around a bit now that I have a whole extra pathway there. Keep trying to close these doors. This door should be closed, but you know, whatever. I just picked up the key for it anyway. Like a champion. I dropped it and it hit three of them in the head. It's pretty funny. Because they just kept walking under it. Not intended, but hear me out. Funny. Yeah, like that. The old drop strat. Pretty effective, actually. I didn't think about this. You just drop it on him, it just keeps hitting him on the head. Little light thingies are obnoxious. I probably don't want them this early. I just copy pasted from a different room. The button on the way, we'll grab that. I'm gonna cheat. Cheating. Wings are a double jump. Also flying, as I cheated earlier and used. It's hard not to accidentally double jump because it's the same thing used to grip stuff. Water's lethal to Poppet, so you know, don't jump in the water. Hear me out, don't do it. That's all I gotta say for you, just don't do it. And if you want, I mean, I'm not gonna stop you, but you know, it's weird. I know all the cool kids are doing it, but you probably shouldn't. That's weird. Guess I can't really use this to get up to there without... Oh, you can get it. Okay. I just tested to see if that's the right height or not. I mean, there's other ways to get around. I was just curious if that worked better. There's still a problem with that loading thing, huh? It's weird. Thought I fixed that issue. Guess I'm lowering the water for this place up here. Weep. This is where you would get the Empress from inside the thingy. The Empress's other ability is it grows and shrinks plants, so let's jump on this and go. Whoa. I'm so bad at my own game. I jumped in the water. Well, water would normally kill her, but the lag there. I need to restart my engine. Getting kind of laggy. Oh well. Wait by a white mushroom. Those act as lights. Actually, the blue mushrooms. Actually, an 8-hour stream. Usually a sign that I'm getting a bit tired. Okay, I might take a quick bio break in a second. Just probably just get something to drink and then come back. I meant to do it earlier, but then I kind of didn't. And now I feel like I need to stand up for a second. Whatever. I'll take a secret passage. The secretest of passages. Gotta start putting stuff out here too. I'll make this game cool yet. Making a little souvenir shop in here. It's also where you can see one of the 2.5V toys you can rescue. Veggie. Normally the door shouldn't be open there, so I'm just, you know, awkward and weird for leaving it open. Oh, why'd I jump over him so bad? Well, game! I just cheat. Just cheating outright. Ah. Still gotta put stuff in this room, but that's okay. Gotta save Pudgy. Pudgy. Oh yeah, ad break going. That's a perfect time. I'll be like right back for since ad break's running. The rest are bad. Time to continue. Also, all the craziness going on in there. Just saying. Yep, you can take him over here and rescue him. Like, whoop. He's in the painting world. Now, for some reason, a lot of them are appearing in the painting world, so I think there's a bit of a bug, but that's okay. There's lots of bugs. Always bugs. Of course, having a whole progression system now, it's kind of going to introduce a lot of bugs until I get it working right. Works now, I just need to update information. Yep. Now you should appear in here. Apparently they all appear though for some reason, so I don't know why that is, but whatever. Yeah, these are my friends. The 2.5D weirdo thingies. I'll probably re-render them. I just took them from the original RPG Maker game as the, you know, for funsies, but yeah, you know, whatever. Things to the test. Oh, I need that key for Patrick, don't I? A few ways you can go about this. I guess I'll go the long way for funsies. For some reason things are murdering themselves in the water. I don't understand why. Bugs, bugs, and bugs. Oh no, I'm so bad at my game. Definitely tell my computer could use a restart. Well, not the computer, but the engine itself needs a restart. Can't get out now. Zerd. A sudden lag spike. I should be able to go this way. It's interesting. I can't seem to make that jump. Weird. Go hang out on a light real fast. That was weird. Didn't load the room, huh? Huh. Really? Make note of the fact the waiting room is not loading or unloads. The waiting room unloads when halfway in when during from the control room. That's odd. This room was working fine earlier. Whatever, I just need this thing. I don't care. As long as this room loads. Swap my earbuds real fast because they're saying battery low and it's really annoying. Right, perfect. Hear me out. Battery low over and over in your ear every few seconds is really irritating. Like maybe not the most irritating, but it's kind of. Here we can fight Patrick with his way higher health now. Gonna regret not lowering that. Okay. Alright, this real fast. Don't touch the water is lethal. This is not like normal water, you are not immune to it. I should also be like level 5 for this fight, so I'll level myself up real fast. That privilege. Ow, he's kicking my ass. He's horribly unbalanced at the moment because I just did that whole level system in. I'm like, I'm just gonna multiply his health by his other thing, and he does his damage plus his level. I do a lot of damage to him now, so I think I fixed that stuff there. That's nice. Kinda. He got multiple phases, but now he has so much health that it takes a while to switch phases. Don't touch the water. That would end my journey real quick. You stay over there, buddy. Eating. Jesus. It's like, stay off this island. Okay, we got it, buddy. Just stay off it. Let's stay off the island. Hey, Upper Studios. Fighting much heavier, damaging, way higher health Patrick right now. Good, he's down to... Wow, he's beating me up. Leave me alone, Patrick. You're so mean to me. Why aren't you in your final phase yet? It's only if he has like below a certain... I thought it was below a certain percentage of health, not a... I mean, he should be low 50% health, I think. Just one, that's how I coded it. Taking a beating. Taking a beating. Leave me alone, Patrick. You're so mean. You see that crap? Wow. These are like the best spots because there's a light right there. Yeah, he hasn't used his ability yet. Why aren't you using your other thing? You're making me look bad. Use it, damn it. We're just... Did you see that crap? He never went up and did it. Never. We never got to play with the... Really? Build a whole extra third phase and it never works. It's weird because it should. But it didn't. Yep, that should be like an idea of what the game is like for people. Albeit I'm a little weirded out that Patrick's thingy didn't work. Makes me sad. A lot of help there. Not sure how much longer I'm going to stream, but I'll be back later today anyway, so I guess it technically would be later today, wouldn't it? I might stream more often on the weekends, honestly, because it seems like a good day to stream. Saturday stream. Saturday into Sunday stream. Pretty much Hyper Studios, pretty much. I don't know why I was streaming during the week most of the time anyway. I really should be streaming during the weekend. They're just so much better. Like just Saturday, Sunday. Also Friday. I already streamed Friday, so maybe I'll just ditch like Monday and Tuesday instead because they're kind of not the best days in the world to stream, it seems like. Stream like Wednesday through like, you know, Sunday or something. I don't know. I don't mind streaming like 8 hours. Once I get past 8 hours in a day, it depends on how I feel at the moment. And a lot of times I don't feel like right. Bad health. Don't have bad health, have better health. Oh. My productivity goes down pretty fast.
So I am the villain. Because I've made myself one.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't need this anymore. I even stream earlier potentially as well. Oh, I didn't update this here. That's what the problem was. So he never sees his health. These things never trigger. So I gotta get the NPC stats. Let it take the health out of here and the max health out of here. Do this. That's actually it. That's all I need to do. That fixes the problem. It's holding up. Wrong piped something there a bit. I was like, not. Cough hack wheeze, allergic to game dev as always. But what can you do? It's too much fun. For some reason I'm allergic to it though. I don't know what the hell was wrong with this waiting room thing. Surprising me how the room infos are doing weird things at the moment, which makes me wonder if I should just reboot the engine. Still confident hacking. Still confident hacking. But I might just call it for the day. I'll just be back later today. As much as I would like to keep streaming, yeah, I'm tired. So I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully not coughing and hacking. I'll be back 8 hours earlier than this probably. Anyway, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, wishlist it, join the Discord, or don't. Either way, you know. Thanks for watching just the same. I'll send the YouTube people and the people on kickoff, and then I'll raid out with the Twitch people. One day I'll have enough people on sub to me on YouTube to raid out with them, but it's not today. So bye bye people on YouTube and Kick.